right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you to our 15th annual technical conference on increasing real-time and day-ahead market and planning efficiency through improved software, which we like to call more shortly the Software Conference. My name is Alex Smith. I'm an economist here at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. I'm going to provide some quick logistics, a little bit of conference facts, and some next steps for everyone. And these opinions, I should disclaim, these remarks are strictly my own. They do not represent the remarks of the commission or any of their commissioners. However, in my opinion, they should be as excited to welcome you as I am. Next slide, please, Rob. So we'll start with just basic logistics. The program, we have 3 days of conferencing, roughly 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Tuesday and Wednesday, and 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Thursday. We'll have simultaneous sessions Wednesday and the morning of Thursday. And the slides will be available on the conference webpage for download during the conference, and they'll also be posted to eLibrary after the conference. Next slide, please, Rob. Our rooms. So for all of today, we're going to be in this room, hearing room 1. Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to be in both the commission meeting room, which is right next door, and was the room we were in for a lot of last year's conference, for those who remember. And we'll also be in hearing room 1, and it'll be such that the A sessions, that is WA1, WA2, will be in the commission meeting room. B sessions, WB1, WB2, et cetera, will be in hearing room 1 and here. The badges you received on check-in will be needed to leave and to re-enter the building, so please hold on to those. Water fountains, which I'm sure everyone's interested in given the heat, and bathrooms are available on both the first and second floor, so this floor and the one below us near the elevators. If you need to charge a device, unfortunately we're a little short on outlets here, but you can go out that door down the right to a room 2D8, that's 2 Delta 8. And there'll be a lot of places to charge your devices there. We will not be accepting flash drives in government computers. Hopefully that's not a surprise to anyone, but still no flash drives. If you have updates to your slides as a presenter, please upload them to your SharePoint folder. And while there's no eating or drinking allowed in hearing room 1 or the commission meeting room, we do allow food and drinks in 2D8 down the hall. Next slide, please, Rob. We do have a lot of great food options in this neighborhood, especially north of FERC, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. If you go north, you will run into an area called Union Market, which has a lot of great things to eat. There's also a lot of great things to eat on H Street. We have Laosin Town and Indigo, which are great options nearby. But please mind the heat. We have a forecast of 98 degrees Fahrenheit with 60-something% humidity, so be careful while you're out there, and certainly don't walk too fast without water. Next slide, please, Rob. So for virtual participants, now that we're dispensed with the physical participants, logistics, virtual logistics, the links to attend the sessions are on the commission webpage. Webinar A says commission meeting room webinar, and that'll be what we'll be using all day today. For Wednesday and Thursday, webinars A or B, depending on what session you're trying to attend, will be appropriate. See the commission webpage for details regarding which webinar is used for each session. Next slide, please, Rob. All right, now for presentations and participation, we're timing, as usual, about 30 minutes for each presentation. That's 20 minutes for the presenter to speak and 10 minutes for Q&A. We're going to go a little under or over those targets, but that's what we're aiming for. During Q&A, staff will select questions to call on. For virtual attendees, please type your questions into the Zoom webinar's Q&A feature. And when staff calls on you and grants you permission to unmute, please unmute yourself and ask your question. For in-person attendees, please raise your hand and wait for a microphone before asking your question. And be sure to speak into the microphone when asking your question, and that will enable the virtual participants to hear your question. Next slide, please, Rob. All right, so now we'll get into some fun conference context now the logistics are out of the way, which might also be thought of as stats for nerds. Next slide, please, Rob. So again, this is our 15th annual conference. This conference was started by Dick O'Neill, who thankfully is in the audience with us today. Over the last 14 years, there have been over 500 presentations and attendees from 6 continents. This year has attendees from 6 continents, 52 presentations, and authors from 181 organizations. We feature heavily this year industry firms, whereas last year we featured more heavily universities. But this year we are featuring the usual mix of universities, ISO, RTOs, industry firms, national labs, and nonprofit research groups. Next slide, please, Rob. Here is a map of the geographic distribution of our software conference authors, that is co-authors on any of the presentations today. As you can see, we're well represented in North America, with some of us coming from Western Europe, and we have one author who's from Shanxi, China, which is pretty exciting. Next slide, please, Rob. And then here is a geographic distribution of our attendees. You can see we do touch every continent and even some small island nations, which is pretty cool. It's almost good enough to play a game of Risk. Next slide, please, Rob. All right, so now we get into some tough topics. This was an exceptional year for the conference, and we had a very high number of rejections of presentation proposals. We got 71 proposals this year, which was a record number, a bumper crop, if you will. And we had to reject 19 of those. And we regret having to make these rejections, and it certainly didn't reflect on the quality of the proposals, but rather on unusual demands on staff time and availability to host the conference this year, which I'll describe in the next slide, please, Rob. So as you can see, it's a matter of supply and demand. We had a larger number of presentations, as I mentioned, than we've ever had. But unfortunately, this year we were very constrained in terms of commission resources to host presentations and to host the conference. Some of the reasons we had greater demands on commission staff and less staff availability included a dynamic line ratings ANOPR, Advanced Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, that we issued about 2 weeks ago. We also issued Order 1920 in May, and we're working on Order number 2023 compliance, among many other rulemaking efforts that are using commission resources and staff time. And then as far as the presentations, some trends that we noticed that led to increased supply, where we started getting multiple proposals from the same author and the same organization, new authors and organizations offering proposals for the first time, and responsiveness to our notice. And those are all good things. And we, like I said, had to make a lot of hard choices that we were not happy to make when rejecting proposals. We know just about all the proposals come from expert teams doing great research. And this was not easy for us. And we hope to increase our acceptance rate next year and have more staff availability to increase the benefits of the conference by hosting more of the presentations that get proposed to us. So exceptional year. Hopefully we'll have a slightly different outcome next year. Next slide, please, Rob. In spite of those rejections, however, this conference is a large conference. It's on par with last year's, which was the largest I think we've had to date in terms of the number of total presentations. And that's considerably larger than the previous 5 years, as you can see. Next slide, please, Rob. Okay, now that we've done the stats for nerds, a shameless plug for FERC employment. FERC is highly ranked as a mid-sized agency. We are highly ranked on things like work-life balance, for example, by an organization called the Partnership for Public Service. We hire very interesting sounding job titles, including data scientist, operations research analyst, engineers, economists, and energy industry analysts. We periodically have internships available. We do, to my knowledge, usually require US citizenship. Just want to put that disclaimer out there. All jobs and internships are posted at usajobs.gov. And please talk to any member of FERC staff if you have questions about working at FERC. Next slide, please, Rob. And finally, some very overdue thanks. First, the OP team. If you're on the OP team, could you stand, please, and receive a round of applause from the audience. These folks have done a lot of great work. over the past many months getting this ready. We've also had great support from other parts of FERC, including the External Affairs Office, the IT team, especially Masum and Darnell, and John Trevino, who helped us set up the SharePoint site, Nate, who runs the public webpage, and finally our conference production team, Leona, Rob, and Levon, who are in the booth behind you, making this all look very smooth. And we also like to thank all of our participants. We recognize each year we seem to throw a new twist at you in terms of the process for getting into this conference or the process for attending this conference or even just reading the slides or the video. We assure you it's not because we enjoy that, it's because new things get thrown at us every year and we're trying to keep up. For example, the SharePoint page was a new opportunity we had presented to us that we want to take advantage of because we thought it might help make the conference experience a little smoother. So thank you for bearing with us year after year, pre-pandemic, during pandemic, post-pandemic, and continuing to make this conference great. All right, next slide, please, Rob. Oops, next slide, please. Okay. Next slide, please. There should have been one more, but that might be, okay, well, we're gonna end on the note of thanks. Next steps are to consult the conference agenda, plan out your attendance, read the abstracts of the presentations which are in the agenda if you haven't already. And otherwise we'll, I think, depending on what time it is, I think we'll have about a few minutes before we roll into session T1, which will be right here at 9:30. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, everyone. I'm Monica Ferreira, an engineer here at FERC, and I was hoping you guys could settle down a little bit and take your seats because we're about ready to get started. All right. Welcome to our wonderful software conference here at FERC. We are going to have a couple presentations here in the morning, then we're going to break for lunch, and then we will pick back up. Our first presenter is going to present to you on AMR1, MRI-based resource capacity accreditation, and that's going to be Feng Zhao.
Just ask for them to advance it.
Oh,
just
okay.
Say next slide.
All right, thanks. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Feng Zhao. I'm currently a manager at ISO New England. It's I'm honored to be here to meet old friends and new friends. So today I'm going to talk about MRI-based resource capacity accreditation, and I'm going to focus on the foundation and the framework of this new accreditation method. Next slide, please. So just a little bit background of capacity accreditation. So several regions in this country address the resource adequacy issues through capacity market. And in capacity market, a resource basically built into the market with the quantity, so-called capacity accredited capacity. So capacity accreditation is a really important parameter for the capacity market. And recently, regions have looked into improvements on capacity accreditation. As an example, so ISO New England developed so-called marginal reliability impact-based accreditation, which will be the focus of this presentation. And as I mentioned, the focus here is rather on the theoretical foundation and general framework of this new method instead of the detailed implementation. Next slide, please. So here's the outline. So I start with the capacity substitutability in a capacity market. And from there, I will derive actually the MRI-based accreditation framework. And then I will touch on a few properties of this MRI-based accreditation, and then I will conclude this presentation. Next slide, please. So what is substitutability? In capacity markets, capacity products are considered homogeneous. What it means is that the accredited capacities or the megawatts bidding from the different resources, they are treated indistinguishable in capacity markets for meeting the capacity requirement. So the requirement in capacity market, basically, you can think of it as a market representation of the resource adequacy need. So the implication here from this homogeneous capacity product is that for each resource traded in the capacity market, the megawatts or the accredited capacity should ideally have the same contribution or impact on adequacy. So that's what we define as substitutability. So mathematically, so ignore some kind of minor issues, so assuming, for example, the adequacy measure M, general kind of measure M. Here is a smooth function and differentiable. So basically, it means that the partial derivative of the adequacy measure over different resources accredited capacity needs to be constant. Next slide, please. So prior to the recent wave of accreditation reforms, regions have used so-called installed capacity or unforced capacity for accreditation purposes. So in other words, resources getting to capacity markets with their installed capacity or ICAP or UCAP megawatts. So the issue with that is 1 megawatt of ICAP or UCAP capacity from different resources, they may have different adequacy implications or adequacy contributions. In other words, if mathematically the partial derivative of the adequacy over these ICAP or UCAP quantities, they may not be the same for different resources. So now, in order to have the desired substitutability in capacity markets, so a kind of very intuitive way is that let's adjust their accreditation value by a factor, let's say alpha I for resource I. So the ICAP or UCAP is represented by QI. Now you adjust this quantity by alpha I, so now becomes Q star I, right? So this is a new accredited capacity from resource I. So now we say that to have the substitutability, we need to satisfy, so remember the partial derivative of the adequacy measure over this new accredited capacity needs to be a constant. So we have the equation on the bottom of this slide. And then from that equation, we can derive that the adjustment factor, this alpha I, needs to be in the form of the formula shown in the lower right corner. Next slide, please. So in the next section, a few slides, I'm gonna talk about this MRI-based accreditation framework. So basically, it's a special case of the formula that I just shown in the previous slide. Next, please. So to meet the substitutability property, resource I needs to adjust its accreditation value by this alpha I. So now if you look at the alpha I, the adjustment, it has one term in the parentheses, is a partial derivative of the adequacy measure over its, let's say, the current accreditation value, which may not be substitutable. And then there's another constant term. So just a note here, the negative sign here is just for convenience, because usually when you increase the capacity of a resource, you would see the improvement of the system reliability and or like a reduce of the loss of load or loss of energy. So that's, put a negative sign there. So if you look at this kind of general form of adjustment to meet the substitutability property, just let reliability measure M here be the expected unserved energy, or UE. And we also let QI here be the, I use ISO New England as an example. So prior to the capacity accreditation reform, we use the so-called qualified capacity, or basically you can think of as a like ICAP term, let QI be the qualified capacity in ISO New England's existing capacity market. So in theory, QI can be any other physical representation. So if the market currently has a UCAP, so this QI can be represent the UCAP or any other quantity. So now the constant value in this formula, we can choose the MI or marginal reliability impact of a reference resource. So you can think of reference resource as like a perfect capacity, but it doesn't matter. So I will show in later slides what this constant value would be. And then actually we have this so-called MRI-based accreditation framework. Next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about the choice of the adequacy measure here. So we choose EUE, or expected unserved energy. So there are a few other popular adequacy or reliability indices in the industry. So such as loss of load expectation, loss of load hours, and there are a few others which I didn't list here. So the reason why we choose, which I think EUE is preferred, is first of all, EUE captures not only the frequency of loss of load events, but also their magnitude as well. And also with this EUE measure, a resource's MI or the MRI-based accreditation value has a very nice interpretation, which I will show in the later slides. Next, please. So here I formally introduce the MI concept here. So the MI is defined as the partial derivative of UE over the resource's qualified capacity here. So basically it means that what if I increase the a particular resources capacity by 1 megawatt to see how it improves the system adequacy. So the MI has the units of hours per year because UE has the units of megawatt hours per year, and then qualified capacity has the units of megawatts. So you end up with hours per year for the MI measure. Again, a negative sign just means you get a positive MRI value. And looking back to if you remember the general adjustment needed for capacity substitutability, this MI is basically the term in that general form, inside the parentheses, the partial derivative of M over QI. Next slide. So next slide, we introduce this so-called relative MI concept. So relative MI concept is really simple, and intuitive. Is a ratio of resources I's MI to that of a reference resources, which we here we choose a perfect capacity as a reference resource. So IMI has no units. It's a ratio. So it's MI over perfect capacity resources MI. So what is a perfect capacity? So just as its name suggests, it's perfect, so it's always available. So if you have a 1 megawatt of perfect capacity, it's always available all the time, under any conditions, right? So by definition, the IMI of the perfect capacity is equal to 1, right? So in general, you can expect a resource is not perform as good as perfect capacity. So you would in general expect the IMI to be less than 1. Of course, there are some exceptions, that kind of go into some implementation details and some special kind of meaning of the qualified capacity that we use. So you may have like IMI be more than 1, but that's doesn't mean it violates the kind of the physical law. Any resource is imperfect. So this MI for the perfect capacity is really represents the constant term in that general adjustment factor for substitutability. Next slide. So with the MI and IMI, these concepts, so we can basically introduce here the new MI-based accreditation value. What we call here is MI capacity. So the MI capacity or MIC is basically the resource QC times the IMI, or we can spread out the IMI term here. So now recall like the general discussion about the substitutability. We need to make adjustment to the existing capacity, and you can see this MIC is basically the adjusted accreditation value that will satisfy the substitutability feature. Next slide.
Just 5 more minutes.
Okay. So here I want to give some nice interpretation about this MI and MIC. So the MI perfect basically represents the expected number of hours during which the perfect capacity would affect or reduce the EUE, because there are some hours that you system like is long, you have enough resource, so you adding more perfect capacity wouldn't affect your reliability, right? So really MI perfectly represents those hours that our system is in need. And then a resource's MI basically represents the resource's performance basically in those hours, in those MI hours. And then the accreditation value MIC represents resources expected megawatt output over those MI hours. And if we multiply the MIC by the perfect capacity, those hours, then you get megawatt hours per year. It also has a interpretation basically says the resources energy contribution when during those MI hours or during when system is in need. Next. So I'm gonna very quickly. So basically, this slide shows the MIC with this new accreditation method. Your demand curve previously the quantity on axis on the demand curve needs to be also converted to the MIC value. So this mathematically you can show it's a simple kind of a linear transformation, which on the bottom you can see the new demand curve form, which is in terms of the original demand form curve form. Next slide, please. And I want to mention this slide is a very important kind of thing about this new framework is a so-called base case resource mix. As MI is a derivative, as you know, mathematical derivative, we have to take derivative over some at a certain point, right? So what that point is represented by is the base case resource mix. So we choose this add criteria base case to derive all the MIs. Next. So next two slides, I'm going to talk some of the properties of the MI-based accreditation. Next. So first is the substitutability. So this is implied by our derivation. So because we derive the framework from the substitutability, so naturally it will satisfy the substitutability feature. Next. This slide also shows that this new accreditation method, based on the interpretation of the MI and the new MI capacity, accredited MI capacity. So we can see these new accreditation values are actually based on resources performance during those MI hours. So the MI hours is derived from the resource mix, and so it's a common set of hours when we calculate the MI values. So basically implies that we evaluate a resources performance or accreditation value based on their performance in the same set of hours. So this also implies substitutability combined with, remember, the interpretation of the new accreditation value means energy contribution during those MI hours. So we know that energy contribution when the system is in need. So 1 megawatt of energy coming from different resources, they are substitutable. So that's another way you can think about why this is substitutable. Next slide. Okay, this is the last slide. So key takeaways here is substitutability is desired, and we derive the MI-based accreditation value from the substitutability, and I introduced some properties of this new accreditation value. With that, that's all I have, and open for questions.
Mike?
Thank you. Russ Filbert, Polaris Systems Optimization and Analytics. Thank you for the clear presentation. I'm trying to see what are the differences between the traditional capacity factor calculations and MRI there is other than the use of EUE. I think it's a great approach, but are there other conceptual differences that I'm missing?
So you talk about capacity factor calculation. Are you talking about like the ELCC type of calculation? If you can theoretically show that this MI-based accreditation value would lead to the same result as the marginal ELCC calculation if you, when you do the marginal ELCC calculation, also use the EUE as a reliability measure. So theoretically, you can show they converge to the same value.
Okay, thank you.
Nicolas Aumont from Artelis. Did you make a sensitivity study of the value of the MRI, for example, for PV panels? Let's say that at noon, there is a peak demand, then at the beginning, PV panel contributes. Then at some point, there are so many PV panels that the peak, the net demand is shifted to other hours, so that the MRI of PV panels is 0. So how do you, did you do a sensitivity study to see how it's going to change when the PV panels penetration is increasing?
So I try to maybe understand your question is it about how do we calculate the MI value for the like a PV resource?
Yeah, how do you choose the base case? Is it the base case as of today or the base case as the system will be in 5-10 years?
Oh, okay. I see your point. So that's base case plays a very important role in calculating these MIs. typically like for ISO's planning, so they will construct base case based on so-called ED criteria. So which ED criteria, which we like for ISO in England, we use 1 day and 10. So basically the base case meets 1 day and 10 criteria, and inside the base case, the resource mix, we typically will use today like we'll combine with what's existing on the ground, and also incorporate some of like the potential in the next several years. For example, right now, ISO look 3 years ahead. So we will consider, for example, PV new installations in the next kind of 3 years, especially those behind the meter ones.
Alex Rutkiewicz, Newton Energy Group. How do you factor in location of the resource in the system vis-a-vis transmission constraints when you calculate MRIs?
Okay, so the question is, how do we factor in the kind of like locational issues? I will answer in 2 aspects. So for resources, for example, solar and wind, they do have like a locational differences. You know, their output would be different, even if the same technology or same size. So we can represent them by their profile, so-called like you know, output profile. So if you talk about the like a transmission, so that's a different thing. So in capacity market, we represent transmission, you know, by so-called interfaces. That's why we have like a zonal market. So because those transmission limits are represented by interface, and we have zonal demand curves, so the capacity accreditation will not reflect that difference. So in other words, the difference is already captured in the demand curve for the zone. So if you are inside a like a export zone, so you may receive a lower capacity clearing price. So the locational differences already reflect there. So you shouldn't reflect the locational difference in the capacity accreditation value. Otherwise, it will be double discount.
All right, this will be our last question.
Thank you, Feng, for a very nice presentation. I'm just wondering, given the profile of wind speed and how it changes, for example, from summer to winter, and given that we are hopefully going to have a lot of wind coming on in the supply curve in ISO New England, is this expected unserved load a good measure, or do you maybe want to even refine that further to a conditional expectation? For example, look at the performance of the resource in different seasons, or its coincidence with peak hours when there's peak load versus when there's less load.
So I may kind of address your question in a different way. So we, when I say represent like a wind or solar by profile, so we have currently we have like a granularity of like hourly profile. So those hourly profile does capture like different you know, shape or output during different seasons. So if you want to say that your question is about like really different seasons, you should have you know, reflecting the different accreditation values. That I think goes to like really the granularity of the market products. So I think that implies like more granular market products. So you may have like seasonal markets or even kind of more granular markets. So I don't know which one answer is for your question, really.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether this rating changes.
So the people online.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just wondering whether this alpha, the factor that you had, might be something that would change, the rating might
yeah,
change dynamically with time.
Yeah, in theory, it's dynamic.
Thank you.
So next up, we have another Dr. Zhao, but this one is Jinye. Jinye will be presenting on the development of a regional energy shortfall threshold. Take it away.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me well? Okay, right. I'd like to first thank FERC for organizing this amazing conference. And today I'm excited to share one of the innovative initiative ISO New England has been taken to enhance energy adequacy assessment. So it's about development of a regional energy shortfall threshold. Next slide, please. So in New England, we are seeing more natural gas and renewable resources in our energy mix. And with the climate change, bringing more extreme weather, and it can impact renewable resource, conventional resource, as well as load. And then which will make it more difficult for us to anticipate the supply availability as well as demand needs. So this results in two main challenges. First, it is there's a increasing risk of not serving loads for a sustained period of time. And second one is the energy adequacy risk become more complex because the weather is changing and our resource mix is changing. Next slide, please. So to address these two challenges, so ISO New England is embarking on several initiatives. And today I wanted to share two key projects we've been working on. So first, we have probabilistic energy adequacy tool, or PEAT. So PEAT is a probabilistic simulation tool, which is collaboratively developed by ISO New England and APRI. So what makes PEAT stand out is two reasons. First is its ability to systematically identify extreme weather events that is relevant to New England's resource mix. And second one is its ability to more accurately quantify energy shortfall risk under various energy extreme scenarios. So, with the ability of PEAT able to quantify energy shortfall risk under extreme events, and then we are going to use it to help us to establish regional energy shortfall threshold, or REST. So REST is an energy adequacy criteria reflecting the region's risk tolerance with respect to energy shortfall during extreme weather events, especially the long duration ones that may not be fully addressed by the 1 in 10 reliability criteria. And the relationship between the 1 in 10 reliability criteria and the rest is the following. So instead of altering our current existing 1 in 10 criteria, which has been widely used in many applications and processes, the ISO's view is we want to supplement the 1 in 10 criteria with REST. So the combination of REST and 1 in 10 form a cohesive approach so that we can comprehensively cover the risk associated with long duration extreme events. So while we use the capacity market to address the 1 in 10 risk, and we will explore the alternative mitigation strategies to mitigate the risk associated extreme weather risk identified by the REST. And then so in the rest of my presentation, and I'm going to share our current thinking on the development of REST, as well as how PEAT, the simulation tool, is able to help us to the REST development. Next slide, please. So let's first start looking at PEAT. So PEAT is a probabilistic simulation tool. What it does is really stress test New England's power system's resilience to extreme weather events. So it considers models a lot of weather-induced uncertainties, such as supply availabilities, generation outage, as well as import. And so by using this probabilistic approach, we are able to quantify the duration of energy shortfall, as well as the probability of energy shortfall from by using the PEAT. So PEAT has 3 steps. And these 3-step process is able to allow us to perform a very thorough extreme weather events energy assessment. So in step 1, we will obtain the future weather uncertainties, which provides the foundation for characterizing supply and demand uncertainties in the future study years. So by using multiple global climate models for each future study years, we are able to obtain more than 700 possible weather realization at hourly granularities. In step 2, we have a risk screening model. The risk screening model is able to help us systematically identify extreme events. And then the benefits of it is that it eliminates a lot of existing extreme events constructions approach. For example, currently, a lot of people use sort of artificially created extreme events, right? The problem with that, it can be super unrealistic, like it may become too extreme. And then another existing approach is a lot of people may select some historical extreme weather events. The problem with that, it could be subjective, right? And it may not reflect future weather conditions. So by using the risk screening model in PEAT, we are able to identify the extreme weather events in an unbiased way. And then furthermore, in step 2, where for each selected extreme events, we will generate cases to represent fuel supply uncertainty, fuel price uncertainty, import, and then generation force outage uncertainties. And then in the last step 3, and we will perform energy adequacy assessment for all these uncertain cases for each selected events. And then as a result, we are able to quantify energy shortfall risk by using the following measures, such as the magnitude of energy shortfall over 21-day periods, the hours of energy shortfall, as well as the probability of energy shortfall under these extreme events. And so in last years, we used PEAT to evaluate New England's energy adequacy risk for 2027 and 2032. So we find out that the energy adequacy risk of the winter cold snap is manageable across 21-day periods and in the next decades. And also the results confirm that the energy risk profile is dynamic as we change the supply mix as well as demand patterns, and we see the energy risk can change as well. So this further confirms it is important to have a tool like PEAT, which will help us to monitor the system's energy adequacy risk, and as well as to help us to study the system's dynamics. Next slide, please. So given the insights we obtained by using PEAT, so we are going to move forward to develop REST. And as I mentioned earlier, REST is a energy adequacy criteria for extreme events. So when we develop REST, there are 3 key components we need to take into account and give it more thoughts about it. First is when. So that means we need to determine the periodicities of REST. So should the rest be an annual criteria or should it be a seasonal criteria, right? And then second one is how, right? Which means how to select, how to identify the extreme weather events for our New England system. And then the last one is what. So mainly, what is the appropriate risk metrics we should use to quantify the extreme weather risk? And then once we select the risk metrics, then we can set up the threshold and to represent it. Okay, so next I will go in a little further about each of these three components. Next slide, please. So let's first look to the periodicity of rest. So our current thinking is that a seasonal assessment of energy shortfall risk against the rest criteria is the most appropriate. So if you look at the figure at the bottom of the slides, and you can see the seasonal assessment would be performed 2 to 4 months before the beginning of a winter or a summer season, right? And for the seasonal assessment, we wanted to evaluate many 21-day period for the upcoming seasons. And then recall that in the PEAT tool, we are able to obtain over 700 possible weather realization for a given season. And because we are interested in studying the risk over a 21-day operational time frames, so we have this a rolling 21-day window that shifts every 7 days throughout the whole season. So at the end, we get probably about 10,000 21-day window to evaluate. So the seasonal energy assessment will evaluate all of these, consider all these 21-day window and then identify the 21-day period with high risk. Okay, so that leads to the next key component. Next slide, please. So how do we identify the 21-day period with high risk or 21-day extreme events, right? So, and then we have so many of them, right? It will take a lot of time if we evaluate each one of the 21-day period one by one. So the way we're gonna approach that is we will use the risk screening model in PEAT tool to help us to quickly filter out most of the 21-day events that contains no risk. So how does it do it is that the risk screening model give a rough estimate for each 21-day window about their system's risk. So given the estimated system risk score, and we are able to quickly filter out the majority of non-threatening 21-day events. So if you look at the figure at the right-hand side of the slides, and these dots on the figure are the top 4% events that can potentially impose risk for the system. So these are the results, these are the events filtered by the risk screening model. So for each dot on the figure, it represents a 21-day event, which is depicted by the average wind speeds and the total 21-day energy demand. Okay, so these dots are these selected 21-day events doesn't mean they are bad. They are the events could potentially impose a risk to the system. So next step would be we wanted to study further for these events to really more accurately quantify what the associated risk for each event. So in order to do that is we're going to use the step 3 of the PEAT. So we're going to perform a thorough energy adequacy analysis for each of these dots. So for example, for the winter energy assessments, if we look at the purple dots and the blue dots on the top of the figure, so these are the potential bad winter events. So we will sort of perform thorough energy adequacy assessments on these dots. And then we may find out some of these events may show no system risk at all. And then for the ones shows any system risk, the energy adequacy assessment will be able to tell us exactly how much risk each event is associated with it. So next slide, please. So in this slides, we show 4 figures, which are the energy assessment results of 4 potential winter extreme events candidates. So for each selected potential winter extreme events, we consider 720 scenarios, which account for the fuel availability, import, forced outage, fuel price uncertainties. So if you look at the black curves in each figures, the black curve is the energy adequacy curve. So which means how much energy is available to the system after meeting the load at each hour throughout the 21 day. So if the black curve dipping to the red region, so that means the energy surplus is negative. That means we have energy shortfall, right? So if you compare the top left figure with the top right figure, and we can see the left one has more curves dipping to the red region than the right one. So that means the left selected events is more likely to have energy shortfall than the right. And also we notice the left one has greater amount of energy shortfall than the right one. So that means if energy shortfall occurred, then the left events will have greater impact on the system than the right. So this shows us by performing thorough energy adequacy assessments for the potential energy, potential extreme weather events, we are able to have better quantification of the risk for the events. So by going through the whole process, so we are able to eliminate all the events that has no risk, and we are also able to have a lot of corresponding risk measures for the ones with risk. Okay, next slide, please. So now let's look at the last component, REST metrics, right? As I mentioned early, and then the rest is focused on extreme weather events. So naturally, we want to have a REST metric that is also sort of reflect the risk associated with the tail events or extreme events. And then the current MPCC 1 in 10 criteria influence the procurement of resource capacity to meet resource adequacy. But however, there's no defined energy shortfall threshold for extreme weather exists, either regionally or nationally. So this is really a new concept we are working with here. And then ISO New England sees the REST criteria is being a complementarity to the 1 in 10 criteria. And then we expect REST will be a reliability-based criteria that focus on the extreme events, and it can quantify the energy shortfall risk, above which that may require implementation of some predefined REST mitigation solution strategies beyond the existing protocols. Okay, next slide, please. So as we sort of get a flavor is there's so many ways to quantify risk, right? You can think of, we can quantify the risk by its magnitude, frequency or duration. Like how do we pick appropriate REST metrics? So we are still in the process of doing that, but several considerations we have in mind when we trying to determine what is sort of the most appropriate way to determine the REST metrics. So first is the REST metric has to be sensitive to the system condition, right? So intuitively, if the system condition get worse, then the REST metrics will get closer to the REST threshold. And then when the system condition gets better, then the REST metrics have to move farther away from the threshold. So it has to be sensitive to systems condition. And then the second one is the REST need to reflect the key tail risk attributes. So there are several things we are interested in to quantify as risk, for example, magnitude of energy shortfall over a period of time, energy shortfall duration, and probability of energy shortfall, etc. So the metrics have to reflect some or one of these attributes. And then the third one is the metrics need to be correlated to the impact on the consumers, right? So that means, in other words, when we publish the REST metrics or REST threshold, it will not only be meaningful to the ISO, it has to be meaningful to the end user. So people knows, oh, if REST metrics exceed the threshold, how does it impact me as a consumer? What kind of reactions they need to take to mitigate the risk? And then the fourth one is the metrics obviously have to be calculated by the ISO using the existing tools and the available data. We can think big, but if the tool and data doesn't exist to help us to do the calculation, maybe we can't do it right now. And then the next one is simple to interpret and understand. And then the next one is quite important, is the REST metrics need to facilitate a cost benefits analysis. Basically, when we determined the REST threshold, and we have to balance the trade-off between the cost of the action to reduce the potential energy shortfall versus the benefits of the reliability gains. And also the last one is for the REST threshold, it shouldn't need to be modified very frequently, right? We don't want to go through the whole stakeholder process every year to adjust our REST threshold as system resource and then development demand profile evolves. So these are sort of a list of considerations we have when we are developing the REST metric. Next slide, please. So in summary, as the New England system evolved and PEAT as a powerful tool for energy adequacy assessment, it enables us to assess energy shortfall risk during extreme weather events and compare it to the REST criteria. And then the REST reflect the regional risk tolerance with respect to energy shortfall during extreme weather conditions. And then, so our current thinking is, we think the seasonal REST assessment is appropriate. And also the REST metrics needs to balance the trade-off among various REST consideration. And then this is a still work in progress, and we are working closely with our stakeholder and try to determine a lot of specific details associated with the three components I mentioned earlier. And so that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zhao. Our first question.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm Don Kotchin with Industrial Info Resources. For REST, do you consider demand inputs and the variability of demand in that impact period?
So the question is, do we consider demand inputs, demand variability in REST as well as PEAT? The short answer is yes. So demand comes in the form of load forecast, depends on the weather difference. The loads can be different. Also, we model demand response program. So that's also considered as sort of part of strategies we can further reduce energy shortfall.
Chuan from Power Jam, very nice presentation and very intriguing topic. My question is this, what is the primary use of the PEAT and REST result? Is this mostly used for capacity market, or is it used for market system operation? And you also mentioned about 21-day time window, why you choose that 21-day time window. And also the second part of that is, you mentioned this is a supplement of the traditional reliability criteria. But for me, I think of it seems like it is provide a systematic way to determine what should be a reliability criteria is. We traditionally use a criteria, where those criteria is coming from. This seems to provide a systematic way to determine that. I'd like to get your comments.
Thank you for the questions. So maybe my question to your first and last one might be related. So for the rest, we're thinking it is a sort of reliability criteria for focus on the tail events, extreme events. So the difference between rest and then 1 in 10 is you can think of 1 in 10 is sort of the main sort of reliability criteria. And then we use capacity markets. So we trying to build a capacity to mitigate the risk associated with 1 in 10, right? And then, but for rest, right, because it focuses on the tail events, so it may not make a lot of economic sense. You keep building more capacity in order to mitigate a very rare tail events. So the thinking is maybe we should explore, for example, additional demand response program in the real time if those extreme events occur, or procure some long duration supply reserve to protect the system against the tail events. So that's sort of the main motivation of having a rest or having PEAT. PEAT is really a tool help us to evaluate whether we are in the position that we need to be worried about the tail events, right? And then rest is once we have a threshold, and if we exceed this tail events risk, then we need to take some actions to prevent systems, protect the system from the extreme events. And then, so for the other question about why we look at 21 day, so that's sort of a more combination of engineering and arts. So in New England, the cold winter snap we've experienced usually lasts for example, 10 days, at least in the studies we've seen. So 21 days sort of provide us long enough time duration that can cover the long duration cold snap. So you don't want to make it too short, that exactly to be a week. Then it doesn't give us a lot of room to simulate the initial conditions of the energy adequacy analysis. Okay, hope that answers your question.
All right. Thank you. Amber Motley from the California ISO. Great presentation. I wanted to expand a little bit on the gentleman previous's thoughts on the actions, right? So it sounds like the actions from the REST tool is going to be into the capacity market as well as informing maybe other outside resources. Can you expand further on how you're going to integrate those shortfalls into the capacity market or into further actions within that 2 to 4 month window? And then a second follow-up is, you see this as kind of like a midterm tool. Do you see any benefits in using this more in a short-term horizon as well, a 10 to 15 day horizon?
Okay, so I like to clarify for the first question. So we currently don't view REST will be integrated into the capacity market. So it's more a supplement for the capacity market. So you run the capacity market, which use 1 in 10 as its reliability criteria. And then the rest is more, there might be some risk is not fully covered, addressed by the 1 in 10 through the capacity market. Then we will look at the rest and see if we need to sort of be concerned about any tail risk. So for the second question is, the rest is more we thinking for the season. And then the second question is, do we think there's similar analysis needs to be done closer to the operational timeframe? And the question is, yes, we've been doing it in the past few years. So the sort of the origin of the 21 day of the PEAT is coming from a operational timeframe energy assessment. So in ISO New England, we run a 21 day energy assessment every 2 weeks. During the summer, during the winter months, depends on the situation, we may run it more frequently. So that really currently is serving as a situational awareness tool for us, for operators. So we look ahead 21 days in advance. And then so it's a sort of a similar tool as PEAT. And then if it indicates any energy shortfall risk, and then there's a bunch of operational procedure, OP21s, whatnot, that will trigger a set of response from us.
Sorry, all, that is the time that we have for questions, but thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you
Zhao.
very much.
All right, sorry to cut the questions short, but we only have the time that we have. Next up is going to be Dr. Mingguo, and they're presenting on the study of DER responses using transmission and distribution systems co-simulation.
Good morning. I'm going to deviate from the topic of modeling and analytics a little bit to talk about simulation and gaining visibility and insight into the operation of the distribution system from a transmission system operator's point of view. So the study of DR responses using transmission and distribution systems co-simulation. This project is a joint collaboration between the ISO New England, PNNL, National Grid, and Vermont Electric Power Company. Next slide, please. Yep, so just quickly go over the main motivating factors of our project. So we know that the DRs are continuing to increase, especially in the New England area. There are more and more rooftop solars or even facility scale solar installations around in the system. And we don't have very good computational models and tools to study their impact during our bulk power system operation and planning studies. And also in the current tools, DRs are represented as aggregate resources at the transmission level. Well, they're usually at the transmission distribution interface buses. So we don't have a very good way to calibrate the aggregate model parameters. Therefore, and there's no commercially available benchmark tools for doing that. So the T&D co-simulation can potentially help to meet the above needs. In the T&D co-simulation study, both transmission and distribution systems are modeled in detail, right? So and the modeling is established in the well-established commercial and open source software tools. In the area of modeling DR responses in the distribution system, recently there have been some very good critical progress made in the model development, especially in open source tools such as the GridLabD. I'll move on to the next slide. So I'll just quickly explain what's involved in the T&D co-simulation in the phaser domain. A lot of us are familiar with how to do simulation, like high resolution simulation with the electromagnetic transient modeling. And that would be a high fidelity, authentic simulation of DR responses. But the EMT simulation are faced with significant challenges in building large-scale models and be able to solve them in a timely manner. The T&D co-simulation is solved in the phaser domain or in the nominal frequency domain of the 60 hertz in North America. So it's essentially an electromechanical simulation. And both the transmission and distribution simulation are done with the existing off-the-shelf tools. And the way it's done is through running, for example, on the transmission side, we run the PSSE model. And on the distribution side, let's say we run the GridLabD model, full GridLabD model. And incrementally at each solution time step, we exchange data at the boundary buses The transmission model passes the positive sequence parameters, voltage down to the distribution model, and the distribution model solves with the positive sequence voltage and return the total power back to the transmission model. And we do this iteratively through the entire solution process. So with reasonably accurate solutions can be accomplished and be able to capture the dominant system response trajectory following a network event. Next slide, please. We essentially the model on the previous slide we talked about a data exchange platform. So we use the Helix co-simulation platform. You can essentially write your own Python program to facilitate the data iteration between transmission and distribution. But in working with PNNL, we use Helix, which stands for Hierarchical Engine for Large-Scale Infrastructure Co-Simulation. The benefit of this, it supports distributed computing, and it also allows large-scale modeling of the distribution system. Currently, it has been integrated with known commercial softwares such as PSLF, PSSE. On the distribution side, it can interact with open source tools such as the GridLabD, OpenDSS, and there's also plan to integrate with SIMDIST, which is a commercially available benchmarking tool for the distribution system planning. Next slide, please. I want to quickly talk about the co-simulation model framework set up at the ISO New England. So on the transmission system, we run a production grade Eastern Interconnection PSSE model used in the transmission planning. And this is a positive sequence steady state, or you can also do dynamic study. On the distribution side, we run the open source GridLabD model that represent the, currently we're solving some national grid feeders with very high DER penetration. So on the GridLabD model, a lot of us may be familiar with. It's a three-phase it's a three-phase model that runs either steady state or dynamic studies. Next slide, please. Just a slide to capture the co-simulation process. So we initially creates the PSSE and GridLabD agents. It's an agent-based platform, and then we initialize the PSSE and the GridLabD. We solve the first time step. I don't know if the font is big enough to see that. So the PSSE agent solves every 4 milliseconds. The time step for solving the PSSE is 4 milliseconds, for example. And then in order to solve the GridLabD, which has the dynamic DER model embedded, so the solution time step required is 1 millisecond. So in our iteration, we solve 4 iterations of the GridLabD and then communicate the results with the PSSE through the Helix platform, which does a 0MQ based message brokering system. We just keep going in that fashion until we run to the end of the solution time requirement. Next slide, please. Today I'm going to show a quick example of how we're doing one of the case studies using co-simulation to study DER write-through capability during transmission fault. So one of our outstanding planning need is to be able to estimate loss of power generation during a transmission network fault event. So with large bulk generators, you can do that through PSSE simulation. But then without visibility into the distribution system, you can only estimate on the ballpark. And the current model is using DERA model as an aggregate representation of DERs downstream downstream to the substation bus. So there's no good way of calibrating the DERA parameters. You can only do estimate. So the estimation is very rough. And the transmission planners constantly try to adjust their parameters to try to reflect what's on their mind what could potentially happen in the distribution system when there are transmission faults. There's no way to validate or benchmark. Next slide, please. The study I'm showing here is a symmetrical fault that is placed on the primary bus of a substation transformer. The fault critical fault clearing time is 0.18 seconds. And then during the fault, the feeder head voltage would fall down to about 0.45 per unit. This is in the PSSC simulation. Next slide, please. And on the distribution side, we have 3 feeders modeled in detail with the DER penetration of feeder 1. The DER penetration is about 90%. In feeder 2, the penetration is about 16%. And for feeder 3, the DER actually, the total amount of DER in operation is more than the load. So there's the power actually feeds back to the transmission network through the substation transformer. So the model, so we run the grid LFD model. All DERs are modeled as grid following inverters, and we use a dynamic averaging model. And the dynamic averaging model is implemented in the grid LFD. At the bottom of the slide, there's the paper that describes the model, and that model has been field tested, which has reasonable accuracy. And in the DER model, we try to mimic the IEEE 1547 standard with different thresholds of different voltage tripping threshold in cutoff times. Next slide, please. So as you can see on this slide, so for each of the figure, we have plotted the feeder head voltage, seen as the orange curve on the top. You can see that during the fault, it drops down to about 0.45 per unit. And there are the curves at the bottom of each figure. There are the real power exchange at the substation during the fault. And just by a rough look, you can see the amount of power exchange changes before, during, and after the fault, which reflect the DER's tripping in the distribution along the distribution feeders. Next slide, please. Here's a table summarizing the total amount of DR tripping for each feeder. You can see in the 3rd column or the 4th column of each table, the percentage values in red color reflect the amount of DR tripping. You can see that the feeder head voltage drops down to 0.4 second as most of DR's tripping threshold is 0.45 per unit. So most of them trip. But for feeder 3, you can see that on phase A, only about half of the DR is tripped, or a little bit over half of the DR is tripped. Let's go on to the next slide. Gain some insight. So these are sorted voltages along the feeder. So during the fault, you can see that for feeders 1 and 2, the sorted voltage, the highest voltage is below, it's below 0.45, so below the tripping threshold. So most of the DR is tripped on these feeders. But for feeder number 3, phase A, the voltage, you can see that the feeder voltages are significantly unbalanced because this is a highly penetrated, with high penetration of DRs on feeder 3. So the amount of DR generation is greater than the system load, than the distribution load. So you can see that that explains why some of the DRs did not trip for phase A, because their voltages is well above the tripping threshold. Next slide, please. A little bit of insight into how the DRs behaved during the fault. So we plotted these figures for each DR, and I'm picking 2 of them to show you the response characteristics. So you can see that for the first figure on the left, the DR voltage dropped below the tripping threshold, which is marked by the green line. And the voltage is below the threshold for the entire duration of the fault. Therefore, the DR tripped on time, 0.16 seconds. The red curve represents the DR current, fell to 0. And then for the DR on the right, which is a phase A DR, because there's so many DRs on the feeder, even though the feeder had voltages below the tripping threshold, all these grid following inverters, they somehow had interaction. So the terminal voltage for this particular DR dropped below the tripping threshold for a short duration and then recovered above the tripping threshold for the rest of the times. So that the DR remained online after the fault cleared. Next slide, please. So this is an example of a case study of how co-simulation can help us gain insight into the DR behavior, in the responses in the distribution system to help transmission planning to properly configure their study to reflect the behavior that they've observed. Just quick mentioning of the study of unbalanced fault. Because the PSSE is a positive sequence study tool, so it doesn't model unbalanced fault very well. And therefore, currently, we cannot do T&D co-simulation with unbalanced fault. And the behavior of unbalanced fault on the transmission network, its impact on the DRs in the distribution system is very complex. There's significant phase imbalance on the feeders, and also through the Y delta transformer, a single phase fault, let's say a bolted fault on a particular phase, can be significantly mitigated through a Y delta transformer. So there's voltage rise for that particular faulted phase, that the behavior is not quite what the transmission planner may expect. Next slide, please. Co-simulation, just kind of finish wrapping up. So co-simulation can address some of the urgent planning needs. So our current study, we don't have all the inverter parameters. So the ISO New England is actually currently so we don't have the DR parameters to conduct our simulation, but it helps us to gain insight as we continue to improve our model and the ability to work with our distribution companies to get these parameters. Hopefully, the simulation will more reflect the physical reality. And also, there are machine learning studies that can be done to identify features that will help us to tune the DERA model parameters. Move on to the next slide, please. Yeah. In conclusion, the T&D co-simulation is the appropriate tool for studying DER performance in transmission planning and operational scenarios. And large scale, like I mentioned earlier, we don't have all the parameters, but the ISO New England is currently working on a new planning procedure that will request these parameters as a part of the DER installation requirement. And the tool has the proper DER dynamic model implemented is the GridLabD currently. Okay, this is the only tool that has, but it's a open source research tool. We're hoping that with our research effort here, it'll be incorporated in other commercial tools like SIMDIST, so that we can use, if we're able to do co-simulation with PSSE and SIMDIST, it will gain the trust of our market participants, in these studies. Because right now we do it with the research tool, so it's not a bona fide a commercial tool that's accepted by the distribution planners. Yeah, I think that's the end of my presentation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hong.
Grant Run here from MIT. Really interesting talk. And I have a question about the grid forming and grid following, because you talk about that, but not talk too much. So, so what's the key message in your simulation that, what's the stability or performance of these two control? And in my opinion, because you are talking about force, so it's kind of large disturbance. In some way, when we talk about large disturbance, the grid forming will turn to grid following. So do you consider this kind of factor? Thank you.
Yeah, so if you have plenty of grid forming inverters, or if you are able to, right now the IEEE 1547 standard has some fault write-through requirements, voltage requirements on the DRs, but I don't think it explicitly say. Maybe the most recent standard has that, has about what you do during fault. But the simulation on feeder number 3, I don't know if you remember earlier, it has high penetration of DRs, and during fault, not all inverters tripped. It's an indication that if you have configured your DRs on your feeders, with some being grid forming inverters, it'll help to prevent DRs from tripping during fault. It has important voltage control capability. So that's something that needs to be studied, and proper standards needs to be established. Yeah.
Russ Philbrick. The national labs are very eager to encourage co-simulation approaches, but it's not clear to me that it's practical for many of the applications that we need. You mentioned, for example, EMT studies, but you don't. That didn't come up in your work here because probably it's not very practical to do that. How far are we away from being able to come up with maybe equivalent models that can be used to understand the distribution performance in the transmission system, rather than jumping immediately to assuming a co-simulation approach is the solution? I think it can be a useful aid in research, but I'm not sure it's the right answer for practical use.
Yeah, good question. So co-simulation is difficult. So for example, if you intend to use co-simulation to validate performance, you have field measurements collected and you want to run co-simulation to match up. There's a long way to go to that point. However, co-simulation has already helped us, helped our transmission planning to gain insight, the DR response behavior during fault. So for this project, we actually worked with our transmission planning engineers so that to help them understand how DRs would respond. For example, they assumed that the feeder voltage would fall 5% down the feeder, and they made the assumption that the DRs, depending on where they're located, and the progressive voltage fall, and they expected their tripping behavior. It's not quite the same. It also has to do with the level of penetration. So even with without being able to match up exactly with the field responses, it helps us to gain insight on the DR behavior. Number one. Number two, this is the only way you can.
The online people can only.
Yeah. This is the only way to understand and have visibility into the DR behavior, the co-simulation. Yeah. But I think EMT simulation has it's in the ISO in New England planning. It's a tool used by the ISO England planning engineers. EMT, hybrid, and co-simulation. And this particular study, I think the main obstacle is that the GridLab D is not a commercial software, so it really helped for research purpose. It helped us to have understanding and insight, but the parameters of the inverters are not really something that the distribution planners provide us with. So we really cannot say to our stakeholders that these parameters are what we're going to use in our PSSC planning study model, because it's done through the T&D co-simulation. I think it's getting there, but it's not quite. It's quite promising. Yeah.
It's an understanding question. So at the beginning, you said that there was two steps, and that between the two steps, the information exchange was done between PSSE and the on Grid Lab. So is it at the beginning of the fault, at the end of the fault clearing? So when is it in the simulation?
It's throughout the simulation, so you're.
Okay,
right.
so it's several times. Yeah, at each time
Each time
step,
step,
the
yeah.
information is exchanged.
Thank you. My question is that in terms of the direction for future, is it valuable to, because you talked about using Helix and also properly monitoring inverters, is it valuable to use real-time simulators like RTDS, Typhoon Hill, or hardware in the loop for the sake of like, transmission planning at all, or is there direction you see in that way?
Yeah, so you're talking about hardware in the loop, like using RTDS. I'm trying to think. I think the most we can. I don't know what the purpose is. So you can use you run this. The process can be slow and difficult. I think the most challenging part is developing the model, whether it be like software simulation or hardware in the loop. You have to put the model together. So the benefit of like using RTDS, maybe you're able to solve faster. If you do co-simulations, it solves quickly. And then what other benefits can you think of? Yeah, maybe a more accurate dynamic model. Yeah, certainly. Down the road, if you see justification for doing that, but it's more costly to do that. Yeah, and without the hardware in the loop computers and the platform, you can still run co-simulation. With software, just software itself.
My name is Felix from Great Insights. My question is, I really want to touch on your point on the biggest challenge is actually model development. At the transmission level, there's a lot of effort trying to let's get the same format, let's get a better model so everybody can study that. But for DER, typically they're really small. It's a much smaller project. The investment is much smaller. Sometimes people cannot afford to hire a consulting firm, develop a full, model. So what's your comments on that? Is there any, future direction, like let's say ISO working with the manufacturer to develop some pre-used model? I think this is happening in Australia. Is there anything, like that can happen? Thank you.
Yeah, so the challenge with modeling is on the distribution side. So we don't have the most accurate network model for the distribution system. We don't have the DR, the inverter parameters, and but we're heading in that direction. Where we are right now is that we can run the co-simulation to gain insight into the response characteristics of the DRs, but we weren't able to exactly match up with field measurements. We can explain scenarios, but we're not quite. But if we have the parameters, then we have some hope. Much like the fault dynamic simulation software today for transmission system, there's a pretty good match with field measurements and the actual simulation. So with the ability to get those parameters and also be able to model the DR features in the DR dynamic model, we can get real close. Yeah. I don't know if that.
Just want to, follow up on that. So do you think that the futures, we need a attribute standard? We need some effort from the NERC level or to put out the requirement, every single DR provider, you need to following this kind of format or APC?
I personally hope that is what's going to happen, but you're not the first person who want this. We wanted this from the manufacturers and the vendors. Want them to show us what's inside, show us what parameters you use. They don't. So so if someone can do that, say, well, that's a requirement from NERC or there's IEEE standard that you have to show all the parameters. So we did. The ISO in England did ask them to as a requirement for interconnection. You have to provide your location and some of the parameters that they can show, but not all the parameters they would be willing to share with us. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Another thank you to Dr. Han. Lastly, we have a presentation from Matthew Musto about optimizing energy and reserve schedules for post-contingency scenarios, a security-constrained unit commitment approach. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to just start, or we'd like to start and thank the FERC and Alexander and Monica and the rest of the staff for having us here. This conference is always something that we look forward to every year. First slide, please. Presentation up? Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, perfect. Okay, so today, so this is, we affectionately call it dynamic reserves as this project, and we've been here a number of years on this. So what we're going to talk about today, first part is a little bit about the project history and how we got to where we are. Then we're going to go over a little bit of a high-level summary and then hand it over to Kanchan to go over the specific implementation with some of the details, as this is a technical conference. And then we'll have time for Q&A. This slide deck, normally when we give it, is about an hour and a half, 2 hours. So we moved a lot of the material into the appendices. So for those that are deeply curious, the slide deck's available and you can go there and find the full details. Okay. Next slide, please. And again. So just to kind of level set here, this is the overview of the New York control areas relates to our reserve requirements today. So we have static reserve requirements today, and it's from the balancing area all the way down these nested reserve areas, all the way down into New York City, Zone J, which in New York, you know, we have a pretty, it's a highly constrained transmission system. We have 15,000+ megawatts of load in a very small geographic area on an island. So as you can imagine, it's a challenging operating environment with a lot of transmission lines sharing right of ways. So we have, a series of offline studies, MPCC, New York State Reliability Council, and others that have worked over the years to develop these static requirements. Next slide, please. But the static requirements need to change. And the reason that we need to change this is going back several years, New York is leading, New York, California are really kind of the two states that are leading the charge from a renewable perspective. And we have a pretty stringent law in New York State, the CLCPA, which is mandating 70% renewables by 2030 and 100% zero emission by 2040. And there's a lot of transmission build out coming. There's a lot of offshore wind being built. And when we look at that, we know that our existing static reserve requirements are going to have to fundamentally change. So we did a study in 2021, and it became apparent that based on what we expect to build out in the transmission makeup, the reserve requirements would have to, if you only get to pick one number, it has to be a very large number. And it was not going to be incredibly efficient from a market perspective. So this has been a key priority for the NYISO for a number of years now. And we furthered up that 2021 initiative in 2022 with a market design concept that started looking at being able to optimize the amount of reserves based on your transmission usage and what the generator output is at the time. Next slide, please. So last year, when we were here, we had presented a pipe and bubble model that really kept the existing reserve areas as they were, the NICA, the East, Southeastern New York City, Long Island, intact. And we did most of those are closed interface. So we did a pipe and bubble load minus gen and determine what the net energy transmission requirements would be. And what we found, we worked on the market design. We learned a lot from that, especially on the pricing and the trade-offs between energy and reserves. But what we really found was in order to maintain reliability, there had to be a tremendous amount of offline studies done in order to determine, based on your current topology. And then because you're still approximating, safety factors get in. It was not all that much better than existing static requirements in order to make that happen. And the way that we test that is, in real time, the operation is you need to maintain system reliability, transmission base case to normal N-1 to emergency limits. And when you go and test that, it was clear to us that the pipe and bubble model was not going to be able to do it without a tremendous amount of overhead. So we pushed forward with what we're going to present today, which is a nodal market. Next slide, please. And again. So when you think about existing, day ahead real-time energy scheduling, we will secure to normal operating criteria. So at a very high level, it's base case to normal. So your current topology, you're going to solve, where your generators and shift factors are going to maintain a normal operating limit for your transmission lines. And then you're going to look at a post-contingency scenarios, typically N-1, and you have to be under an LTE. So you're going to look at that post-contingency and the shift factors associated with that. Based upon your power flow analysis, real-time power flow analysis, and pre-position your energy schedule such that you don't violate post-contingency limits. With the nodal reserve market, what we're proposing is extending those traditional energy reserve constraints to model more severe, either N-2 or N-1 to lower operating limits, and include reserves in there. So you'll still secure to energy as you do today, but we will model the more severe post-contingency scenarios and determine whether or not, let the optimization decide if it's best to solve using energy in pre-position or to buy reserve insurance in order to make sure that you can meet your post-contingency reliability. One of the things that this opens up, and one of kind of the key market features is, today we operate certain elements, underground 345 lines coming into New York City above their LTE in a post-contingency scenario. We call it MTE. It's a value, somewhat above LTE. And we're only able to do that because you have post-contingency 15 minutes to get down to LTE. We, Con Ed will hold units in reserve specifically that would be able to meet that LTE, using 10-minute fast start units. We can now, with this market design and this implementation, model that and send the appropriate pricing signals and scheduling and determine what the, is it best to precondition the system or buy reserves. Next slide, please. And, kind of as a follow-up to that, those energy providers that today, are there and are providing reserves aren't necessarily because you have a zonal market, they don't get the market incentive and we're not sending the right pricing signals. It's just not as discrete a pricing signal. So with dynamic reserves, we're introducing a new concept, locational marginal operating reserve price, which is, very much akin to the way we would do LBMP or LMP today, using the same shift factors from the post-contingency. So that would show up, and that is ultimately the reserve price, as well as all of these constraints can be solved by energy as well. So it's not just reserves, the energy value to be able to solve this rather than reserve solving it. These constraints and shadow costs would also show up in the LMP. Next slide, please. So where have we come? So with Kazor's team and Edward at Hitachi Energy, along with folks at the NISO, we have implemented this, extended our existing transmission constraints and implemented it in our production software such that we have been able to start running cases, defining these secured facilities and the post-contingency scenarios, and develop the shift factors and feed it into the optimization in order to get schedules and look at the pricing and the outcomes. And we're going to discuss some of those here in a moment. Next slide, please. So just a couple of high-level key features. Those with asterisks are kind of not in this presentation, but the market design is securing largest source contingency in the balancing area. We're identifying and securing transmission elements that make up key interfaces across the NICA. We're modeling these post-contingency requirements and ensure transmission flows are inclusive of energy and reserves are satisfying the relevant reliability criteria. This is a unified model across day ahead and real time, using individual shift factors and providing both dispatch and pricing signals appropriately. And we're also one feature that's not in here, but it's a pretty cool feature we believe is using operating reserves to using the day ahead load forecast, additional operating reserves and that pricing signal in the day ahead. And then lastly, establish export limitations. So we have specifically Long Island in New York State doesn't have the ability to transmit power off the island. So reserves that we're procuring there, we need to make sure that with an export constraint that they're not being, counted elsewhere where they really actually couldn't be delivered.
Somebody must have muted it, somebody didn't mute us.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Are we good, Robin Levon? Yes, we're good. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Kanchan, sorry.
My name is Kanchan Upadhyay. I work with Matt at New York ISO as well. First of all, thanks for the opportunity to the FERC for letting us share our work with here. So I will go more over some of the detailed implementation of this prototype in our production code. Next slide, please. I don't see the slides anymore.
Rob, we lost the slides in the room. Can you get those back up? Sorry, everyone. Thank you.
I see the slides now. Can you go to the next slide, please? All right, so I'll be sharing, as I said, some of the generic formulations that describe the implementation of this prototype in the New York production code, New York ISO's production code. Next slide, please. So this slide just lists like what the variables and parameters that we have used in the prototype at a high level. So what are we solving for? Our key variables are what is the energy and reserve schedule for resources I, and then we are also solving for load schedules at bus J. And the key parameters are unit level parameters, which includes the energy and reserve bits for generator, includes their upper operating limit, and also includes what are the limits for different transmission constraint and the new reserve constraint that we will be introducing later. And then the shift factor, which represent like what is the impact of resource I over the flow on a transmission constraint. I'm calling it TC if you inject power at that bus and withdraw power at the reference bus. So there are like shift factor limits, your unit level constraints, and those will be the key parameters for the model. Next slide, please. So at a high level, the objective function is minimizing the cost of procuring energy and reserves, and the subject to the usual constraint, the power balance constraint, generation equals demand. The unit capacity constraint, the sum of schedules cannot exceed the UOL of the unit. And then there are transmission constraint. These all exist today. And what we are doing in transmission constraint is we are securing for base case flow, which means under the base case topology, my flow cannot exceed the continuous operating limit of the line. And then the next is the contingency case constraint, which is ensuring that the flow on a line cannot exceed the emergency limit under different contingency scenarios. Next slide, please. So the dynamic reserve constraint, here I'll be covering the locational constraint. I just want to remind the audiences that we have a system level reserve constraint as well at the New York control area level, where we are procuring enough reserve to secure for the loss of largest two generators. And then at the locational level, we have the dynamic reserve constraint, which are modeled similar to the transmission constraint model today. And what they are ensuring is transmission security and using reserves under different contingency scenarios. And the modeling of these constraints closely reflect the reliability criteria that are in place today that govern how the different reserves are distributed within the New York control area in the static requirement state today. We are calling it dynamic reserve transmission constraint or DRTCs. The reliability criteria is that we have different products. We have 10-minute products, we have 30-minute product. With the 10-minute product, what we are ensuring is that for the loss of one element, it can be a transmission element or a generation element, we should be able to bring the flow over whatever secured facilities we have for reserve below their long-term emergency limits. And the 30-minute reliability criteria is to prepare the system for the next contingency. After one contingency has happened, I should still be able to operate the system under normal operating criteria, which means I should still be able to ensure that my base case flow under the new topology is under the continuous operating limits of the model facility, and also under different contingency scenarios, I can still be below LTE. So I have two formulations here. Just one is loss of transmission element, how that formulation would look like. So basically what it's saying is whatever the first two terms in here are the flow, the shift factors times the generation minus the shift factor times the load, which is calculating what is the flow on the line. And the next term is what is the flow corresponding to, if you consider dispatch of these reserves that we have procured, how much flow would that contribute to on that element that we are securing? And we have to, combining those two, they should be below the limit, right? So that is the loss of generation element, loss of transmission element. This is a different topology for the loss of generation element. You have the base case topology, you have not lost a line, but what happens if you remove a generator, right? Like if you remove a specific generator, how much additional flow it's going to create on the model line, and how do you secure, like how much reserve you need to bring that flow down to their applicable limit. And then just consider these constraints will have a shadow price, and we'll see in the subsequent slide how they factor into like your LBMPs, energy prices, and also your reserve prices. Can you get to the next slide, please? So as you see with the formulation, now there are the reserve constraints that impact the energy schedules as well. So now the energy prices would be impacted by your power balance constraint, your transmission constraint as it happens today, but also now the reserve constraint. And the generic formulation would look very similar to how it looks today. So there is system lambda, which is the first element over there. The second element is today's transmission constraint, and the third element will be these new constraints, which look very similar to shift factors times the shadow price of these constraints. Just one minute thing to consider here is if it's a loss of generation constraint, then the generator that is out is not going to get the shadow price of the applicable constraint because it is the generator that is causing that constraint. So this LBMP formulation for generator and for the load bus, it's same. Like you have to add like all of the constraint shadow prices that impact a constraint. Then next slide, please. So now discussing a little bit on the nodal reserve price formation. So today in the static world, we have, as Matt was showing the graph, right, how we have like NICA, New York control area, then we have different reserve areas that are nested within NICA. The clearing prices that the generator get depends on which reserve area they belong to. So if they belong to New York City reserve area, then they are going to get priced the New York City clearing price. But with this design, because we are modeling each generator, contribution from each generator and taking into account their shift factor, that calls for having a nodal price at the generator bus. And we are calling this locational marginal operating reserve price, or LMORP. The LMORP will comprise of, we are calling it system marginal operating reserve price for NICA. So NICA is like a control area, right? So all of the reserve, wherever you buy it, can count towards NICA requirements. So that there's a price for NICA that every generator, every reserve provider will get. And there are nodal reserve constraint shadow prices. And the amount of the amount of payment you get from these nodal reserve constraint depends on how effective you are for solving them, which is measured using the shift factors. And then again, the price calculated, there are different products as well. So the price for each product also include the cascading is inherent in LMOD calculation. What I mean by that is suppose there is a 10 spin, a unit is providing 10 spin reserve. Now this unit with 10 spin, it can solve all the 10 spin constraint, can solve the 10 total constraint, can solve the 30 total constraint. So it will get the shadow price of everything, but 10 total will get the shadow price of only 10 total and 30 total. So when we calculate the prices, this kind of cascading will be inherent in the LMOD calculations. Next slide, please. And this slide just illustrates how the what I just said, like how the 10 spin LMOD will include everything, whereas the 10 total and 30 total will be different depending on which constraint they can help. Next slide, please. So now with this prototype implemented in our production code, now we have been testing it and analyzing the outcomes. And we have some insights that we wanted to share from a day-ahead market case that we ran with this prototype in place and compare some of those against our production code, which is the existing case with the current code. So these are the results for a winter 2024 day. And what I'm comparing is just how much reserve we procured in the production versus dynamic reserve case. The blue bars are the production procurement, and you would see they are fairly, they're static, right? Because, and this is NICA level, our reserve requirement, static reserve requirement today is 2620, so you'll procure just 2620 throughout 24 hours. In the dynamic reserve case, you would see some variation, which reflect what the system conditions are. So suppose your largest two units only add up to 2,400 megawatts. So you'll just procure 2,400, you'll not procure 2,620. So that's why you'll see those variation. And I'll just point out to hour 5 where we procure more than 2,620. And the reason was not that we had like more generation than 2,620. The reason was what Matt alluded to during his presentation, that we are also securing forecast load within the reserve requirements. So our formulation at the New York control area level is your largest two generator plus your difference between the forecast load and the schedule load so that you are prepared. You're preparing the system for the next day when actual load materializes. So that's why our 5, you'll see like around 500 megawatt or so of that component with making the requirement higher than the production day. Next slide, please. Yeah, sure. Then this slide shows the reserve procured in New York City across, and I'll just focus on 2 hours. And I just wanted to show like how the reserve requirement reflect a balance between economic efficiency and reliability needs. So there may be some hours with the static requirement today where we are procuring more, we should be procuring less because we don't need that much reserve, but there are certain hours where we can see that we are procuring less, but we should be procuring more. But using this approach, we are able to better account for the system reliability and procure the more appropriate amount. So I'll just focus on hour 0 and hour 4 here. So in the production case, you'll see the blue bars again, 1,000 megawatt, that is the 30-minute requirement for New York City today. With the dynamic reserve case, you'll see, okay, in hour 0, you procured less than this requirement, hour 4, you procured more. And why was that? Because in hour 0, for the facility that is secured for reserve, you needed a relief of 644 megawatts. But the reserve shift factor was 1 of all resources. So you'll procure like close to 644 megawatt. But at hour 4, again, the same facility was limiting, but you needed less relief, but the shift factor for the topology were lower. So you need close to like you need more than hour 0 because of the shift factor, average shift factor of 0.6. So it just accounts for these kind of variations when it's determining how much reserve you procured in a particular area and what resources you choose. Next slide, please. I'll go over this quickly. So this is just, again, the same case, hour 14, and we saw in this case, again, a line is binding for loss of one generation and one line. And then we saw a shift. The bars here represent the difference between the schedule of reserves across different generators. So the x-axis is generators and how their schedule changed between the production case and the dynamic reserve case. And I just grouped them by how much sensitivity factor or shift factor they have for the constraint that was binding. So you would see like a shift in the reserve procurement across resources that have higher sensitivity factor for the binding constraint compared to the other generators that were not that effective. Next slide, please. So I believe this is the last result. So this is just demonstrating how the clearing prices would also be based on the effectiveness in resolving reserve constraint. Again, same case, hour 20. You have the New York control area reserve requirement that is binding, and there is a New York City requirement that is binding. And you would see that because the New York City generators can solve both constraints, right? The New York control area constraint and the New York City constraint, they will have a higher LMORP compared to the rest of state generator that can only solve the New York control area reserve constraint. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the last slide. So, so this just demonstrates our work under progress on this project. So we are continue to testing the prototype testing historical days to understand the pricing and scheduling implication. We share with you LBMP and LMOR formulation. We have work ahead of us to do more rigorous validation of the results to make sure of the pricing and scheduling outcomes, and also investigate some of the other aspects which we are not able to cover today, but they are in the appendix, like the export constraint and how those will impact the energy and reserve prices. That was all. Thank you so much. Ready for questions?
Thank you, Kanchan and Matthew. And I'm gonna start back there.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing this. So I basically have two questions. So the first question is that, technically, we can always design this product to get this like locational marginal, because we have network constraints. So mathematically, you can design the product, every product, like reserve everything like that. But actually, we don't do that. So I was curious, like, what's the primary barrier to do that? And for example, is it too complicated for the market participant to understand the rule, because we already, for the energy system, we have this location LMP, and if in the reserve part, we also have this nodal reserve signal. Is it too complicated to understand both of them? And also the second question is that, do you see there's some like, I don't know, like a correlation between the LMP and the LMOR signal? I mean, is it really kind of linear correlated, or I just want to know about your findings? Yes.
Sure. I'll start with the first question. So I think the LMORP, that is really we really feel good about it because it compensates the resources based on their effectiveness towards the constraint. And that was something that we have noticed in our MMU recommendation as well. Like today we procure reserves we operate New York City lines, say, above their LD rating, right? So that because we know that there are reserves that we can activate to bring them down. But we are not actually compensating those reserve providers. They are providing a critical service, but they are not getting compensated for the contribution they have. So I think this kind of construct takes care of that thing, that if the resources are able to help a constraint, they will be paid higher compared to resources that are not able to help that constraint. So I think, I think that this was like key across MMU recommendation for many of our, like for multiple years. Yeah, stakeholders. Yeah, and I think our stakeholders were receptive of it. But I understand your complexity argument. I think, I mean, conceptually, it's not too complicated because if you think like it is model based on an existing construct that already exists, it is new. So it will take some time for people to absorb it. And like when they look at their payments or things like that, it will take some time to get used to it. But I think conceptually, I don't see it to be too complicated. What was your second question? Sorry. Kind of, because both of them depends on the shift factor and the shadow prices. We have seen them to be correlated in the sense like if the generator is in an area where it is like where it can help a congestion, so then it will have higher LMP and LMORP both. Thanks.
Thank you. Great presentation. I'm Jiye from ISO New England. I have two questions. So first, are you using the LMORP to reflect the deliverability of the reserve, especially in local area? And second, in your simulation, do you observe that this dynamic reserve product is more meaningful for the highly congested area? For example, if I have a system, but I have a lot of transmission capabilities, and then probably the constraint won't bind, you will have a uniform or zero reserve deliverability price. Thank you.
Right, so going to the first question, which was, sorry, I'm blanking. I'll go to the second first. So I think the second question was if you have a lot of transmission and the constraints are not binding. Yeah, we have seen that during cases where there will be certain hours where you won't see the constraints binding and you would see more uniform shadow prices. So LMORP will be like similar uniform and it will be equal to the NICA, the control. So you won't have zero prices because you still have the NICA constraint, the balancing area level constraint, which will have some non-zero shadow prices in such scenario. But you're right, and we have seen cases where the locational constraints were not binding and like we end up with like similar and more for different generators. Oh, yes. So the first question was the deliverability on prices. So this is an active work under progress still. So we have export constraint for one of our existing reserve areas, the Long Island, where, as Matt mentioned, we cannot get power out of Long Island. So that is something we are modeling. And we think it will have some impact on the reserve prices, but that is something that we're still working on that.
Unfortunately, guys, if you have more questions, you can always find them at the break.
Thank you.
Another round of applause. So we just have a couple quick announcements before we send you guys off to lunch. First of all, thank you to all of our presenters that did our first session here. Next, as Alex said, there are lots of places in the area to go get food, so please enjoy yourselves and take this time to relax. Also, there will be a happy hour after the conference, and that's going to be at Red Bear Brewing Company, and it's up the street on M. It's about a 10-minute walk, so if you brought your walking shoes. But they have mocktails and food, so if you don't drink, there's still things for you to do. And you can come out and hang out and talk to some people. But thank you so much and hope you enjoy the break. We'll reassemble at 12:30. Thank you.
All right, thank you for coming to our session T2. We're very pleased to welcome everyone back. Just a quick reminder on two things. One is ex parte matters. Please, we love to discuss market design and software design, but please refrain from speaking on features or merits of any proposals that are currently pending before the commission. I know a lot of you already know about this, but just wanted to issue that reminder. And then second, if you're a virtual participant, please enter any questions you have into the Q&A feature in Zoom webinar. And if you have any trouble with that, please reach out to one of our members of the conference team via email. Thank you. So our first presenter for session T2 will be John Meyer of the New York ISO. John will be presenting on optimizing locational minimum installed capacity requirements. John.
Thanks. Hello, my name is John Meyer. Thank you all for the pleasure to present here today. Slides? Okay. My colleague Sushant Varghese, unfortunately wasn't able to make it, but he has provided, some very big contributions to this work. So let that be known. Next slide.
Next slide.
Okay. First, a little bit about the New York ISO, just some numbers. We're about 600 strong, over 700 generation units, one of many ISOs in North America. Our peak load in the summertime is a whopping about 300 gigawatts. I'm sorry, 30 rather. 11,000 circuit miles of transmission managed and monitored. Right, next slide. So I'm going to talk about today, the long name of the title really sums up to what we call LCRs, or local capacity requirements, and optimization of those for our capacity market. So I'll talk a little bit about kind of what that is, how that plays into our capacity market, the problem we're trying to solve, and then into the optimization itself. I could talk about the formulation isn't too complicated, about the objective and constraints involved, the costs involved, and then the solver method, which is somewhat unique, and then the present status of that project in our development and testing, and I'll take questions. Next. So first, a little bit about the background on this. Next slide, please. So in 2019, we started utilizing what we call the LCR optimizer. It's an economic optimization to establish what we call locational minimum installed capacity requirements, LCRs for short, for the capacity zones in the state. That's New York City, Zone J, Long Island, Zone K, and the Jinye locality, which is kind of New York City up through the Hudson Valley area. And it's designed to produce least cost LCRs while maintaining the New York State Reliability Council approved final installed reserve margin. So it's basically you have a installed reserve margin, which is how much installed capacity you have to have throughout the state. It's a percentage relative to the coincident peak load in the state. And then these LCRs kind of set the zones within the state relative to their non-coincident load value. The ongoing project is reevaluating the underlying algorithm to identify potential enhancement and promote the competitive supply of capacity, improve the stability and transparency of the LCRs. Next slide. So LCR optimization for each capability year. Each year, I believe it begins in May, LCRs are set for the New York City, Long Island, and GG locality. And they stick throughout the year. And feed into our capacity markets. They're representative of the amount of installed capacity must be sourced from supply electrically located within that certain zone. So within, geographically within zone J, K, G through J, or rest of the state, expresses a fractional amount of that percentage of zones, non-coincident peak load. In the lower left, it's kind of hard to see, but it's a little excerpt from our ICAP automated market system showing some representative values from 2021. Next slide. So LCRs in RM tie, as I said, the market signals back to resource adequacy requirements and the 1 day in 10 years loss of low expectation reliability metric. These final LCRs are used in capacity market as a minimum requirement value for locality installed capacity demand curves. So in NISO's markets, you have a capacity market that's basically on a series of auctions that ends up in a spot auction basically monthly, wherein you have a demand curve that sets the clearing price. So the reference point noted in here is what the LCRs would set for G, or rather JK and G to J. Slide. So the currently existing version in production looks like this at a high level, formulation on the right-hand side. And this begins with, there's this annual IRM study, installed reserve margin. This is completed with the New York State Reliability Council to set the percentage of installed capacity you want throughout the whole state. We start with that and then figure out how capacity is allocated to the locality. So that's done with this optimization where the IRM is held constant. LCRs highlighted in green here, these quantities, quantity J, quantity K, quantity G, optimize using minimum cost to procure capacity subject to the IRM. Also subject to these transmission security limit floor values that are applied currently as a lower bound on the LCR values. The LCR values are essentially decision variables in this problem. The TSL floors are applied as inequality constraints to kind of push up when needed those LCR values. And of course, the target LLE, so the target loss of load expectation on a per year basis is essentially 0.1. Loss of load no more than events no more 0.1 days per year. So it's taken the 1 in 10 years to 0.1 1 year. And it could end up being lower as determined by the IRM process. You could have an IRM that's, we might round it up a little bit. It's a part of the Reliability Council process. And as part of that, it would push down the LLE a little bit for the target. Next slide. And in this current vision, the costs are what we call net cone or net cost of new entry. So it's basically how we calibrate the dollar value of capacity in the capacity market. Is you have an agreed to reference unit, and in the demand curve reset process that occurs every 4 years, you agree upon what that unit is, and there's research done by engineering and economic consultants to figure out what that means in terms of what needs to be made whole, what needs to be built and to operate, considering what it could probably get from energy and ancillary service revenues. So in the formulation, the way this is laid out in the objective function at the top, you have the red boxes are the quantity, which are essentially the LCR in this case, and a level of excess adder. The level of excess adder is just a static value that's essentially the size of the reference unit as it would exist in that particular zone. So imagine that's just a constant there, parameter. And then the costs are the marginal price of some quantity with the level of excess adder in that particular zone. So you can think of it as there's like a lookup, right? And then you would price all the megawatts in that zone at that same marginal price. Next slide. So the scope of the project, last year, we completed identification of the potential enhancements. This is part of our formal market design process to, the larger goal here is to come up with a way to roll up costs and the objectives such as competitive supply. So it's like a production or investment cost minimization rather than a procurement cost minimization, as well look at what we can do in terms of the stability of the application. And we did come up with basically a high level formulation changes we knew we wanted to make to the optimizer and through our stakeholder process. And then this year and potentially continuing into next year, we're going to continue with the development of those enhancements in software and testing that and making sure that's what we need to go forward. So two major focuses originally with the project were to review the format of the cost curves that are used in the LCR optimizer and the appropriateness of the objective function. Also, in this year, mostly we're investigating the appropriateness of the solver method, which is quite unique, and sensitivity of the algorithm to input uncertainty and the performance, given realistic scenarios historically and potential future conditions. Next slide. So first a little bit about the objective function formulation as we would change this. Going from a procurement to an investment cost roll-up of the objective. So if you can imagine one specific zone, I think it maybe zone K illustratively is shown here. On the top in the blue, it's kind of rolling up the marginal cost for that quantity all across every megawatt. And then the bottom is more of like a production cost minimization, or we call investment cost minimization, where each megawatt is priced at what its marginal price was for that increment. So we're essentially integrating the area under the curve as opposed to using the complete area at that marginal cost. So the procurement costs, the current methodology, every megawatt capacity price like the last megawatt. Cost from a single buyer perspective, in this case, is minimize potential substitution of the competitive product with another minimized cost of buyer. So the objective is to, in the previous version, is to minimize cost to the procurement or the NISO, in that case, a single buyer. Whereas with investment costs, where we'd like to go with this, supply is competitive, and it's really about the total cost of supply as it rolls up. So two things we think this is more appropriate for. It's better to consider or to create a condition where we consider the equilibrated marginal investment cost that meets the reliability metrics. So we have, you can imagine a equal marginal dollars per increment of reliability increment. And it can improve the solvability to find the global minimum consistently. Next slide. So look at this in a little bit different way from the perspective of what does it mean in terms of the marginal costs. In the way that we roll up the objective today, we're basically looking at the left-hand side of the graphs where you're taking the entire area and take the partial of that. You have a marginal cost curve that can create multiple conditions at the same cost and these sort of pockets that lie in there. In reality, since we have a constraint on loss of load expectation, it looks a little bit different in that the marginal reliability increment is involved, but it's essentially the same idea. On the right-hand side, if we're integrating the area under the curve of net cone, it will come out the marginal cost to the same curve. That's what we want. Okay, next slide. Then as implemented, look like this. So at least for the objective function, on the top is the objective function as exists today. We have the quantity plus the level of excess adder multiplied by essentially the lookup of that quantity, that marginal cost applied to all megawatts for each zone. You can see then the first and the second term are relatively simple for zone J and zone K. And the third and fourth terms are actually GHI and we call rest of state, which is effectively zones A through F. So it's basically, these are nested zones within G to J within the complete NICA. Going to on the bottom, where we're integrating the cost curve for each of these zones. We're treating this a little bit different. We're saying, well, we want to equilibrate the marginal cost reliability increment across the state. So we're going to look at the unoverlapped or unnested areas of the state. So that's J, K, GHI, and A through F for rest of state separately, so that we can have, when unconstrained, an equal cost across. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is a little bit different in that previously our optimizers had the LCR values that are then used in business processes come directly from the decision variables of the optimization. But now instead, we're going to have a decision variable to define a quantity in each of the unoverlapped or unnested zones. So that changes the problem from 3 decision variables to 4, but it's necessary in order to make sure that we can equilibrate that marginal cost for liability increment. So you'll see now, instead of Q sub J, K, and G to J, and NICA, you'll have Q sub J, K, GHI, and rest of state that need to be used all to determine what the LCRs are. But the business processes and objective of the development was to make sure that the business processes didn't have to change, that we could kind of interject this make it purely just a formulaic change and allow the business processes to be the same, to affect those. Next slide. So that was the objective, and then the constraints need to be a little bit different. So, well, firstly, some associations, the associations of the LCR values used in the business processes and ultimately in the capacity market, the LCR sub J, K, and G to J. The Q sub J directly maps, so does K. But for G to J, we're using some quantity of the unoverlapped zones of GHI and J because it's one of the nested zones. In addition to, as far as constraints go, the LLE constraint, which is you need to be less than equal to target. These additional constraints now apply. The quantity J needs to be greater than the transmission security limit for J, and the same for K. That's really unchanged. But now we need to create an explicit constraint for the sum of GHI and J to be greater than the transmission security limit for G to J, and we need to have an equality constraint for RM. So, so what that means is, higher level. The objectives of the optimization, given a target LE, you need to be less than equal to that. You need to come up with the same RM because the RM is produced from a preceding study that you're then using. And then we have these transmission security limit floors that can act as, in some cases lower bounds and others explicit constraints that can push up the quantities in those zones to accommodate that. Next slide. A little bit about the cost inputs, which need to be in a little bit different format. We're revising these net cone curves a little bit. Again, the objective was to try and stay within the existing business processes as much as we can. So these net cone curves come from our demand curve reset process every 4 years. They're updated annually. But we need to change the format just a little bit to work within this new problem formulation. Specifically, this is talking about the level of excess adder, which I said was kind of it's just a parameter representative of the size of the reference unit in that particular zone. In this case, the net cone curves, the level of excess adder is kind of baked into, if you will, the cost curve. So it's, it's shown here in the objective function, the previous one, but it's actually just implied. It does not actually exist in execution of the application. So next slide, please. So what we need to do, because our objective function is formulated such that we cannot express the level of excess adder in both the dimensions of quantity and cost, we need to have it not be a part or not baked into that curve such that we can just add it manually thereafter, which is not too big of a deal. You could take existing net cone curves and modify them to work for the new objective function. It's just a technicality of how the objective function changed. Right. Okay. So also the net cone curves, in addition to the treatment of the level of excess adder, so I said instead of being implied, now it will be explicit. The shape of the net cone curves all the way down to 0 matters now. Previously, the cost is just applied the marginal cost for all megawatts. So it doesn't really matter what's happening in the earlier part of the curve, but now it does matter because we're doing a production or investment cost roll up. So the shape of those curves matters, but we don't know them yet as part of our typical demand curve reset process. So our demand curve reset process, this is determined by a couple of steps. We do some GMAP studies to determine what the LVMPs are going to be, or essentially the behavior of them. And then we use that as an adjustment to historic LVMPs. And then we run that through a model that determines energy and ancillary service revenues for the reference unit. And with all that, you get the net cone. And what does that mean? The gross cone is like all the costs that you need to build and operate the unit completely. And the net is net the revenues you would get for energy and ancillary services. So the net is what you need essentially to make the reference unit viable, right, in the particular zone. So we need to define what that looks like at lower amounts of installed capacity. So you can look at that as like lower lower concentrations of capacity within that locality, which may not always be, may not be realistic, but is important for the calculation. When unconstrained, it could consider that. So we're going to add in some additional points to the demand curve reset process to try and see what this curve looks like at, instead of the typical -6 to +6 L of the level excess condition that we do today. We're going to add some additional points to kind of draw that curve down. It may look something like that. Next slide. Okay, thank you. So then, now we have a formulaically new objective and some new constraints we want to test out. We want some net cone curves to, some cost curves to apply to this. So this is kind of the process taken to adjust those, to use historical curves, because we need to wait for the next demand curve reset process, which is occurring now, to get that full definition of the curves to see for real what's going on. So in order to convert previously used net cone curves to this new form that we need, we reincorporate the level excess adder. We convert this to, instead of terms of LCR to megawatts, that's done to make the program a little bit easier. We reformat for the unnested capacity regions. So instead of JK, G to J, and NICA, it's now rest of state G, J, and K. And we add those additional points based upon a second order character that we imply from the existing points. And again, it's still trying to keep within the same business processes and much of the code that will do linear interpolation of these curves. So, as far as the input goes, we're trying to keep that mostly the same. Slide. Next slide. So quickly, the solver method. So the solver is itself is a derivative-free optimization method called COBOLA, constraint optimization by linear approximation. It's essentially what comes from Python SciPy package. And the way that this works is you determine some initial LCRs based upon your inputs. You put that into the Mars package, which is compiled software, does reliability simulation. You get a system loss of load expectation out of it, and use that in one of the inequality constraints of the optimization, and you do that again. So it's an iterative process. You do, let's say, 15 to 30 iterations before coming to convergence on something that's the economically best solution for marginal cost per reliability increment. Next slide. Present status, next slide. So work in progress, software status. So we do have software we're testing currently that converges to an optimal solution in that regard. All the constraints are met, and under a number of scenarios that we've tested. And we have verified results with other parallel methods. Slide. And remaining considerations. The results differ a little bit from historical, which you would expect, as the objective is a little bit different. It might allocate the LCRs a little bit differently, since we're doing more of a production or investment cost minimization as opposed to procurement costs. In some cases, loss of low expectation values below target when TSL floor values are added. Well, this is constrained optimization, so it can, in some years, TSL floors are all binding and they're all pushing up. So it's could be expected from the results. And in some test cases, the TSL floor values affect the results even when not binding. We're still investigating this. We have some theories on this around, mostly around the solver method being used. We're continuing to investigate though. Next slide. And that's all I have today. Thank you very much, and I'll take any questions.
Thanks, John. Do we have any questions from our in-person audience? Not seeing any. Do we have any questions from the virtual audience? Okay. Going once, going twice. Please introduce yourself and speak.
My name is Golbon Zakiri. I'm here from UMass Amherst. I apologize if you've already answered my question. I was inadvertently late to your talk. I'm just wondering whether your optimization problem is actually a convex optimization problem. Is that how you're verifying that you're getting near optimal solutions using KKTs?
That's a good question. So like I said, we're doing this iteration with MARS, multi-area reliability simulation. It's a package from GE, and it's a sequential Monte Carlo simulation. It has nonlinearities in it. So there are potentially some local minima within the solution around the global solution, right? So that's a difficult thing to deal with. So what we have done in terms of verifying with KKT conditions, we do characterizations of that response from Mars. So then we've used quite extensively the response of Mars to test the solver itself, because when you do the whole thing together, this thing takes days to solve. But if you can characterize the response of Mars, at least for a certain system configuration, you can, at least around a certain area, you can test things like solver methods. So that's another thing that we're looking at. We're testing relative to the robustness and consistency of the result with this new solver method, this new formulation with Mars in the loop.
Thank you. If there are any further questions, let's thank John one more time. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker will be Yinghua Wu from PJM. Yinghua will present on hourly electricity load forecasting using machine learning algorithms. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Yep. My name is Yinghua Wu. So I'm here with my colleagues, Laura Water, Anthony Giacomoni. We are from PJM's Department of Advanced Analytics. Today, we'll be talking about hourly load forecast using machine learning methods. Next slide, please. So if you're new to PJM, PJM is responsible for balancing the power generation, power transmission in the Northeast region around here. And we serve 65 million people in 13 states and Washington, DC. So here are some stats. Next slide, please. In this presentation, we'll be talking about hourly forecast at PJM and the challenges that we're facing today. So these days, everything is changing pretty fast, and so is the power industry. So essentially, we're doing a very old, a very traditional statistical topic, and that's load forecast. It's just that we do that with the newest machine learning technologies. So whenever there's something new, something on the market, we will give it a try. And so last year we tried the transformer, because transformer suddenly got very hard with the release of a ChatGPT. It kind of worked. And then, but the thing is, for all these new technologies, they don't really beat our good old friend, XGBoost. So maybe our problem is really simple. All that we're doing is chasing the last megawatt, or our problem is very hard. It doesn't really matter how fancy your method is, you won't be able to get there. Okay. So XGBoost is very good, but it's not perfect. And as you will see in the later slide, then we can make further improvement. Actually, pretty big improvement in terms of time series forecasting. So in this study, we try to be as close to production as possible. And so we simulated all the zones, and then we add the zonal level up to give us a total number, and that will be the RTO level load forecast. And so here I'm highlighting Dominion here, because Dominion is is in Virginia. Okay, so the Virginia people, they're really having a good time with their load, and the best is actually yet to come. So Dominion's good fortune with the electricity has already spilled on us. So next slide, please. You will see. So at PGM, we have two kind of load forecast. We have a 5-minute load forecast. We have hourly load forecast. And these 5-minute load forecast, they're used in dispatches. And then so for the hourly load forecast, we look up 7 days in advance for the hourly interval. And these are the kind of the basis for the 5-minute load forecast. So there are 2 time points that's related with closely related with the load forecast, and that's kind of important. And that's the at 11 o'clock in the morning, the day-ahead market closes. So all the bids and offers, they must come in before 11 o'clock. And that makes the 10 o'clock load forecast very important because it is kind of a guide for both physical and financial players. And then, so later in the day, at 6 p.m., we have the reliability assessment and the commitment run. So it is kind of the last call for preparation for tomorrow. And so it's important to get it right for tomorrow's load. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the timelines for operation and the timelines for forecast. So in PGM, we pretty much just follow the natural day. So day 0 is the current day. So we are in day 0 now. And then day 1 is the day ahead that people talked about. Day ahead this, day ahead that. Okay, and then so day ahead market closes on day 0 for day 1's delivery. Okay, and then we have the forecast timeline. So in our study, we forecast 24 hours at a time in the future, and our models only work for 24 hours. So in order to guide forecast at later hours, so we need to update the inputs, run through the model, and then do that again recursively. So alternatively, we can also directly forecast into like more far future, like 48 hours, 64 hours. And we actually did comparison. And so for 48 and 64 hours, so recursive forecasting did much better. But if you're talking about like 6 or 7 days in advance, it doesn't really matter because at that far out, it's mostly just dominated by wider forecast. Next slide, please. So we actually tested a lot of models. Here, I'm only going to present the results from 4 of them. They are very like typical, very representative. So we have XGBoost and the neural network. So these are type of like tabular type of a model. You have a list of features, and these features give you a number in units of a megawatt. So that's what we're doing. And then we will show the long short-term memory model and the transformer model. So these are kind of a sequence-to-sequence model. So we use like past 24 hours to encode. We use future 24 hours to decode, or in another word, to forecast. So we evaluated these models over last year's load from April 2023 to May 2024 of this year. And then we use, for our test, we use past 7 years of history for our training data. Next slide. So after a lot of experiment, we found these features are important for load forecast. Now let's start from time. We have a year, we have month, weekday, an hour, and a holiday. So these are just a simple, very simple time annotations. And then of course, we must have a temperature, dew point, in another word, humidity, and wind speed, cloud cover. And then we also find that how fast weather changes will affect the load. And so we include the temperature differences with respect to past and future 3 or 4 hours. In addition to that, we also have we need to tell the model the current situation. What is the system is doing? And so we have the current load, the current temperature, at the current hour. And everybody knows that the load follow its own pattern. It has its like a weekly pattern, daily pattern. And so we also feed models with the yesterday's load at the same hour and also a week ago. So all these features, there are so many features, but broadly speaking, they fall into 3 type of categories. We have a future information, we have a current information, and we have a past similar hour information. It all comes down to common sense, actually nothing fancy. And that's what we've learned. Next slide, please. This slide shows the main result that we have, and we presented results mostly in terms of standard deviation with respect to actual load. So here, as you see, we have 2 panels. On the left, we have the forecast that's done at 10 o'clock in the morning. And then on the right, we have the forecast that's done at 6 p.m. in the afternoon. Okay, so we have results from the different methods and that's with the different colors. And so we aggregated the standard deviation, the root mean squared error for each operation day. So day 0 is the current day, day 1 is the day height, so on and so forth. Okay, so now let's just take a quick look, very quick look, what do we see? Okay, so we see pretty much all the lines, they are below purple. So that purple line is production. And so basically what it tells us that with these new technologies, we can certainly improve upon production. There's this low hanging fruit that we can pick. And then now let's take another quick look. And what do we see? We see that pretty much the blue lines, they're the best. And then that's our good old friend, XGBoost. And then we also see that the simple neural network model actually did similarly with the XGBoost, and that's very surprising. But then now let's look at the LSTM and transformer. They're supposed to be very advanced methods, but they are kind of lame here. I don't blame on them. I blame it on myself because so XGBoost really fast. You can try out a lot of parameters. And then, but like transformers, LSTM, they're kind of slow. It takes a long time to run through a set of parameter. And then probably I just didn't work hard enough. Okay, so now let's focus on some concrete numbers. And why don't we look at the day 0, the current operation day. And here we can see that the XGBoost can improve upon production by about 200, 300 megawatts. So what does it mean? Like 203 megawatts, 300 megawatts. What do they mean? They mean that the dispatchers in the basement, they don't need to push the bias button as often as they are doing today, because they push the buttons to adjust the load according to the forecast and the system ACE. Okay, so we will give them a bit of an easier job to do with this better forecast. And then let's focus on the day 1 result, the day high result, and let's just start from the 10 o'clock one on the left. So once again, we see that XGBoost is doing a fantastic job. You can lower the root mean squared error from 1900 to 1500, and that's a healthy 400 megawatts reduction. 400 megawatts is almost like a small generator. A small generator on the margin, and they're kind of expensive. And so in the long run, we'll be able to lower system cost. Okay, now that's good. And then, okay, so let's move to the right. Let's move into the afternoon. And then we see XGBoost again. It's lowering the standard deviation from 1800 down to 1200. And that's like 30% improvement. And so any improvement that's made at 6 p.m. is a very good improvement for reliability. And that's what FERC and the PJM care the most. Okay, so now with this, we can say that with better improvement, with better forecast, we will be able to do 3 things. First, we'll be able to make system a little bit smoother. And second, we'll lower the system cost in the long run. And the third, we will make the grid more reliable. And to you consumers, in the future, if you happen to see that your energy cost is lowered, and then you know who to thank for, and you're welcome. So if people are happy with this result, then we can actually stop here. But a little bit more, like zooming into the zonal level information, and we will see some alarming issues, and we will see some more interesting facts at the same time. Next slide, please. So here we are looking at the root mean squared error for each individual zones, and for the forecast that's done at 10 o'clock, at 18 o'clock, and for day 0 and day 1, current day, and then day height. So pretty much we see that. So blues are the production, and the oranges, they are the XGBoost, and we see that XGBoost can improve upon almost everything, almost all the zones except Dominion. Once again, Dominion is Virginia. Virginia is Dominion. And at the beginning, we thought there must be something wrong. And so we double checked our code, we checked our input data. Nothing was wrong, actually. And so we look into the load. Next slide, please. So these slides shows the RTO level load and the Virginia's load. So you can see that we have the load, and then we have a top 3%, top 3 rolling percentile, a bottom 3 rolling percentile, and it is pretty obvious. So in the RTO region, in the PJM region, the load is going down. We are using less and less energy, which is good, but Virginia is against us. And Virginia, they're picking up a lot of load. So what's going on? Next slide, please. It turns out that there are so many data centers in Virginia, so many. And if you Google Virginia data centers, you will find a lot more information, very interesting information. And here I'm just highlighting a couple. So 70%, very striking. 70% of the world internet traffic flows through Virginia data centers. And why? Because Virginia is the hub for the under ocean fiber cables. It goes everywhere. It goes to Europe, it goes to Asia, it goes to South America, and Virginia is the hub. We are the hub, okay? And then, so currently, there are 67 data centers connected in Virginia. And in 2023, they connected 15, and in 2024, they will connect 15 more. Okay, so now in terms of load, in 2022, they averaged about 2.7 gigawatts, and then in 2023, it bumped up to 3.2. So in order for a data center to connect it to the PJM's network, so they will first submit the paper request to Dominion, and then Dominion will either approve it or not, but I don't see why not. And then it's getting built, then it's get connected, and then we can measure it. And so basically this figure shows the megawatts that's requested, megawatts that's approved, and then megawatts that's measured. So from this figure, what do you see, people? We see that Virginia people are very good at building data centers. And they are building data centers like they are building Legos. And then Dominion said that by 2035, there will be 10 gigawatts of load from data centers. They are not joking. It is a real challenge, not threat. Next slide, please. So who are these people? So we see everybody. We see Microsoft, we see Amazon, we see Google, and then there are other names that we're not very familiar with. But if you happen to be in the job market, these are the good companies to work for because they are here to stay. But I can also tell you that in the long run, they will compete with us for energy. Because Elon Musk just said they won't be able to find enough electricity to power all the chips. The chips, these NVIDIA's chips. Next slide, please. Okay, so they will give us headaches later on, and they are already giving us a headache to do load forecast. Because for all these machine learning methods, we learn from the past, but the future has drifted away. And so, of course, our forecast, we will have more errors, and then there will be systematic error too. And this is exactly what we are looking at. So here on the x-axis, we have the forecasted megawatts, and then on the y-axis, we have the errors. Ideally, the errors should be distributed across zero evenly, almost like a Gaussian. And that's exactly the case for all the other zones except Virginia. And so in this figure, we also have the red curve, and that's the moving average of the megawatts of the error. And so these red curve tell us exactly what we need to do. So we need to add them back into the forecast that we just forecasted. And so that's the idea of the bias correction. We need to do bias correction. And so this bias, in essence, we don't really know what it is. It could be like, as you see here, it could be a simple smooth function. It could be a linear interpretation. But the thing is that we don't know. And when we don't know, we throw the numbers at XGBoost, and I let XGBoost figure it out. Next slide, please. So here we reformulated our learning process. We will use two learners. One is the megawatt learner that we just talked about. You can use whatever you use, and then we use this bias learner. So we learn the bias, we add it back, and then that will make the forecasted megawatts move them up to the right places. Okay, next slide, please. Got it. So in this figure, I'm showing you the mean of the error before bias before bias correction and after bias correction. The mean of the error should be close to 0. And here we are seeing that before bias correction, we are 200 megawatts under forecasting. And after bias correction, we move them up correctly. Next slide, please. And we applied the same method to all the zones. And here we are looking at some concrete numbers. So as you can see that for day 0, the bias correction reduced the standard deviation for about like 20% for day 0. And for day 1, it reduced like 10%. With such a simple trick, we reduce the standard deviation a lot. And this is exactly what we want. And also, the bias correction method did not affect other zones. If something that only works for Virginia but hurt other zones, we are doing data mining. Now here, clearly it shows that this can be a general method. There's basically no reason not to use it for time series forecasting. So these are all the results that I have for today. Next slide, last one. Last one, next one. Yeah, thanks. So with this, I'd like to say that we tested a bunch of machine learning methods, and we found that XGBoost is still pretty much the best one. But it needs correction. It needs like bias correction, especially in the Virginia region, because of there are so many data centers here. And so the problem will getting more and more severe. They're getting more and more challenged. There will be more and more data center load from Virginia. But I think I'm comfortable to say that the PJM, we will continue to serve you, and we will continue to serve you with the most fair and efficient market prices. Now with this, I want to thank PJM's intern, Ms. Xie Kexin. She is a PhD student in the Department of Statistics from Virginia Tech. Together, we made further improvements in both theory and methodologies. Okay, thank you everyone for your attention. Thank you, FERC, for giving us this opportunity to share the work with our colleagues. And finally, thank you, Virginia, and thank you, Dominion. Thank you.
Thank you, Yinghua. Do we have any questions?
My name is Felix Wang. I'm from Great Insights. My question is about, PGM. Have you guys tested to feed some expert knowledge to the load forecast? For example, let's say the percentage or ratio of the load composition at the substation level. For example, a stupid thought will be, if I know there's like a 20% of the 200 megawatt at this substation's data center, I probably can use, the machine learning model may work a little bit differently. But again, right, there's a lot of issue to getting the data because you need to do this in your production model in the day ahead in the real time. Yeah, let's come into that, thanks.
Yeah, so actually we don't have the data center load from PJM. This is the private information. It is private to members, and so we don't have this kind of a level of information. Maybe, I mean, if we request, they may give us, but we don't really have it.
I believe we have questions from the virtual audience. Caroline, go ahead.
Yeah, so we have a question from Jay Wan. I'm going to unmute you if you'd like to ask your question.
Jay, can you unmute yourself so we can hear you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I was probably cell phone. So yeah, it's general question regarding the method was generic enough for the other zones, right? I was interested in your testing, what's the bias correction range in other zone compared with the dominant? So I was assuming it should be much smaller, right? That's why, before the old method is still working reasonably without this correction. Just interesting, yeah, because I want to see how generic, the generosity of the method, that apply,
Yeah. For all the other zones is 0. There's no bias. It's only for Virginia.
So in that sense, you're saying the method generosity, what that means, with that bias part, that means that we don't have to do it, right? For the other zones?
Yeah, but the future is changing. It doesn't mean today we won't have bias. And then
Okay,
today
okay.
we don't have bias, but doesn't mean tomorrow we won't have bias. So that's
Okay,
why we want a method that's as reliable as possible.
Okay, that makes sense. I think, yeah, basically your low zone pattern, right, is a typical low pattern change, right? You cannot use OMS. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
I think we have one more in-audience questions, and then we'll take a virtual question.
Alex Rutkiewicz, Newton Energy Group. Have you specifically looked at how your machine learning method perform under extreme weather conditions? Whether there is a worse performance than on average or better performance? Let's say if you look at a very hot weather as opposed to average weather, is the model performance better or worse?
Yeah, that's a good question. We are gonna dig into it. We will. Okay, thank you.
All right, we have a virtual question from Matt. I'm going to unmute you, Matt. If you don't mind introducing yourself before your question, we'd appreciate it in the room.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hey, Matt Euros here from Elmegan Capital. I actually used to work with Yinghua. Yinghua, quick question for you. Does each zone have its own hyperparameters, and have you tuned them to each zone, or are you just being consistent across all zones in the RTO?
Consistent. That's where I learned machine learning principles at Elmegan Capital. We need to do consistent work. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Other in-person question?
Sure. Castro Muslehi, Hitachi Energy. My question is maybe related to just the last question. Is that have you, because it seems that forecasting the data center load is a difficult thing to do. Have you tried to look into if there are any kind of studies, anything that ties that sort of load to more like different events in the world? Because you say 70% of the traffic goes through this system, and what happens in the world, whether it's sports or politics or something that impacts the load on the data centers?
Yeah, we tried a lot. And then this bias correction is the last resort that we tried. So we tried all other stuff, all other stuff.
Because the model you showed was based on day type, month, and so on and so forth. But it doesn't show anything other than that. It do in terms of more weather type.
Yeah, we tried like
rather than what goes on in the world that could impact the load at data centers, right?
Yeah, we try like seasonal decomposition and all these, like all the methods that we can find available from the literature. They don't really help.
Sorry, can you say that again? We couldn't hear you.
Oh, so we tried a lot of methods from literature, like people do with the time series forecasting, like seasonal decomposition, these type of thing, like recursive, like second order, like the feeding it back, these type of thing. They don't really work well.
But they are typical, as people have been doing this for 20, 30 years, but data center loads are very different in terms of characteristics and what pushes them. So you may want to look at different parameters now.
Yeah. That is true. It is a very specific problem. Yeah.
Any more questions? One more. Let's take a virtual question.
Okay, Rich Gates, I'm going to unmute you if you don't mind introducing yourself and asking your question.
Rich, could you unmute and introduce yourself?
Yes. The question is, when working with your good old friend, how many tree runs do you guys use to predict load?
Okay. So my good old friend is actually Boost. So we will publish the parameters later.
Nicolas Aumont from Artelis. Did you use the same model for every hour, every forecasted hour, or one model for each forecasted hour? Because I understood you had a different model depending on the hour of forecast, but for the forecasted hour also usually.
That is a good question. So we have different models at different hours. Well, no, we also tried like one model for all hours and separate models did better.
And did the error depend on the hour? Did the error was very different from one hour to the other, or was it the typical error was the same? The variance of each hour. Okay, so let's say when you want to forecast 9 o'clock for the next day, is it the same error, the same variance than when you want to forecast 12 o'clock for the next day?
I see. Forecasting later into the later hours, you have actually less bias because at that time it's pretty much dominated by weather forecast. So and with weather forecast, you go to the second day, third day, it varies too much. It kind of like buried the bias.
Thank you. Any more questions from the in-person audience? Any more virtual questions? All right. Well, thank you very much, Yinghua.
Great. Thank you.
Next presenter will be Anthony Giacomoni from PJM. Anthony will present on optimizing synchronous condensers in PJM's day-ahead market using a hybrid multiple configuration resource model. Rob, we're going to switch mics real quick. Here you go.
Thank you. Yep, I'll just wait for the slides. Yeah. Perfect. There we go. So again, my name is Anthony Giacomoni. I'm currently the manager of advanced analytics at PJM Interconnection, and I'm presenting this afternoon on behalf of my colleagues, Daniel Nazemi, also at PJM, and Chen Gu from PowerGem, and also Boris Gissin from PowerGem as well, who are both here in the room today. And our presentation this afternoon is entitled Optimizing Synchronous Condensers in PJM's Day-Ahead Energy Market using a Hybrid Multiple Configuration Resource Model. So you can go on to the next slide. This just has some statistics on PJM. If we can go one more slide forward. So what I'll start with is I'll do a brief overview of what a synchronous condenser is, for those of you who may not be familiar with what they are or what they're primarily used for. I'll then spend a little bit of time discussing the multiple configuration resource model that we spent several years developing in close collaboration with our vendor PowerGem and also with MISO over the last few years. I'll share a little bit about our current day-ahead and real-time market clearing processes and how they've changed since we've shifted to using the MCR model to optimize synchronous condensers. I'll share some market observations from before and after the change. And then I'll share a few simulation results we did, where we went back and we tried to see if we could quantify the benefit that these synchronous condensers bring to our day-ahead energy market. And we should have about 10 minutes or so at the end for questions. So we can go to the next slide, please. So what is a synchronous condenser? So a synchronous condenser is a synchronous machine, just like a synchronous generator, except its shaft is not attached to any driving equipment, so it's just spinning freely. And these units are primarily used to provide reactive power support to the grid. So on a daily basis, the number of resources that offers in condensing capability to our day-ahead energy market does vary, but typically we see over 40 combustion turbine and hydro units that offer this capability on a daily basis. Now, from a market's perspective, when these units are in condensing mode, they do consume a small amount of real power. However, they are able to provide synchronized reserves to the system because these units are synchronized to the grid and able to transition very quickly from condensing mode to generating mode. Now, in generating mode, of course, they're able to provide both energy and reserves. So next slide, please. Now, optimizing synchronous condensers is very similar to that of combined cycle units. So over the last several years, as I mentioned, we've been working to develop a multiple configuration resource model that allows for the individual modeling of each operating mode of a resource and its transitions. A combined cycle resource, of course, can operate in many different configurations. And an example of a state transition matrix for a 2x1 combined cycle unit is shown on the right-hand side. And that simply means that it has 2 combustion turbines and 1 steam turbine. So you can see from the state transition matrix, from the off state, it can transition either to the 1x1 state, where it has 1 combustion turbine and 1 steam turbine, or the 2x1 state, where it has 2 combustion turbines and 1 steam turbine. You can also add some additional capabilities, such as a duct burner or peak firing as well. And the state transition matrix also defines which configurations can transition to which other configurations. So a synchronous condenser is very similar. It's just a simpler model as there's fewer configurations. So from the off state, it can transition to condensing mode, to generating mode, or vice versa. Next slide, please. Just to give a little history about the MCR model development. So this was a model that was initially proposed by MISO as part of their enhanced combined cycle conceptual design back in 2018. In 2020, we did undertake a joint research project working with our vendor PowerGem and also with MISO to actually implement the MCR model in PowerGem's probe software. We started with the MCR model that MISO developed, but the implementation is completely different, and we don't currently rely on any commercial MIP solvers. In 2023, we did present some of the initial results at the June FERC Technical Conference. Chen gave a great presentation on an overview of the multiple configuration resource model implementation in probe. And then I presented some of the results of using the MCR model to optimize combined cycle resources in PJM. And both presentations are currently available on FERC's website and are linked on the following slide. Next slide, please. So some of the key features of the MCR model is that it's a hybrid configuration component-based model. So what this means is that most of the physical and economic operational characteristics are defined at the configuration level, but some of the characteristics are defined at the component or turbine level, in particular minimum run and minimum downtimes. Now, probe can simultaneously enforce minimum run and minimum downtimes at both the configuration and the component level. There's currently no limit on the number of configurations the model can handle. We've successfully tested combined cycle units with up to 12 configurations, but it's very likely that the model can handle more than that. It's capable of modeling 3 offline thermal states with different startups, costs, and times, hourly multiple segment ramp curves defined by configurations, and also has some advanced ancillary service modeling capabilities where it allows different configurations to provide different amounts of reserves to the system. Next slide, please. Now for the synchronous condenser optimization that we implemented, the units do have to provide some additional bids or data. They have to provide their transition cost and time to transition from offline to condensing to generating. And as I mentioned, these units also do consume a small amount of real power when they are in condensing mode. So they have to offer in their condensing energy usage as well. So the additional parameters they have to submit are shown on the bottom half of the slide. They have to submit an offline to condensing startup cost, condensing notification time, condensing to generating transition cost and time. For going from generating to condensing or the other way, we always assume that the transition cost and time are 0. And that was based on data that these resources did submit to PJM. And then of course, their condensing energy usage. And this is modeled as a negative generation. Next slide. Now in the model, when they're in condensing mode, their eco-mins are set equal to their eco-max, which is set equal to their negative of their energy usage megawatts. Now currently, synchronous condensers are not allowed to self-schedule to be in synchronous condensing mode. They do have to be committed by the optimization. It can handle or run the full 3-pivotal supplier test, which is currently the test we use for market power mitigation in PJM. It's also capable of accommodating multiple scheduled bids. And this was the first implementation of this MCR model into a production process at PJM. So it did go live as part of our day-ahead market clearing process on October 3rd of last year. So to date, there's been very minimal impacts on performance. And we've actually seen some very good results, which I'll share a few of them in just a few minutes. Next slide, please. Now, probe day-ahead is currently a critical part of our day-ahead market clearing process. Historically, we've relied on it for 3 main functions. The first is to provide unit commitment suggestions for the day-ahead market operators. The second is to run our market power mitigation, where it performs the 3-pivotal supplier test. And the third is that it optimizes the schedules of our hydro pump storage resources. So currently we do a full state of charge optimization for our hydro pump storage resources in the day-ahead market. So it is a high-performance SCUC engine. It solves very, very quickly, typically within 1 to 5 minutes. I would say even faster than that, typically within 2 to 3 minutes for most days. It includes all N-1 constraints, does a full co-optimization of energy and reserve, both at the system and zonal level. It includes all day-ahead unit parameters, submitted transactions, and all virtual transactions as well, along with large amounts of up-to-congestion transactions. Next slide. So prior to the change to using the MCR model and probe day-ahead for the synchronous condensers, the following is an overview of our day-ahead market clearing process. So initially, all the day-ahead market inputs are fed into our resource scheduling commitment engine, which does the initial unit commitment for our day-ahead market. Those results then get fed into probe day-ahead, which, as I mentioned, primarily does 3 functions. It looks to further improve the unit commitment coming out of RSC. It performs our automated mitigation test by running the 3-pivotal supplier test. And it also optimizes schedules of our hydro pump storage resources. Those results then get fed into the scheduling, pricing, and dispatch engine, which calculates the dispatch and also the prices used in settlements. Now for the synchronous condensers, if you go back to RSC, that was initially making recommendations for the synchronous condensers. If it was recommending a unit to be in synchronous condensing mode, those units were then bypassing probe day-ahead and going directly into the approved day-ahead case. So if we can go to the next slide. Again, resource scheduling commitment was choosing the configuration for these synchronous condenser resources. And if they were recommended by RSC to be in condensing mode, they were bypassing probe day-ahead. Now, this wasn't a fully transparent process, how these decisions were being made, as we were often seeing these resources were requiring uplift payments. So if we go to the next slide. So since October 3rd, we have been using probe day-ahead and the MCR model to fully optimize these synchronous condensers. So now all the day-ahead market inputs are still fed into RSC to perform the initial unit commitment in our day-ahead market. But now all the results from RSC get fed into probe day-ahead, where in addition to performing the prior 3 functions, it also does the optimization for the synchronous condensers as well. Those results then get fed into the scheduling, pricing, and dispatch engine, which calculates the dispatch and prices on the system. Next slide, please. Just to show you an example of some of the results from probe day-ahead. Again, probe day-ahead is taking the initial results from RSC, and then it's doing its own unit commitment. And so this slide shows you a comparison of some of the results from probe day-ahead and the initial recommendations from RSC. Any of the hours highlighted in the yellowish color are a change for a synchronous condenser assignment. So you can see row 2 and row 7, so each row is a unit. There's some capital C's. That means that probe day-ahead is recommending the unit to run in condensing mode, where RSC had initially recommended that unit to be offline. And then you can see there's about 16 units with little lowercase d's during many hours. And those are hours where probe day-ahead is recommending those units to be decommitted from synchronous condensing mode, that probe day-ahead had initially recommended, that RSC had initially recommended it to run in condensing mode. So you can see a whole bunch of units that are now being decommitted by probe day-ahead. Next slide, please. Now in real time, we have a slightly different process to commit these resources. We have several different engines that run repeatedly throughout the operating day on a rolling horizon basis. Our ancillary services optimizer currently executes every hour, and it executes an hour before the target time with an hour look ahead. So for a target time of 12 noon, this would be executed at 11 o'clock, and it would solve for a time period from 12 noon to 1 p.m. And what ASO is doing is it's committing units for regulation. It's also committing inflexible reserve resources. So what's an inflexible reserve resource? Well, a synchronous condenser is an example of one of these resources that would be committed by ASO. We then have our intermediate term security constraint economic dispatch engine, which runs continuously throughout the operating day. That's executed 30 minutes before the target time with a 2-hour look ahead. So for a target time of 12 noon, it'd be executed at 11:30. It would solve for 12 noon to 2 p.m. And despite its name, it's actually providing unit commitment recommendations for combustion turbines and fast start units throughout the operating day. We then have our RT SCED, which runs every 5 minutes to calculate the actual dispatch on the system for all online resources. And that's executed 10 minutes before the target time, looking to the target time. So it would execute at 11:50 for a target time of 12 noon. And then in parallel, we have our locational pricing calculator, which runs every 5 minutes to actually calculate the prices using settlements, incorporating our fast start pricing logic. To go back to ASO though, if we can go to the next slide. So the PJM Ancillary Services Optimizer will honor inflexible reserve resource assignments from the day-ahead market, such as these synchronous condenser assignments, except in the following two cases. So first, if a unit is committed by ASO for regulation, so that will override the synchronous condenser commitment from the day-ahead market. And the second is if a unit changes any of its offer parameters after the day-ahead market. So if a unit updates its offer during the reoffer period and it had a synchronous condenser assignment from day-ahead, that would no longer necessarily be honored in real time. It would have to be recommitted by ASO in real time. If we go to the next slide. So this actually shows some of the results. This is the synchronous condenser energy use in the day-ahead and real-time market before and after the change to the MCR model. And as I mentioned, each synchronous condenser does consume a small amount of real power. So this gives you an idea of how many resources are being committed day-ahead versus real-time. And you can see before the change, there's quite a divergence between the energy use from these resources in the day-ahead market and what was actually materializing in real time. After the change, though, you can see they're much more closely aligned. So if we go to the next slide, this shows the synchronous condenser energy usage cost. So another metric, again, get an idea of how many of these resources are committed day-ahead versus real time. And again, you can see a divergence between the amount of these resources or these costs in the day-ahead market compared to real time before the change. Yet after the change to the MCR model, you can see they're much more closely aligned. Now, as a result of this, we have seen decreases in uplift payments to the synchronous condensers. So if we can go to the next slide. This shows the lost opportunity cross credits or uplift payments to all synchronous condensers from before and after the change. And so you can see there's a pretty clear decreasing trend in uplift payments to synchronous condensers. So this is for all synchronous condensers, not just synchronous condensers being committed through the energy market for reserve. Some synchronous condensers are still committed outside the market to provide reactive power support, and so they will need uplift payments. But you can see a pretty clear decreasing trend of uplift payments to these resources after the change. Next slide, please. And then the final thing I want to share is, again, we went back and we wanted to see if we can quantify the benefit that these synchronous condensers bring to the data energy market, because they do provide additional flexibility. So what we did was we simulated two cases, a base case where generators were not allowed to run in condensing mode, and then the synchronous condenser case, where the condensing mode optimization was implemented in probe day-ahead using the full MCR model. And so we simulated from the day it was input into production on October 3rd, 2023, through the end of March, so basically the first 6 months it was implemented. Later this year, we will be able to go back and rerun it for the full year. And we ended up with 175 days of results. We did exclude 6 days as there were some data issues. But between the two cases, all other variables were held constant. So we can go to the next slide. There were a couple clear trends in the simulation results. So this slide shows the monthly increase in economic surplus from the condensing mode optimization. So our objective function value in the day-ahead market, of course, is to maximize economic surplus or total social welfare. It's not just to minimize bid production costs, because load does bid into our day-ahead market. And so you can see here a pretty consistent trend of increases in the economic surplus from over $15 million in December of last year to over $40 million in October of last year, and then January and March of this year. So again, a pretty consistent trend through the 6-month period we simulated. And then the other consistent trend we saw, if you go to the next slide, was a decrease in uplift payments. So I'll just mention though, the calculation for uplift that we used in these simulations was a little simpler than what's actually used in PJM settlements, which is a very complex calculation and much more granular. But what we did for these results was simply look at each unit over the operating day and compared its revenues versus its cost and calculated any additional payment that these resources would need to make them whole. But using this calculation, you can see a pretty clear trend for the SC case compared to the base case of decreased uplift payments. And if you look at the difference, the light blue line, which uses the axis on the right-hand side, you can see that the decrease in uplift ranges from about $15 million in March of this year up to almost $40 million in October and December of last year, and then January of this year. So again, another pretty clear trend. Next slide, please. So just in summary, using the MCR model for condensing mode optimization, the day-ahead synchronous condenser assignments in our markets are now much more closely aligned with the real-time assignments, as you saw in the previous slides. Also, lost opportunity cost payments to synchronous condensers have decreased as well. And then in general, the synchronous condenser mode optimization does increase economic surplus in our day-ahead markets. For the 6 months we simulated, on average, it ranged from $30 to $40 million per month. And it also reduces uplift in our day-ahead market as well. And it's likely that these benefits will increase in the future, especially as we get more and more intermittent resources on the system and need additional flexibility. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Alex, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Anthony. Any questions from our in-person audience? Yes, I see we have one.
Hi, I'm Yujie from ISO New England. I have two questions. The first is, how did ISC determine the commitment for condensers in the first place? Is there some requirement and you have a list of units to choose from?
Yeah, it was making the recommendations, and the exact algorithm wasn't fully transparent. It wasn't using a full MCR model, but we don't have a lot of more information that we can share on exactly what it was doing. Yeah.
Okay. And my second question is, when we look at the cost saving trend along the year, is that related to some seasonality? Because we look at toward the April, the benefits start to increase, and when it comes to winter, it start to decrease.
For the simulation results? Yeah, so that's something we will definitely want to look at, simulate for the entire year. We need to wait sort of, because we only put into production on October 3rd of last year. We need to wait till October of this year actually to have a full year of data to be able to go back and simulate. So it'll be interesting to see if that trend does hold or if there might be some seasonality. So that's a good observation that we'll definitely look at. Thanks.
Do we have any virtual audience questions? Any more questions from the physical audience? Right over here. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, Mary Wears-Becky from the FERC Policy Office. Can you talk a little bit about how many synchronous condensers you have in the PJM footprint? And are they in one place or spread geographically all around? And do they tend to be one type of generator or all different types?
So the exact number that offers into our day-ahead energy market does vary. We typically see over 40 on a daily basis, so pretty consistently over 40. But they're primarily combustion turbine and hydro units. And as for their location, that's a good question. I'd have to look specifically. My guess is it's not just one location. It's more dispersed, but it's primarily combustion turbine and hydro units though.
Thanks. And then with increasing variable energy resources, can you apply the same optimization for using the inverters as reactive power support?
So we can definitely apply the same model to other types of resources, which is something we're definitely thinking about, such as hybrid resources, for example. So that's definitely on our radar that we hope to take advantage of in the future.
Thank you. Another physical question.
Russ Forward, Polaris. I'm inferring from your description that the GE model did not have conversion mode from condensing to generating. Is that true?
It was, so without getting too, we don't have lots of visibility into the actual algorithm itself, but it wasn't doing a full configuration-based model, no.
It wasn't doing a full
configuration-based model.
Right, so it just was doing commitment for condensing mode or not. So that would explain the differences, right? It's just you're comparing apples to oranges, that, you know, the multi-mode is a different model and it has more flexibility. I just think it's a little bit unfair to GE the way you described it.
Describing what? The simulation results that weren't comparing to
the comparison between the GE software and probe.
So the changes in our actual market results?
Yeah, they're different models. And so of course you have more efficiency in the markets when you're able to do a conversion from a condenser mode to a generating mode. Right? It's a completely different model.
And so hopefully we showed some of the benefits that the market are now seeing, as you can see in the market results. So it's a definitely improvement. I agree. So.
I just want to comment on this. You mentioned about different model. And I want to add that to do the multi-configuration model commitment. Oh, this is Chen from Power. Sorry. It's a much difficult, mathematically much more difficult, much more demanding task than a conventional unit commitment. It's not just you say, okay, I just give the model and we didn't give the model. And to accomplish, to be able to do that, it's a hard part. The MCR model is a hard part. Yeah.
Any further questions? I see one in the back.
Pablo Ruiz, a new grid in the Bravo Group. It's an interesting application. Usually the synchronous condensers are used for voltage control or let's say to mitigate voltage related issues. I think this application is slightly different. What I was wondering is whether the optimization in this case could be used also to account for any impacts on the voltage interfaces that PJM has, or perhaps the location of these units is not conducive to do that.
So yeah, that's something we have not looked into, using them for voltage or other applications. Right now, just again, for optimizing health reserves and the assignments in our energy market. So a potential application which we potentially could look into as well. So.
I believe we have one virtual question.
J1, I'm going to unmute you if you don't mind introducing yourself and then asking your question.
Hello? Okay, yeah, this is J1 from GE Nova. So yeah, it was Russ Fitzgerald was earlier talk about the RC software, right? Is done by GE. So yeah, basically, the comments for that generally, yes, the early version of RC using production is this type of simple model for the synchronization, right? That's why the improvement definitely helps. So yeah, just ramp up, you're gonna come. But my question is regarding the fine-tune mode, right? You're gonna fine-tune UC and also try to determine the pump storage and also the synchronized condenser decision, right? In that sense, for the base load units, right, commitment, how much are you going to change in that phase? Is that how is that part of a change also going to be because we optimize, right? Is it how much will impact your single condenser commitment part?
Yeah. So can you just repeat the question again one more time? I don't think I fully got it. Yeah.
And a little more quietly, please. I think your mic is getting overloaded. Sorry, it's just a technical issue.
Okay, can you hear me better or still a lot of noise?
No, now you're good.
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking maybe just shorter answer is a short question is, in the fine-tune phase, right? How much base load units can be changed through that, together with the re-optimize for the condenser, single condenser?
Oh, how much of the base load units actually changed as part of the optimization?
Right. Do you allow the base load units commitment also change during that phase, or you have limit size units that can be, for example, more faster, faster resource?
Yeah, no, we don't have any limits. They can be changed, and it'd be interesting actually to look how often they are changed. That's something we haven't necessarily analyzed, but they definitely can change and probably do. That's on some days. Yep.
Okay, one more probably add up with a popular question about the the voltage issue, right? Does PJM in the commitment, do you have any constraint was we do have some constraint, simple constraint was adding the for voltage purpose, right? We adding a simplify with some commutator. Do you have that type constraint right now in the commitment? So can't have basically make sure the water problem is not be introduced by single condenser coming, whatever, at least some level.
So just to clarify, if we add any constraints for voltage in the commitment?
Right. So for example, the typical we can have, association, some commitment, some resource must be, online same time or not same time, because the water issue, right? Through some offline study or relationship, we're adding as a more like a generic constraint or watch list constraint type, right? Predefined. Do you have that type of constraint there and also target for this single condenser purpose or not?
Yeah, I think we do. I'm looking at Chen too. I don't think we put anything for voltage in there as of right now.
Yeah, right now there's no voltage requirement. The reliability support is mostly think it's nonlinear. So this economic dispatch things is some mathematical problem you can linearize. Yeah, that's.
So currently, we don't include any voltage pseudo requirements in the optimization. Oh, but some units must, absolutely.
What is Gießen Power Gem? Some units will be must run going for voltage reasons outside of the head optimization. Before that, there may be reliability commitment, previous runs, multi-day. We don't know this, but they do come.
Yeah, units are still must run for voltage. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, I think, Caroline, how much time do we have? Are we good for one more? One more, okay.
I'm a bit lost because synchronous condensers can provide inertia, but not primary reserve. So what kind of reliability do they provide in your unit, in the unit commitment?
So inertia is not really, we don't really have in PJM as part of the Eastern Interconnection, inertia issues haven't really come up as issues. We're currently doing a study to look at inertia, but right now, just because of the size of the Eastern Interconnection, inertia hasn't become an issue. So again, for these units, primarily, again, providing reserve in our market or reactive power support are their primary support functions. So.
Sorry, I think we're out of time for questions, but if you could please follow with Anthony afterwards, and let's thank Anthony one more time.
Thank you.
Our last presenter for this session will be Jeff Brigham. Jeff is going to present on stochastic nodal adequacy pricing platform. Oh, and then Celine Yanakara. I'm sorry. Oh, joint presentation. I'm sorry. So Jeff is virtual. Jeff's right here. Okay, I'm sorry. But Celine Yanakara will get us started. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Do you want to use that one or this one?
I think this is good.
Okay.
Right, thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to start by thanking the FERC team for organizing this event. We were here last year and we're excited to share with you what we have today. My name is Celine. I'm with Newton Energy Group. I'm an energy research analyst. We have a joint presentation for you today with MISO, represented by Jeff Brigham, who will do the second part of the presentation. And together we'll walk you through our project, Stochastic Nodal Adequacy Platform, and its application or illustration on the MISO system for the winter storm Uri in 2021. Next, please. Just a background on this project. It started in 2020. It has been funded under the RPE Perform program. And the main premise of the project is probabilistically measuring the operational uncertainty, right? How do I do in the face of an extreme event in the next few days? And more importantly, calculating the individual contributions from all types of assets, transmission, generation to system adequacy. The project team consists of Tabors, Karaminas, Rutkevich, Newton Energy Group, Polaris System Optimization, MISO, and the IBM Weather Company. Alex Rutkevich and Russ Philbrick also present in the room. All right, next, please. So how has traditionally resource adequacy been done? It's generally an annual assessment of capacity needs, investment and retirement decisions, but mostly ignoring transmission, right? So the decoupling of investment decisions from their impact on the transmission system, but transmission is increasingly becoming important. We listened to a great presentation right before lunch from New York ISO on incorporating transmission congestion for dynamic reserves. So traditional resource adequacy uses system-wide metrics that are not quite applicable in the presence of transmission congestion. What is the true limitation of individual contributors in the face of congestion, right? So we need to capture that. And at the same time, operations, right? Operational details are usually omitted. But if we do that, how do we capture the, again, true limitations of units responding to events? And at the same time, how do we then truly value the operational flexibility of resources? Next, please. So we think the needs are, first of all, resource adequacy is not just about annual assessment. All the decisions in different time domains in power systems, they have reliability impacts, including short-term, which is what we focus on in this project. We do need to include transmission, so we need to use physically sound power system models so that we can get locational signals from generation, transmission, and demand resources. What is the value of adequacy at each location? And we need to include operational details so we can truly value, again, the contribution of individual resources and the true limitations in responding to events. Next, please. So this is just a depiction of power system decisions in different time domains, starting from transmission, generation planning down to frequency. The SNAP project, if you go to the next slide, focuses on this part. So day ahead plus, basically the next 2 to 5 days ahead. So in the face of an extreme event, is my commitment decisions reliable enough? What is the plan for uncertainty for the next few days? Next, please. So this is how the process could look like. The questions we're trying to answer here is, I made some commitment decisions. How will that perform? What will be the reliability impact of those in the next few days? And what are the decisions that need some lead time that we need to make? For instance, should we start some slow starting units? And if so, where, right? Which units should we start? Should we take some units out of maintenance? And if so, again, where? So the locational aspect is very important. So we envision this as a continuous assessment, right? It's short-term assessment, but repeated daily. So I have a day ahead plan for Monday, given some baseline forecast, but let's look at multiple weather, short-term weather scenarios using cloud computing so we can evaluate them in a reasonable time and see how that baseline plan gonna perform for other scenarios under multiple outage conditions. Next, please. So adequacy is locational, just to, again, emphasize the importance of locational aspect. We have this simple 3-bus system. If you look at system-wide, it is a sufficient system. We have enough generation capacity, 60 megawatt excess. But if you look at the individual locations, because of the limited transmission capacity between location B and C, we actually have a load shed event in location B. Next, please. So then if we look at how much shortage would reduce if we increase 1 megawatt of injection at each location. Of course, if we had 1 megawatt more capacity at location B, that would decrease the shortage by 1 megawatt. In location C, because of the limited transmission capacity, increasing the capacity there does not impact the shortage in the system and in location B. And similarly, location A, if we had an extra megawatt of capacity there, that would increase shortage by 0.5 megawatt. So basically, we can still have locational issues even if we have capacity available elsewhere or overall system-wide. So what SNAP is measuring is what is the relative efficiency of individual locations or resources to adequacy, capturing this locational impact. Next, please. And why do we need to consider operational details? On the left, we see the traditional approach, right? We have some reserve margin based on peak demand forecast. And the assumption is that even if some of that capacity belonging to the reserve margin is on outage, we'll still have some capacity available for our peak demand. But in the face of limited transmission and operational details like mean downtimes, startup failures, that's not necessarily true. We can have shortage under demand conditions that are not even peak, and we have capacity on outage, but then the rest of the margin we still can't use because of these operational details. So we need to capture those, unusable capacity. Next. So this is just a breakdown of how might capacity be classified at a given hour. We have some known forced outages that we incorporate in our base commitment decisions. We have some maintenance outages that, again, we are able to plan for. But then we have some capacity that we cannot commit for operational reasons, right? In downtime, for instance. We have some capacity for reserves, but also we have surprising outages that we were not aware of when we made our day-ahead commitment decisions. So what is the level of flexibility in the system that we can address those? So we need to capture the operational impact of outages as well. Next, please. Right, so this was all motivation and, why are we doing what we're doing in the SNAP project? And this is the framework. Of course, the biggest component of it is weather. We partnered with IBM Weather Company. They essentially combine multiple weather models and come up with 100 equally likely short-term, next 10 days weather forecasts. And this is updated daily. So this is what we incorporate in our SNAP framework. Next, please. We then take these weather scenarios, and as Newton Energy Group, we have a weather to energy module converting these to energy scenarios. In reality, of course, weather impacts not only just wind and solar and load, but also thermal resource capacities, line ratings. If we had the data, these can be incorporated as well. In the results that we'll share, that Jeff will talk through, we have wind and load scenarios that are converted from the IBM weather scenarios. Next, please. So this is then the overall framework. We have short-term weather scenarios. We convert those to power scenarios, wind, solar, and load. And then using parallelized processing, we evaluate each weather scenario simultaneously using detailed nodal, SCAC, and SCED simulations. And I'll briefly talk about how do we deal with that computational intensity. And the resulting product is basically a heat map of a heat risk map, right? The nodal and hourly inadequacy risk at each location in the system. So SNAP is essentially then the expected value of adequacy of every resource at every location and for every hour of the day, right? So it's a probabilistic short-term analysis. It's continuous assessment of adequacy for the next few days, repeated every day. Next, please. So it's a huge probabilistic world, of course. We have all these weather to energy scenarios. For IBM short-term weather forecast, that's 100 scenarios for each day. Each evaluated against hundreds or thousands of system outage conditions. So how do we deal with that? I'll briefly talk about the computational methods that we employ there. Of course, the biggest part is cloud computing, parallel processing. We evaluate each weather scenario simultaneously. And then we have scenario reduction techniques, right? If we look at the weather scenarios, given the operational and transmission limitations, it's too simplistic to just look at net load and see which scenarios are critical. And we don't want to just go ahead and evaluate all the weather scenarios with thousands of outages. So what we do is a two-step approach, basically stratified sampling from statistics. Let's look at some number of outage conditions for each weather scenarios, look at which ones are critical, and then allocate our computational resources to those only. So critical scenarios detection. And for system outage conditions, we also have a two-stage approach embedded in the optimization itself. We don't look at all the outage trajectories in detail, but we do some filtering approach that we filter through outage samples quickly to select the critical ones and only solve those in detail using SCAC and SCED. So this is what makes possible to basically take this as a continuous assessment, short-term forecasting to turn it around in a reasonable time. Next, please. Now I'll hand it over to Jeff. He'll talk about MISO results.
Thanks, Celine. My name is Jeff Brigham. I'm representing MISO's Research and Development Group. I first want to acknowledge Dr. Bing Wang and Dr. Moshba Safrani. They were the folks who did a large amount of the work, and unfortunately I drew the short straw, and I am up here before you today while they are safe and in Indianapolis. Next slide, please. So as Celine discussed, we wanted to create a analysis, and we wanted to go through some scenarios, and we're going to walk through the methodology of how we picked this the scenario. And if you could see, here's a list of some of the inputs into our analysis. And one of the big ones one of the key pieces of information is the MISO multi-day operating margin forecast. This is a publicly available forecast on our website that goes OD1 to OD6 and provides forecasts of wind, solar, load, outages, and so forth. And that became a significant input. And a lot of this data is publicly available on the MISO website. Go ahead, next slide, please. So the goal of the analysis is actually to go back and pick a day that we felt was a high event day or a high risk day, and go a couple of days before, run the SNAP analysis and verify that it accurately captured the risk that we saw in real-time operations. And so for the purpose of this forecast, we're going to look at the information that we had on February 15th and look forward to February 16th, where we saw some shortage events. If you will go to the next slide, please. So this comes from a couple of sources in the lower right-hand corner, but the reason why we picked February 16th is these are days where we did have load shed events as outlined on the left, and on the right-hand side, you can see that we not only had load shedding in MISO South region, but we did experience it in the morning and in the afternoon, and that becomes very critical as we start to go through the analysis that was conducted. Next slide, please. So as Celine so eloquently articulated, there's a two-stage process where the first stage we identified high-risk scenarios, and then instead of running multi-scenarios all at once, we take those high-risk weather scenarios and then we rerun for SCUC and SCED in the day-ahead runs, and it allows us to focus our computational efforts on the highest risk days or the highest risk periods of time in the analysis. Next slide, please. So when we look at February 15th and we look forward to February 16th and we look at the number of events, you can see on the graph on the left, one weather scenario really stuck out in terms of the number of simulations that accounted within those 40,000 simulations. We had one that really stood out, which was that weather scenario close to 80. Again, allowing us to focus specifically on the high-risk periods really provides better detailed and better results for us. Next slide, please. So when we look at the weather scenario 80, what we can see is that it accurately predicted that there would be some risk for load shed in the South. And what was really interesting is that it on the Z-axis, you can see the hour that it represents or correlated to, and you can see that it did accurately predict load shed or high risk in the morning and the afternoon events. Next slide, please. So when looking at this event, what we really want to understand is what can we learn from this scenario, this specific scenario, and how does it help us with respect to operational efforts? Again, this is intended to help us maintain reliability, drive reliability. So how can we leverage this information to make operational decisions that enhances reliability? Next slide, please. So looking at the heat map that is generated, you can see that in the south, there is identified high risk of load shed events, and the results, now we're showing the results of the analysis, and it accurately reflects what actually happened on February 16th. Next slide, please. So part of what MISO has to deal with is we not only look at risk on a system-wide, but also a regional basis, then a load balancing area, and then also at a nodal level. And so the results allow us to drill in a little bit deeper, and you can see that the risk isn't just limited to the south, but it's actually concentrated in the Arkansas area. And on the lower right-hand side, what you can also see is that as we go through some of the units, we can see that the dispatch megawatts over all of the scenarios are zero, meaning that this unit is not included in any of the commitments. And so we want to drill down a little bit more, next slide, to understand what is going on. And so we can drill into the actual unit with a high snap location and understand what, if anything, can be done from an operational perspective. So in this case, on that day, we realized that this unit was actually on maintenance. And so it's an opportunity for the operators to actually try and take corrective actions in the day ahead timeframe, call the unit, see if they can come back online and assist with some of the risk that is found in that area. Next slide. So not only are we able to look kind of at that unit level or nodal basis, but we can also start to look at when we consider all of the runs, what are each units, what is their contribution to reliability during that time period. And so you can see that on the left-hand side, a graphical representation of each generation type of unit, and then the size of the circle represents their contribution during this event. It also allows us to look at, we normalize the capacity by looking at their ELCC. And what we're able to look at is, for example, you can see that nuclear is at a 0.6 when traditionally it's closer to a 1. So why are these nuclear units underperforming during these scenarios? And it allows us to do some additional analysis that help us in these scenarios. So I'm going to turn it back over to Celine now, who's going to close up with some lessons learned.
Thank you, Jeff. Just to bring it all together, next slide, please. So of course, what we're trying to do here is using simulation, capturing an extreme event. And what are the caveats in doing that? So first of all, in this illustration, we used public data. And if you look at the snapshot from the MOM report that we mentioned, the projected outages from the day before on February 16th versus actually what happened, it's pretty different. In the South, where the problems were, actual outages were actually twice the projected outages. So the question here is, was this an anomaly, or is there some weather dependency of outages that if we put in our model, can we capture it? Right. And in this illustration also, we didn't have the actual transmission and generation outages. We had aggregate generation outage statistics, which we included in our simulation in a stylized manner. And we also didn't have data on transmission outages. So including those would change how well we capture the severity of what actually happened in Winter Storm Uri in terms of the megawatts shed. Next, please. So to conclude, operational planning in the face of an extreme event is crucial, and getting that probabilistically determined locational information so we can take actions like taking units off of maintenance, starting slow, starting units, and so on. And Overall, SNAP platform assesses impacts on a physically detailed system with transmission constraints and operationally accurate modeling, like unit commitments, full storage optimization. So the question we're trying to answer is where and when are the events happening, and which resources contributed to adequacy the most? So we have some computational techniques that I mentioned briefly that allows us a computational time that is aligned with this short-term analysis. But the method is generalizable and scalable to longer-term resource adequacy decisions and planning as well. And overall, the locational level information helps us with identifying which operational actions we can take, right? That need some lead time, few days to address the extreme event. And that's all we had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Celine and Jeff. In-person questions?
Hi, my name is Sayed from Alpha Traxia. My question was, if I understood correctly, the SNAP, where you're generating scenarios, the assumption is that all those scenarios are basically run on a predefined topology, right? Because you're not accounting for unplanned outages, or you are?
We're accounting for unplanned generation outages, but not transmission outages.
So you're not?
Yeah, we didn't have that in this simulation, but we can incorporate it if we had the data. Yeah.
And you say if you had the data, you could incorporate it. That means you would just try different possible scenarios of transmission?
Right. So basically, we would have a bigger scenario space. In this simulation, we had the weather to energy scenarios, all right, load and wind, and also the generation outage scenarios, but we didn't have transmission outage scenarios. So if we had, we would have a bigger probabilistic space. Yeah.
Thanks. Do we have any virtual questions? No. More in-person questions?
My name is Felix Wang from Great Insights. This is really impressive work. I think this is really convergent to the typical transmission planning process we're doing in Promont. So maybe Promont should up their game. I mean, when they're, let's say we're running our LRTP Tranche 2, maybe they should up their game to put more, scenario in there. Or do you guys think it's reasonable for the next step, the next MISO planning reserve auction should, use this kind of model to price? Is this reasonable to have that kind of a projection?
Did my boss put you up to this? And are you trying to get me in? No. I think from our perspective, this was a proof of concept that we really want to leverage and think about things from how it transitions from the planning horizon to the operating horizon, right? And I think there's a lot of additional analysis that we need to do. We have one test case, but I think we definitely want to do more to prove this out, especially before we start considering how we roll this into the PRA and even what we do from a planning perspective with the LRTP.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to say one more thing. Maybe, you have run so many SCAD, and the end product is so many LNP. There must be so many use or application cases you can think of to utilize the result. There's a lot of computer time you have spent, and we really hope you can, take better use of it. Thanks.
Hi, this is Chen from PowerGM. It's a very nice presentation. It's especially intriguing. You mentioned that the platform successfully reproduced that the load shedding event happened on 16th in the MISO South. Could you give, a little information of that event? What caused the load shedding? Actually, is that just because of the extremely heat, or is that at the same time there's like a emergency unexpected generation tripping aggregate the situation? Could you give us a little bit more information on that?
So I am not well versed, but there are two references to reports that MISO put out, and also the IMM, or Independent Market Monitor for MISO, that they put out, that goes through a detailed explanation of what happened on those the events, the cold spell, the generation outages, transmission constraints. There was a kind of a confluence of events that caused that very difficult situation.
Just to summarize two events, and we showed those on the deck here, actual outages being much more than the predicted outages, generation outages, and then local transmission emergencies were listed in the sources that Jeff mentioned.
The reason I ask this is that, if it is also caused by the unplanned unit tripping, it will be more difficult to reproduce that. That's why the reason I ask this.
I think I missed a question in the middle.
Thank you for this. Kolbon Zakeri, UMass Amherst. My question for you is this. It seems to me like your presentation and the earlier MISO presentation basically presents the case of catering for adequacy, particularly taking transmission into account where there's a lot of congestion. Okay, so is there a way of clustering nodes together in areas perhaps that are not congested in terms of transmission and potentially making the computations easier to handle?
Perhaps Alex, did you want to? Alex looks like he has some comment.
Let me try. I think it goes back to the old debate, what is easier to manage, nodal market or zonal market. And ERCOT tried, and it spent a lot of resources managing congestion after going from zonal market and managing local congestion inside zones, because the variability of events may be bigger, and we can't in advance be sure that we cluster these nodes adequately and not miss events. It's probably easier to actually go nodally and explore and use some kind of, I would say what we're doing in a way, we are, by reducing scenarios, we perform some form of a clustering, but it's more dynamic, using the tools themselves rather than trying to guess in advance what's the right clustering going to be.
Yes, I kind of picked up on that, and that's why the question was
triggered. Okay, all right, thanks.
One last question.
Russell Polaris. This is more of a follow-up comment there. I think people misunderstand the impacts of nodal modeling. In many cases, if it's handled properly, it actually doesn't cost you anything computationally. But there's certain challenges where it can be difficult. And so it's a kind of a modeling art and engineering judgment to say, how do you incorporate nodal? And it's not always a big deal. In many cases, actually, nodal is not the issue that drives the problem for computational effort. For example, if you're solving unit commitment problems with mixed integer programming, a modest number of security constraints actually helps performance.
All right, with that, I think we're at the end of the session. So let's thank our speakers one more time, Jeff and Salim. All right, thank you, everyone. This concludes our session. Please feel free to chat and network, use the restrooms, but please be back here at 3 for the final session of our day. Thanks.
1 minute warning, please, y'all. We could try to finish out on time today. All right, well, thank you. I know that was a really short break, but welcome to the last panel for today. And we're gonna be starting with Amber Motley from the California ISO, and her presentation is titled Short-Term Forecasting During Extreme Climate Events.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Not a very good place to put this. All right. I hope everybody's well. Still awake? Coffee? No? Okay, all right. Well, it is very convenient that I'm here today to talk about forecasting during extreme climate events. I'm sure you guys are aware that the West has been under quite the ridge the last few days. This presentation is going to focus on the summer extreme events. So really in the hot and forecasting high temperatures as we go through the deck. This can be completely applicable and also is used during the cold weather scenarios. But just wanted to highlight this is for really the hot events. I'm Amber Motley. I'm the Director of Short-Term Forecasting at the California ISO. We're in charge of forecasting the demand for the CAISO BAA as well as the Western Energy Imbalance Market, renewables, and uncertainty on the system. Next slide. Just a little bit of background about California ISO. You guys are very familiar where we are, so we'll touch on that. I'll talk a lot about weather forecasting. I know that some of the colleagues from ISO New England and MISO also talked about critical weather forecasting elements and how that filters into forming alerts in the forward horizons, day ahead all the way out through day 10, and then touch on uncertainty forecasting that's lumped with the alerting as well as some of the market products that are there. Next slide. Very briefly, California ISOs in the Western United States. When we talk about forecasting and alerting, we're really looking at the whole Western energy imbalance market, not just the CAISO BAA. So CAISO BAA is within California, a little part of Nevada, but we're really looking at and holistically alerting and monitoring temperatures and loads for all of the 22 participating WEIM entities in the real-time market. Next slide. CAISO BAA has a large amount of renewables on the system. The bottom right chart shows the growth from 2017 all the way to 2024 of the different renewable types. We did hit a number of peaks this past spring, almost hitting 19,000 megawatts in June. But we also hit 117.3% of renewables compared to demand on the system on April 20th of 2024. We have about 28,000 megawatts of large scale renewable resources on the system, both wind and solar, as well as about 16,000 megawatts of rooftop solar on the system as well. Next slide. So talking a little about weather forecasting. So we heard a little bit from MISO on weather forecasting and ensembles coming into the forecast. We also really rely on a suite of tools that the energy meteorologists look at. It's the first awareness of extreme events coming into the system is really looking at the numerical weather prediction models or NWP models, how those different models look on a holistic sense, right? We also rely on vendors to do weather forecasting, but we found really the critical importance of being able to look at the raw weather output in those further horizons to help identify the alerts that are there. For this event that we're going through today and have been for the last week, the GFS raw model was really the one that shined on its own in a forward-learning sense. So really being able to see those and look at those and the different comparisons from a meteorological perspective, how they're changing over time or not changing and being stable to allow that forward alerting. Then comparing those, when you just take maybe a weather variable of temperature and comparing those to climatology, where are you in the sense of the climatological norm? Are you at the 80th percentile to norm? Are you at the 95th percentile to norm? Are you at the 98th, which I would consider extreme? You're really on the outlier of a norm event. And that's really important for both weather forecasting, but is also important to take into consideration for the modeling of any element in the net load, as well as the generation and the transmission supply, because those are far extreme temperatures that could impact the uncertainty of those elements. Of course, looking at historical events and the last few days of how air has transposed during the overnights or maximum temperatures. And then the energy meteorologists on the system will take those into consideration and then form their own temperature forecast that will go out for the day ahead timeframe as well as the forward alerting period. Next slide. I'm going to transition into what does that weather look like when you do and form the alert. So when you form the alert, other colleagues were talking about this as well, you are using that weather information from all of the different outputs and you're really assessing the health of the system. And you're assessing the health of the system by comparing the impact of the weather onto the demand and the load forecast in comparison to what renewable resource supply you have, as well as the RA supply that's there and the transmission system and potential transmission system outages that could be impacting the renewable resource supply. So you're monitoring the overall forecasted conditions against that supply and demand component. On today's outlook, in 2021, we expanded and put on further information of comparing demand, net demand, and comparison to the resource adequacy supply that's there so that the forward public can also see how tight we're getting when you take into consideration the balance of the demand and the supply elements that are there. Next slide. So weather is the first input that goes into the equation. In our alerting process, we're looking at two key elements. Again, this is summer focused. So we look at the weighted temperature risk. So it's really important that you watch the minimum temperatures in combination with the maximum temperatures, because minimum temperatures during either cold or hot event really can help drive the load forecast and where that energy demand is going to be. And then we bucket them into different percentiles. And it's really hard to see on the screen, but we have 5 levels. Green is normal. The yellow, number 2, is at the 80th percentile. 3 is at the 90th percentile. 4 is at the 95th percentile, and then 5 is at the 98th percentile. That's the percentile of the climatological norm. So we're looking at the weighted temperature risk and where it sits with climatological norm binned by month. And we're looking at the high temperature risk, how it compares to climatological norm binned by month as well. And that gives us an indication. So for the example day that's on here, that you have 2 regions on the high temperature risk that are alerting a 4 or 5, 98th being an extreme, right? So that's not in their data set. That also gives you an indication that most likely the load model or the models that are getting run off of it as well don't have very much information of those data sets in there. And that's important when you start factoring in the uncertainty that might come onto the system over time. The other thing that we look at is how many consecutive days are happening at certain levels, because that is also very important for forecasting. We are denoting a heat wave by 3 or more consecutive days that you see us at or greater than 90th percentile, so that orange 3 color. And that's where we'll start watching and say, okay, this area is in what we call heat wave criteria, where they had multiple days of exceptional heat. Next slide. That information is taken in and creates an advanced warning system where we're looking at all of the indicators that were there before. So we're looking at the load and the load forecast, taking into consideration that temperature information that's been fed to it. We're looking at the renewables and we're looking at the probabilistic forecasts of those renewables, not just the deterministic forecast, but because this is an alerting system, we're looking at the probabilistic forecast of the renewables that are coming in. And then we look at the RA supply resources, taking into consideration outages that could be impacting them or derates on the system. And then those outlooks are used to form the relationship between the resource adequacy resources and the demand and flag for any potential supply shortfalls that are on the system. Sounds very similar to what others are doing as well. And then they inform our playbook actions. These days and alerts are in the 8-day horizon up into, and then during some events where you have more certainty that that extreme weather is going to materialize from a weather perspective, we have gone 10 to 15 days out in the alerting. An example of a 10-day out alert where we started coordinating was the September 6, 2022 event because that was falling on a holiday weekend. So it was very helpful to alert even further than the 8-day horizon that was out there. Next slide. One of the things that's really critical, and I heard MISO talking about it as well, is accounting for the uncertainty in the forward alerting. When you're operating in an extreme event, you have uncertainty that's going to be there. That uncertainty is going to be on the weather forecast side, that uncertainty is going to be on the load side, the renewables, and then also you have uncertainty outage risks to the other RA supply resources, ambient temperature derates that could be there as well. So we, in our alerting criteria, account for uncertainty in those forward days. So each day gets an uncertainty value. Right now it's a daily value, not an hourly value, but it's a daily value of uncertainty that takes into consideration the historical trends during similar weather conditions that we've seen from load forecast uncertainty as we go from that day 8 horizon to the day ahead horizon, as well as outage risk on the supply side of the supply resources, gas, hydro, that you see from the day 6 horizon all the way in to the day ahead horizon. We account for the uncertainty for the renewable resources by using the lowest probabilistic forecast that is coming in at a 5-minute granularity. And that is really critical when you have a lot of solar resources because a lot of times those solar resources are ramping down right at the same time as you're peaking your load on the system. So it's really critical that you take into consideration 5-minute granularity from the wind and solar resources, even in the day ahead perspective. With that, I'm going to transition to a little bit more on uncertainty forecasting and different uncertainty products that are within the CAISO market. Next slide. So probabilistic forecasts, whether those probabilistic forecasts be generated forecasts of ensembles that are coming from the weather side or from the renewable side. They could also be statistical methods like regression, quantile regression, histograms really help us manage and look at uncertainty. They also help adapt for conditions and help you balance cost with risk that exists on the system. Next slide. So there are soon to be 3 products in the market suite that look at net load uncertainty. So this is load minus large scale wind minus large scale solar, or load has the element of rooftop solar within it. That one is the imbalance reserve. It looks at the time frame from the day ahead market to the 15-minute market, or FMM. And then as you go closer to day ahead, you have different products that are there. So in real time, from that 15-minute market to the RTD market, you have the flexible ramp product. And then when you get into the more near term of that last market run to actual, you have regulation. All of these products help employ target percentiles to cover that forecast uncertainty. How you balance that cost versus risk question can be different. So the imbalance reserve product, the flexible ramp product have demand curves associated with them. The demand curve helps you balance the cost versus risk of the product. When you look at regulation, you can balance it by looking at 2 different things, which is the target percentile you're covering, right? So during some events, I always like to think of it like insurance. So if you knew that a hurricane was coming towards your house, and you knew in the forecast that that hurricane was coming, you would want to take out more insurance for your house if you could, right? So the same type of situation happens when you're forecasting extreme weather and you're preparing for it, is if you know that you're going to have a lot of variability between your last market run and actual because you have partly cloudy cloud conditions and there's 20,000 megawatts of solar on the system, then you're going to want to be able to have a higher percentile to cover the historical error that happens within that net load. So you can change your target percentile to help cover during key conditions on the system. Next slide. So with that, the same process, we have these products in real time. We also have load conformance that is there within the RUC process as well. These are conditions that you can use to inform your target percentile, right? The insurance that you want to take out, you can use it in regulation. You can also use it in the day ahead market as well. And you can look at different conditions like weather, what is happening on the West as a whole for us? What is the other entities? Are we all experiencing extreme heat at the same time today? Yes. Are we just one of the BAAs within the bigger connected picture that is experiencing it? And then how does the health of the system look when you compare the operational RA supply that you have, taking into consideration the uncertainty, to the overall demand that's forecasted on the system, and then really work to have a target percentile to manage the risk during certain conditions that are there. All right, this is my last slide, and then I'll open it up for questions, is thinking about the future. I think as I've listened to presentations today, as well as this presentation, one of the things that I see is there's a lot of critical data that's flowing on the weather forecast side, right? You have a lot of data that's coming from many different weather models, ensembles of weather models. Those are feeding into characteristics on resources for transmission. Those are feeding into characteristics of resources of when wind cutouts happen, or you have a reduction due to temperature for a generator overall. And then they feed into these forward alerting products that you really have to be able to notify that an extreme event's happening, and you can take the actions of starting long start resources. You can take the actions of coordinating with the BAAs and the RC footprint, or the EIM footprint within the state to demand response programs that might be there to help cover those critical periods. And really in the future, the connection of all those pieces, as well as the actions that are going to come with the amount of data that's flowing. I think you've seen it in some of the presentations. There's a significant amount of data that's coming from many different avenues, putting them all together to get to a picture that automatically takes those actions for the operators as you look from that day 8 perspective all the way into the day ahead and day ahead into real time to prepare for these events is going to be critical, as well as data cleaning. Whenever you have that much data, just a lot of data cleaning that has to happen. So with that, I will pause and see if there are any questions.
Round of applause for Amber. Thank you. Are there any questions in the room? We'll start there.
Thank you, Amber. My name is Gol Bonzo-Akeri. Just wondering, in terms of your studies, have you observed anything that you can share with us qualitatively as climate change is sort of taking effect? We just say, you know, these consecutive 3 days of extreme weather, they're getting more frequent, they're getting much more frequent. They're not getting frequent at all?
I don't have the exact analysis to see how it compares to the climatological, like 30-year norm. I mean, I think I can speak from a high level, right? This event that the West is going through right now, you are seeing a lot of consecutive days for regions at or 100 degrees or higher. You did see that again in September of the end of August and into September of 2022. So you do have those 2 data points that are there. So you do have a couple in the last horizon that are near and dear to our hearts right now. But when it looks at the norm, I think you do see record setting happening. And I think we'd have to look back to see, you know, in the 1800s, do we still see it? In the 1900s, is it there?
And for the folks who are online joining us virtually, I saw that there's 85 plus. We would love to hear your questions too. So please put those in the Q&A. Any online, Aaron? Okay, some more questions in the room.
Boris Gissin, Podium. Can you tell what's happened that day when renewable exceeded 17% demand? Did you have any? I have so many questions when I hear this number. Like, did you have any conventional generation running that day? Do you have still nuclear running? I think you have 1,000 or 2,000 megawatts of nuclear. Have you charged all your batteries during that time? What's happened during the ramp time after that when it started going down at whatever 6 p.m. was 5 p.m. that day? And what will happen in September if this will be even more? We have much more difficult days, I think, September.
Yeah, so on today's Outlook, all that data is posted, so you can go in and put that April 20th day in, and you can look at the supply chart to see exactly what the supply resources were doing on that day. I will say that the battery resources, you'll see them charging during that time. There still is conventional generation that is on as well. I can't remember if the nuclear was on during that period of time, but it is all on today's Outlook for you to see exactly kind of how the generation picture looks when we are hitting that 117.5%. But we also are interconnected, right? So we're interconnected within the WEIM footprint as
Obviously,
well.
send north against, thanks for them. During other hours, you send a lot of power north, I guess. I've worked with guys in the past. But it's just impressive. When it will be 200%, I just don't know what will happen. I work a lot with PJM people, they had people, and when I say that renewable will exceed demand, just can't believe. It's just, and you're the first state that goes into this part, so that's why it's so scary, I guess.
Yeah,
How much new batteries you need, how much ancillary service. There's so many questions comes from this number. I can understand 60%, but when it's over 100% in this record, it's tough.
Yeah, it's been very wonderful to watch over time.
Who provide ancillary services because renewables don't provide ancillary services?
Yeah, there's a lot of resources. The battery resources do provide ancillary services as well.
But most of the ancillary were provided by batteries because you didn't have conventional to run. Thank you, but it's just fascinating. One number really stretches.
Guys saw some questions over here earlier, maybe? Yeah.
Yinghua from PGM. There's a lot of uncertainty from renewables. We know that from California. So how do you deal with that in terms of their generation, in terms like when you need them, that they were not there, these type of things. How does California deal
with the renewable forecast?
Yeah, with the renewables, with the uncertainties due to renewables.
Yeah, so I think that that's where you go back a couple slides onto the uncertainty products that are there, right? I think you've seen the need as the net load, which includes those renewable resources and have uncertainty products in the market, right? That's the imbalance reserve market that comes for the day ahead to FMM, the flexible ramp product that comes in FMM to RTD. But when you look at the forward alerting side of things, in the day ahead all the way through the day 8, it's also really critical to take those renewable resources into consideration, right? They do have RA values. They have, and for us, it's the ELCC method for the CAISO BAA that gets run, the effective load carrying capability methodology. But you want to look at the difference of that ELCC method to the lowest probabilistic forecast that you have coming in as well during those day ahead through day 8 horizons. So it's taken into consideration by using those uncertainty products that are there. We have quantile regression that's forming them with the forecasts being critical inputs in forecast change over historic that's there. And those are really critical, but then it's also really watching the renewable probabilistic forecasts that are coming out, because oftentimes when you hit an extreme event, for us, I'll talk extreme heat, the wind is not blowing, right? We are underneath a dome. We don't have as much wind generation during that period of time. We also have to take into consideration the impact of that heat on the resources. And that is also accounted for in those probabilistic forecasts. So it's really, you have to account for the uncertainty in another element outside of the forecast that goes downstream.
We have some more time for questions, if either there's some questions online or in the room.
Sorry if I missed anything. I remember you mentioned that the probability product impact the amount of reserve you need. So is that a reality in CAISO that when you determine the reserve requirement, you calculate, you use the kind of probability model to calculate that? Is that on daily basis or seasonal basis? Can you elaborate a little bit for different product, like a ramping product, your spinning product? How do renewable impact that?
Yeah, no, I'll start with the regulation product. So the regulation that you did capture that, right? We do calculate every single day different percentiles for all of the uncertainty products that are there. So for regulation requirement, we are looking daily at the risk that we have between that last market run, which is us, RTD, and actual. And then we're taking that into consideration when we choose the target percentile. Right? That's where you're balancing the risk versus the cost element is the change in that percentile that goes down into the day ahead market optimization. So that happens every single day. It looks at the forecasted conditions of the renewable resources that are there as well as the load and takes that into consideration when we choose the target percentile. The same type of scenario happens with the flexible ramp and the imbalance reserve, but instead of the target percentile is set. So the target percentile is at the 95th percentile for us for both of those products at this time. And the demand curve is the one that optimizes to see how many megawatts are served over time. So it's a little bit different than the regulation product where the demand curve is the one that is optimizing that cost versus.
All right, we have one online question.
So we have a question from Zhenyu. I've just given Zhenyu access to talk, so go ahead. Maybe not.
And if you're speaking, you might still be on mute.
Yeah, I guess not.
We still can't hear you. Zhenyu, if you can unmute. Okay, are there any other questions in the room? And if, Zhenyu, if you want to put your question in Q&A, we can also read it. Okay, awesome. Well, I think that might be it then. Thank you so much. So next up, we have Guillermo Bautista Alderente from the California ISO, and his presentation is titled Modeling the Impact of Regulation Service on Battery Energy Storage State of Charge. Thank you.
Thank you. We put a presentation, please. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this introduction to the conference. This is a topic very deep into the market functioning of the California ISO. Specifically to the new technologies that we have integrated for the last 3-4 years. Specifically, I'm referring to the inverter-based storage resources, also known as batteries. For the last 3 years, the CAISO system has seen a very explosive growth of batteries. Back in 2006, in a matter of a few months, we saw a 10-fold increase. We went from 300 to 3,000 in a matter of 3-4 months. And now we are close to 10,000 megawatts of capacity. These are very unique resources. They are fascinating technologies that can provide a lot of capabilities to the system. And at the same time, they are very challenging to operate and manage through the market. If you put in perspective the life of any ISO, we have spent decades perfectioning the operation of conventional resources. We spent basically 10 years getting to a point where we have precise dispatch of multi-stage units, combined cycles. And here we are 3 years in the making of making sure that we can properly operate and dispatch the storage resources that are coming very widely, very quickly into the system. They are complex because they are use limited. In the California system, we have about, the majority of the storage resources are about 4-hour storage. They can have this span of energy for 4 hours. And therefore, when you are running the system for 24 hours, and you are just incrementally running the real time in a matter of 3-4 hours, it's very critical how you dispatch those resources so that you can make sure that you gain the capacity when you need it the most. You dispatch them too early, you deplete the state of charge, you deprive yourself of having that capacity for the most critical time later in the day. These are the challenges that we have been running for the last 3 years. And at the same time, they have become a very good solution for other type of challenges we have previously. Prior to the last 3 years, we spent basically a decade integrating renewable resources, wind and solar. And we ran into some challenges, and now storage resources are providing a perfect solution for integrating this type of resources. Next slide, please. The CAISO has a very sophisticated model in the market. We have all the rings and bells you can imagine for dispatching conventional resources. We have multi-interval optimization, we have dynamic ramp rates, we have multi-stage units, we have AC power flows. All this is the basis to build on more sophistication of modeling storage resources. We have a very standard model that is the non-generator resource model that allow us to model positive and negative dispatches, the charge and discharge. We assume that these are always online. It's a matter whether they are going to be charging or discharging. Storage resources can participate in different ways in our market. You have the classical standalone battery. That is just a non-generator resource. But there are also more complex configurations, and specifically is the fuel mix resources. We can have, for instance, a battery that is now coupled to another type of technology, such as solar. They can come together as a single resource, and the market is going to dispatch that as a unity. Everything has to happen behind the scenes, how we're going to dispatch that resource. And that is what we call the hybrid model. We also allowed resources to participate in what we call the collocated model. That means we continue to model explicitly the battery resource complemented with a solar or other type of technology. But we limit how they are dispatched based on this optimization constraint that we call the ACC, to ensure that altogether they are not going to exceed the capability of the point of interconnection. Next slide, please. This is a picture just to give you a grasp of how in the last 6 months we have evolved the penetration of storage resources. This is a box plot illustration and just captures the last 6 months. And this is a typical profile of storage resources dispatch. It's megawatts. And it's very classical to see that they are being charged during the middle of the day. That is the time when we have very low prices, indeed some cases negative prices. There is plenty of solar production, so they are a natural complement to take on that excess of supply. And then as we go into the evening ramp, reaching the pool of the day in the night, they are ready there to discharge. This is what we expect to see how storage resources are dispatched to maximize these arbitrage opportunities between low price and high prices. And as you can see, for the more recent time, in somewhere April, May, batteries have provided up to 7,500 megawatts of capacity during the peak time. If we're talking about conditions when we have about 35,000 megawatts of peak demand, we're talking that as of now, storage resources are providing more than 20% of the peak. And that is quite significant. When we have 300 megawatts of storage resources, the problems were relatively small. As you start getting more and more storage resources, these problems that may be reflecting limitations on the model can be quite complicated, and they may have reliability implications. And that is the reason, the emphasis, why we want to ensure that the modeling of these resources are as good as we can. Next slide, please. What is another complication that we have? That given the characteristics of the resources, the attributes of these storage resources, they are a perfect technology to support regulation services. They have fantastic response times. They can precisely follow the AGC signal, the regulation signal, and something very natural has happened in the market. Effectively, they have saturated the regulation market. They are basically providing all the regulation needs of our system, and you are banking in one single technology to meet that reliability service. And therefore, it's very critical that we ensure that the models that we have are able to optimize the proper dispatch of energy plus regulation. And this is really the genesis of this enhancement that I would like to discuss more. Next slide, please. Let me illustrate with a very real example how the complication happens. We have a storage resource that we dispatch on every 5-minute basis. We have a day-ahead market on an hourly basis. We move into the 15-minute basis, and then eventually we get the 5-minute dispatch, the dispatch operating target. That is the signal we send every 5 minutes to every resource to follow. On top of that, they may be able to support regulation. So in addition to dispatch of energy, they may get an award for regulation, either up or down. When they are providing regulation, they have the obligation to be on AGC. They have to be hooked to the AGC system to be able to be following the signal on every 4 seconds. Here you have a trend of 3 points. The line dot is basically the projection, the trajectory of the energy dispatches, the energy that is issued every 5 minutes. It happens that this resource is actually on regulation. That means when they are on AGC, they may deviate from the expected energy trajectory because they are following precisely the regulation signal. That is expected. The implication of that is that when we issue a dispatch for energy, it is predicated how fast the resource can move, and they can move really, really fast, but also where they are sitting right now, depending on what state of charge they have. If they have very little state of charge, well, you are going to expect that they cannot move that far, right? If they have plenty state of charge, you can move them very far. Well, when they are also on regulation, the regulation deployment is going to consume or is going to impact how much energy they keep at the end of the period. At the end of the hour, is going to be a different state of charge to where they started because they are on regulation. And that impact is going to have a collateral effect on how we're going to dispatch for energy in the subsequent intervals. If we ignore how much energy was deployed or consumed because of the use of regulation, the next interval that doesn't consider that effect may give you an infeasible dispatch. We may be projecting that they can be somewhere else and they don't have the state of charge to be able to provide to support that energy dispatch. That is the challenge. And in this case, you can see that there is a line that is the AGC set point. That is the instruction. Every 4 seconds, we are sending to the resource to follow. And you can see they can follow very precisely. In some cases, they are precisely just behind the AGC signal. That is good. The challenge is the energy that is the delta between the blue trajectory and the green trajectory, because that is the energy that is being impacted in the state of charge. So in summary, when our storage resource is deployed for regulation, their state of charge is going to be impacted. And we need to account for that when we are making the determination of the subsequent intervals for dispatch energy. Next slide, please. There have been many enhancements that we have implemented over the last 3 years. I will not go into the details of each one, but this is just to give you the bigger picture that this is a very active area of development in the software that we have for the day ahead and the real-time market, because as I told you, as you start integrating more and more resources, the problems become more obvious and they become more material with potential reliability implications. And therefore, they need to be able to quickly accommodate, enhance the market software to be able to work around these limitations. The enhancement that we implemented in 2023 is precisely this enhancement where we take into account the impact of the regulation by the time we have to make the optimal decisions for dispatch of energy. Next slide, please. I was tempted to not have equations, but some of you would be disappointed, so I have to include at least one slide with equations, okay? And this compares two constructs. The original model that was basically keeping track of the state of charge. A state of charge is no more than how much energy is in the storage resource, how much you can use of that. And the tracking is pretty simple. What we're saying is my current state of charge is going to be based on 2 variables. First, where I was in the previous interval, and then how much energy I use to move to the current interval. If I have to issue a discharge instruction to that storage resource, it's going to consume energy to be able to reach that dispatch. And therefore, the state of charge is going to be depleted, it's going to be lower. That is what the SOC for the T-1 means from previous interval, and then the incremental change that happens between the previous interval and the current interval. It could be charging, it could be discharging, you increase or you decrease the state of charge. And obviously the state of charge has to be limited within the physical capacity of the storage resource. What we have done is effectively the second equation at the bottom, and that is in addition to tracking the state of charge change because of the energy consumed because of the energy dispatches, we have to take into account how much impact has been on the state of charge because of deployment of regulation, either up or down. And this is where the complications start, because now we're creating a linkage, and temporal linkage between energy and regulation. And we start to see very interesting dynamics when you see this equation at play. The core of this addition is predicated on a couple of inputs that we have to predefine before running the market. And that is, yes, we have to take into account how much regulation we're going to reflect in the dispatch, but based on what? We don't know how much the regulation is going to be used for the subsequent 5 interval. We have to make a projection. So what we have done is very simple. We have used historical information to assess, to estimate how much historically regulation has been used for either direction up or down, to project that the same usage is going to continue for that time of the day. Next slide, please. What you have here is what we call the attenuation factors. This is no more than the factors that we estimate for every hour of the day for the applicable regulation trajectory up or down. If you see a value of 30%, that means that for that specific hour in that specific month, historically, there has been a 30% use of the regulation. If we awarded 100 megawatts of regulation to the storage resources, historically, they use 30%. That is how much deployment happened based on the award. And we do that for both directions, up and down. And then we basically put that as a parameter that goes into the optimization. It's a static value. They are not dynamically optimized. They are just parameters input into the optimization. And based on that, now you have the relationship between energy and the deployment of regulation. And this is how we are somehow accounting for potentially how much a state of charge is going to be impacted when resources get on regulation. There are some approximations we have to make. Obviously, this is a system level metric. We were thinking potentially to do it at the resource level. We have more than 100 resources right now. There may be not enough samples to get a robust estimate resource by resource. It could be too volatile to do it at the resource level. So therefore, we are doing it right now at the system level. Next slide, please. There are many ways you can assess the implications of this enhancement. One of them is that we want to ensure that at the end of the day, the energy dispatches are going to be feasible, because if they are deployed for regulation, they have still to have the room to be able to meet not only the regulation expectation, but also the energy dispatch. One of those metrics that we have tracked is how this has changed the dynamics of the regulation market. Do we have a more spread regulation awards across the different resources? Because now they cannot carry as much regulation as we see before. We have seen some small changes, but not dramatically visible in that direction. There are 2 lines here, and basically these are the 2 phases of the enhancements that we implemented. And what you see here is the individual resource as a % of the total requirement. And you can see that there is really no dramatic change before and after the changes, and that is a good thing. Resources continue to be able to support the regulation, and there hasn't been any deterioration in the procurement of the regulation in that sense. Next slide, please. And this is the same metric, but for the regulation up. And remember, we keep track of this for each direction, for regulation down and for regulation up. Next slide, please. One of the obvious implications is that If we don't account properly for how much the state of charge is impacted by providing regulation, we may end up issuing energy dispatches that are not feasible. And for instance, if a resource is pretty close to the upper state of charge limit, and we are not accounting for how the regulation is impacting its current state of charge, we may easily issue a dispatch for energy for the next interval that cannot be achieved. We are going to be basically saturating or drying up the resource by the time we are making the decisions for energy. And how we can measure that? Well, how frequently they are hitting the boundaries of the state of charge. And yeah, they happen to be from time to time at the bottom or at the top. But in this metric that is no more than a sample distribution of the state of charge, you can see that typically they are in the range of no more than 80% of the maximum state of charge. That is a good indication that they are not persistently hitting the maximum state of charge and being infeasible because they just go to the top. And the same way goes for the down. That is a good signal. A different way to see this is how frequently resources are deviating from the instruction that we send for energy. That is also an indication that, well, you send me an instruction, I cannot follow, I have to deviate. We're tracking that. We have still work in progress to quantify that precisely, but that is a very good way to measure the efficacy of this implementation. Next slide, please. Just to conclude, the CAISO system is unique in this sense that we have this high, very quickly penetration of storage resources. And right now we're marking the 10,000 megawatts of capacity, and that is quite a strike to make for a system that is in the range of 40 to 50,000 megawatts of peak. And the regulation is a reliability service that can have quite lasting implications, reliability speaking, and therefore it's very critical to ensure that we can have a precise model in the interaction of energy and regulation. And one of those cornerstones is to ensure that our market, the software, is able to produce accurate dispatches to minimize deviations of resources, because that creates a secondary effect of interventions that we have to do to true up the market versus the reality. And so far, we haven't seen any detrimental impacts to the operation of the regulation or the energy market. And this is an ongoing effort. I can tell you there are currently other 2 initiatives for storage resources to keep improving the modeling. We have a story of maybe 4 or 5 years improving the storage resources, and with more capacity being integrated, this is just halfway. We still have a long way to go, making sure that there is a precise formulation to account for all the characteristics of this type of technology. That concludes my presentation, so I think we have some time for questions.
Thank you so much, Guillermo. All right, we're going to start with questions in the room and then go to the online questions. I see one in the back here.
Yeah. Hi. Okay. I'm Farhan. I'm from RIT. My question is, how do you plan to manage the state of charge of an energy storage resource throughout the day? Because on one hand, you want them to be available for peak hours, but you also want them to be available to meet regulations and other reserves and other fluctuations throughout the day. So how do you manage that trade-off?
Well, this is effectively the genesis of the whole formulation that we have. In our market, we are optimizing all the products, energy plus ancillary services that includes regulation plus flexible ramping product. It's up to the market to find out the best trade-off. Now, that is predicated on making sure that the market has all the visibility into the dynamics. I can tell you one of the challenges that we have is the horizon. We have, even before integrating battery resources in our system, a very robust optimization product that is multi-interval optimization. Effectively, you are clearing the market not just for the next 5-minute interval, but you are also projecting how the system is going to move for the next 11 intervals, for the full hour, right? Because you want to ensure that you properly position resources not just for the immediate need, but for the upcoming horizon. And that is critical for a system like ours that has these steep ramps. So everything is predicated on making sure that the market has the ability to see all these conditions. And that on its own is a challenge because we are not optimizing just storage resources by itself. We also have plenty of renewable resources, and that introduces, like the previous topic, a lot of uncertainty. So there are a lot of moving pieces, right? When we start implementing these models for storage resources, we start to see some implications for settlements, how they were paid or charged based on the information that we settled that is fully based only on the binding interval. But when you see deeper into the horizon, the market was making decisions based on the horizon conditions. Like my wind is expected to blow this much and suddenly 30 minutes later it's not blowing that much. Now the reality changed. And this is where you have to ensure that it's not just about the model of the storage resources, but also all the inputs that got into that. Renewable resources, congestion management, flexible ramping product, all this really comes together. It's a matter of ensuring that we have the robust optimization of the overall market at whole, and the market is going to do the best trade-offs between energy regulation and even congestion.
Thank you.
We're going to turn to an online question.
So this first. This first question is from Austin Park. So I'm unmuting you now, Austin.
Hey there, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Hi, I'm Austin. I'm with Gridmatic. We're a renewable power marketer. I had a question on slide 8. I saw that the attenuation factors sometimes seem to be below like the 25th percentile on the box plot, and sometimes they're like above the 75th percentile. So it seemed like it wasn't exactly just like, it wasn't like it was tracking the median of each hour of day box plot. So I wasn't sure exactly how the attenuation factors were related to the historical hour of day distributions. I was wondering if you could maybe explain that a little more. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the question. There are more details in the implementation of how we actually do it. What we do is not a percentile. The illustration just shows you the distribution of the utilization. But what we effectively do is to take all the utilization for the whole calendar month and basically divide that by the total requirement of the capacity. So if you have, I don't know, 1,000 megawatt energy for the month, divided by your total requirement over the month, that gives you the percentage of the utilization for that month. So we take that value and that remains constant for the whole calendar month. It's not a percentile, it's just the total on the system level.
Got it, thanks, makes sense.
All right, questions in the room?
I'm Zhao from Argonne National Laboratory. So how is the opportunity cost calculated and how impactful if you include that into the bidding?
Yeah, well, there is no better topic to discuss for storage resources than opportunity cost, because we're talking about these resources do not generate energy, right? They don't consume energy. They just arbitrage energy from one time to another time of the day. And therefore, as long as that price differential is there, the magnitude of the prices are relative. It doesn't matter, just what matters is the difference of the prices. And that effectively is some type of opportunity cost. So if you see all the implementation we have done regarding storage resources, like the reference bids, the estimation of their value, the compensation when they are subject to manual actions, all this is predicated on some type of opportunity cost. And one of the complications is that you don't know what the opportunity cost is going to be until you already pass the time, right? If you are discharging right now at 5 in the afternoon, well, would that be the best optimal time for you to discharge rather than 6 p.m. when the price potentially may be higher, right? The market can just look backwards in that sense. So we have a couple of implementations that all what they do is either rely on the day-ahead market solution. We already know what the day-ahead prices are going to be for the real time. They are already clear beforehand. Or we do some type of counterfactual analysis for the settlements. And even the reference bids that are used for mitigations are predicated on opportunity cost that is like the 4th largest price that you see in the day-ahead market. And I can tell you, this is an active area of discussion because I'm sure there could be room for opportunity to estimate this type of opportunity cost.
Now we're gonna do an online question.
So this next question is from Nikita.
Nikita, if you're speaking, you might still be on mute.
Nikita, maybe check. Seems like he's unmuted, but isn't coming through still. Platform. Is CAISO also thinking of considering the use of other reserves aside from regulation when calculating the state of charge for storage research? For example, flex ramp. How can similar attenuation factors be determined for other reserve types, for instance?
Yes, we have a similar concept specifically for imbalance reserves. And that is an active discussion we're going to have with participants to how incorporating the potential utilization of imbalance reserves could effectively impact the dispatch of storage resources. That is still an item to come because we are in the middle of the implementation of the day-ahead market enhancement.
Just make sure.
Yeah, so yes, there will be some ideas borrowed from this concept of regulation to be transpired to other type of services such as imbalance reserves.
All right, we have time for one more question in the room.
Yujie from ISO New England. So I have one question. I noticed that the attenuation factor for the reg up and reg down is not linked to the status of the batteries. Is that because the factor is derived from the system level historical impact?
Yes, it is. And when you see individually by resource how that shapes, it's relatively widespread. There may be some resources that may be utilized over 90% of the time, right? While there may be others that are less utilized. But in general, this utilization factor is capturing only storage resources that effectively are all the resources providing regulation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great presentation. What do you allow the storage operators to bid into the market?
Oh,
for example,
sorry, go ahead.
End of horizon charge, opportunity cost beyond the end of the horizon. Can they bid those numbers?
I can answer this generally. I would say they are allowed to bid anywhere between the bid floor and the bid cap, like any other resource. They are going to internalize opportunity cost because that is how they are operated. There are some data and elements that we have to calculate, such as the bid reference that are used for market power mitigation. That is predicated on opportunity cost. So beyond that, it's really up to them how to strategize their participation in the market. And indeed, we actually publicly disclose the trends of how they are bidding by hour over a period of time. And there are very interesting patterns you can see in the bidding profile. And by the way, a very critical point here, that is maybe a good introduction to the next topic. All this is based on the old-fashioned approach of bid quantity. And we are seeing that there are some limitations about that model because it's expressing the willingness to produce power at a megawatt rather than managing your state of charge directly. So that is the next topic.
All right, round of applause. Thank you so much. So I forgot to mention that this is a hybrid panel. So our next panelist is going to be joining us virtually. So next we have Juan Alvarez Lopez, and he is representing California ISO and will be presenting on energy storage resource model. And can we do a quick mic check?
Hello?
Yes, okay, great, we can hear you.
Hello. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present this very interesting topic, and it's a good continuation of what Dr. Bautista just talked about. And I'm going to be talking about the new energy storage resource model that the ISO is kind of proposing. But first, I'm going to be, if we go to the next slide, please. First, I'm going to be talking about what is the existing limited energy storage resource model. Throughout this presentation, we are going to call it the LESR model. And I'm going to talk about some of the challenges that we have been seeing from this model. And then I will introduce the new energy storage resource model and the benefits that we foresee. I'm going to be referencing the ESR model. Afterwards, then we'll conclude with some steps and the conclusions, and then I'll have some time for some questions, comments, and answers. Next slide, please. So first, the motivation to kind of propose the new ESR model comes from FERC Order 841, in which basically we are mandated, the RTOs and ISOs are required to better represent the physical and operational characteristics of storage devices. So that is the motivation for us to come up with a new ESR model to be able to follow FERC Order 841. Next slide, please. First, I'm going to talk about the existing LESR model, and as it was mentioned before, this is kind of the traditional way of bidding, in which we have bid to discharge and an offer to charge that is based in terms of megawatts and the dollar amount. So what we see here is basically the normal bid offer that we have for thermal resources, and this is kind of the conventional market design, and this is what we currently have implemented in the California ISO market for storage resources. And this is a bid that comes from the participants and the owners of the storage resources. Next slide, please. So in this case, the state of charge in this current LESR model, we can see that is a function of the megawatt dispatched. So even though the state of charge is a variable in the software, it is derived from the megawatt that the resources are being dispatched. Some of the constraints that we observe in the model is the power capacity limits. And these ones are accounting the energy and the ancillary services that these resources are providing. So basically, the idea is that the energy plus the upward ancillary services have to be below or equal to the upward capacity limit, and the energy minus the downward ancillary services has to be greater or equal than the lower capacity limit. We have some additional constraints that we call the ancillary services, state of charge constraints. And these ones are to ensure that we have enough state of charge to support the ancillary services for a predetermined amount of time. And this is in minutes. So basically, the idea here is after providing the ancillary services for, say, about an hour for the day-ahead market or half an hour for the real-time market, the battery still has to be within the minimum and the maximum state of charge. And we ensure that by using the ancillary services state of charge constraints. As it was mentioned in the previous presentation, we do have another set of constraints that take into account the use of regulation up and regulation down. What is the impact that we have on the state of charge? And this one helps us to ensure that the awards for energy are still feasible after providing regulation using the estimated attenuation factors. Another constraint that we have in the market is the reservation of some capacity in the opposite direction of the ancillary service award. So kind of, for example, if you have an ancillary regulation award to go down, a regulation down award, we have to reserve some capacity to discharge the resource. So it's a reservation that we have there for the capacity, depending, that is in the opposite direction of the ancillary service award, in this case, particularly talking about regulation up and regulation down. Next slide, please. Another constraint that we have in the market is the rate of change. And then again, this is on the megawatt value. And we ensure that this is satisfied by using the ramp capability constraint. As you can see in this graph, it is in megawatts per minute. And basically, this tells us, depending on where the battery is dispatching the megawatts, is how fast we can move that megawatt value. And that's measured in the megawatt per minute. And in the graph in the bottom, we are using an example, like a generic example of how fast we can move on a 5-minute ramp. But then again, I want to stress that this is also in terms of megawatt value for the storage resources, like any other regular resource that we have in the market. Next slide, please. Now, what are some of the challenges that we have with the existing LESR model? As we have seen, like any other market, the bid offer is to buy or to sell energy is based on the megawatt and dollar amount. Same thing with the ramp rates is based on the megawatt amount. And we know, as I mentioned before, that the state of charge is a function of the megawatt. And of course, this is an approximation of the actual commodity that the batteries are actually providing to the market, that is their state of charge. So that is one limitation. Another challenge that we have in our model is that we know that the physical characteristics of storage resources can vary depending on the state of charge of the resource. Once the battery is kind of reaching the full charge, it might not be able to reach the lower operating limit, or vice versa. Once the battery is reaching the minimum state of charge, might not be able to reach the upper operating limit. And the current LESR model is not able to take into account these changes in the characteristics based on the state of charge of the resource. Another challenge is that for the participants, it's difficult to estimate what is the state of charge at the time of bidding. In the case of the real-time market, we close the bid 75 minutes before the operating hour, and at that time, it could be not possible for the participants to know what would be the state of charge and being able to provide us with a more accurate approximation of that bid offer economic curve. The last two bullets are related, because the software could come up with dispatch decisions that might not be supported by the state of charge. And this is related to what we were just commenting before. It could be that the optimization comes up with a megawatt dispatch that could be near the upper operating limit, but it might be that the battery is close to the minimum state of charge, and that might not actually be possible to go to that level. Or vice versa, it could be that it comes up with a megawatt decision that is near or at the lower operating limit when the battery is at the maximum state of charge, and this might not be feasible. The way we work around this is by submitting D-rates or re-rates of the min and max and lower and upper operating limit, to be able to let the market know that maybe that upper operating limit and lower operating limit has been re-rated due to the actual state of charge of the battery. Next slide, please. So now we are going to be introducing, or I'm going to be introducing, what is the new energy storage resource model. There's a slight typo in this slide. It's the ESR model. And in here now, the change is that the bid offer is going to be in terms of megawatt hour and dollar amount. Basically, we're going to be offering state of charge segments at a certain dollar amount. And as you can see here in the slide, in the red dotted line, that's the direction of the discharge. In the blue dotted line is the direction of the charge. If you see at the horizontal axis, on the left-hand side, you see that that's the upper state of charge limit. And in the case, the right-hand side is the lower state of charge limit. And in this case, you can see that close to the upper state of charge, the value of an additional megawatt hour to charge is low. And if you're close to the lower state of charge, the value of an additional megawatt to discharge is high. So this is the prices that they are submitting per state of charge segment that is going to be offered into the market. Another thing that I would like to call to your attention here is that the state of charge segments for charging and discharging, they have the same magnitude or the same capacity. And for us, this is an important assumption that we are taking in our model. Let's go to the next slide, please. So, of course, as I mentioned now, the idea is that there's a change in this ESR model that the megawatt dispatch now is going to be a function of the state of charge. And as I said in the previous slide, we're making the assumption that charging and discharging segments will have a matching capacity. The reason is because we are using the same variable, one variable per segment, to charge and discharge the battery. We have some constraints in place that will prevent the simultaneous charging and discharging of the same segment. And we're using binary variables, only one binary variable per state of charge capacity bit segment. So those are the kind of the assumptions that we're making in this model. Let's go to the next slide, please. So this slide kind of gives the conceptual idea that we are using and how the market is going to be kind of choosing the number of segments to be able to position the battery at a given state of charge. So as you can see, same thing, the red dotted line kind of shows the direction of the discharge, the blue dotted line, the direction of charging. And we have at the right-hand side, the lower state of charge that for this sample numerical example is 10 megawatt hours. We have there on the left-hand side, the upper state of charge at 90 megawatt hours. And also, if you notice, we have 4 time intervals. Also on the horizontal axis at the bottom, you see the state of charge at time t-2. Then we move to the left to t-1. We move further to the left to t, and then we go back to the right to t+1. So in this graph, we are showing 4 time intervals from t-1 to t+1. In the case of t-2, we are starting at, say, the initial conditions where the battery is at the lower limit at 10 megawatt hours. And then once it moves to t-1, the software decides to utilize the first segment and a portion of the second segment to position the battery at 38 megawatt hours. So the state of charge at any given time would be the summation of all these individual segments. So for t-1 would be the first segment fully utilized and a portion of the second segment. When we move from t-1 to t, then you can see that the battery is sitting at 70 megawatt hours, utilizing the first, second, and third segments completely and a portion of the fourth segment. And when we move to t+1, then only the first and second segments are fully utilized and just a fraction of segment number 3, putting the battery at 54 megawatt hours. So the takeaway from this slide is that the state of charge at any given moment will be the summation of the individual segments that were inputted as the bit offer by the participant of the storage battery. Next slide, please. Another change is now that we will still be observing the rate of change, but now the rate of change will be directly on the state of charge. So it will be based on the charge that the battery has, how fast we can move from one state of charge to the next state of charge condition. So in this case, the current model is megawatt per minute. In this new model that we're proposing would be megawatt hour per minute. And depending on the percentage of the charge of the battery is how fast we can move the battery from one state of charge to the next. Next slide, please. Another addition to this new model is that we are planning to consider the dynamic power capacity. And this is what I mentioned at the beginning. For batteries, when they're close to the minimum state of charge, the battery cannot reach the upper operating limit. And when they're close to the maximum state of charge, the battery cannot reach the lower operating limit. So this is included into the market. And now that upper operating limit and lower operating limit is dynamically going to be a function of the state of charge within the optimization. Next slide, please. So the benefits of this new ESR model that we are foreseeing is that it is an improvement since we now are going to be modeling directly the state of charge. We will be able to enforce directly in the optimization certain constraints on the state of charge, like setting like a target state of charge for any given time, or even holding the state of charge for the batteries. As we saw in the previous slide, then we will represent directly the rate of change on the state of charge rather than on the megawatt value. And also that the bids and offers is going to be in terms of the state of charge. So it's going to be a pair of state of charge segments and a price. And this, of course, is a better representation of the willingness that the battery has from charging and discharging, which is actually the actual commodity that batteries are giving to the market, that is their state of charge. And then the last two bullets are related, and because we are doing an advanced modeling of the dynamic power capacity limit constraints, that will eliminate the need of excessive input into the market for megawatt D rates and re-rates, since now we will be able to dynamically account what is the upper operating limit and the lower operating limit based on the state of charge of the battery. Next slide, please. So as means of conclusion, this new ESR model, it's an improvement on the existing LESR model. And of course, now this one is based on the megawatt hour and price rather than on the megawatt and price. This will allow us to better put into the market what is the actual commodity, that is the state of charge, and have a better representation, and also improve modeling of the characteristics of the battery that are changing dynamically based on the state of charge. The next steps are, of course, to the ISO will be engaging our stakeholders to do a discussion on this model and explore further benefits and the usability of this new ESR model. So thank you so much for your attention, and at this time I'm ready to take some questions and comments.
Thank you, Juan. All right, we have some questions in the room, and for the folks joining virtually, please do put questions in the Q&A.
Thank you for the presentation. It was great, I believe, like especially considering short duration storage, right, which are limited energy storage resources. This idea seems good, like considering bidding option for storage in terms of state of charge instead of megawatt. Like we have been actually spending some time on this too. I have two questions. One is, in this work, you mentioned about storage bidding in the energy market in terms of state of charge, right? And in the previous session, it was mentioned about being considered in the regulation market. So I was wondering, like, would that be considered for simultaneously for each service, the same storage bidding for multiple services in the same format?
Yes, thank you very much for your question. Definitely, this is a change even in the approach of the market design, in which now the offer is now going to be on the megawatt hour, the state of charge, and then of course all the other services would have to be aligned with this same type of form of bidding, the state of charge rather than the megawatt. So these are like kind of the early stages. We'll still have to engage our stakeholders, but definitely if these were to be implemented, everything has to be aligned to be in the same type of fashion, megawatt hour and price.
Yeah, thanks. And second question I have is when you showed that bidding curve, right? You mentioned about the segments being same for both charging and discharging. So what is the reasoning about it? What happens if they're not identical?
Mostly it's kind of a trade-off between the accuracy and also the burden to the optimization software. If they were to be different, we would have to introduce more integer variables, which will, of course, increase the complexity of the model. And by us keeping them fixed at the same capacity, then we can reduce the number of integer variables or binary variables that we are using on the system. So this is kind of still like a trade-off between, the feasibility of solving a large-scale system like the one that the California ISO has, and then of course like the how accurate the model is, or the flexibility of the model rather. So it's still like a trade-off between time and accuracy.
All right, we're going to do one more question in the room, I think back here, and then we're going to turn to an online question next.
Thank you. I'm Farhan from RIT. You mentioned something about SOC curve, SOC limits changing based on SOC value. that it cannot charge if it is close to its limits or discharge when it's close to its limits. I did not fully understand that part.
Right. So this is kind of the capacity limit or the megawatt value that they can give you. So when a battery is closer to the upper state of charge, when let's say the battery is fully charged, you might not be able to bring the megawatt value all the way to the lower operating limit. So let's say, just on a simple example, if your lower operating limit is, say, negative 100 megawatt, but you're fully charged, you might not be able to go all the way to minus 100. You might actually be able to go only to minus 90 or minus 80. And kind of the other way around, if the battery is, let's say your upper operating limit is 100 megawatts, but you're kind of discharged, like at your lower SOC, you might not be able to hit the 100. You might be able to hit only maybe 80 or 90. So that capacity.
Is that because of the price?
No, that's the depending on the battery itself, the physical characteristics of the capacity of the battery itself, and that capacity of the megawatt at the upper and at the lower limit varies depending on the state of charge. So this is a physical characteristic, not an economical characteristic.
Okay, like keeping it between 20 and 80%.
Right, for example.
Good, thank you.
An online question?
We have a question from Zhen Yu. I've just unmuted you. Zhen Yu, if you want to talk.
Hello, this is Zheng Yufan. Can you confirm you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. This is Zheng Yufan from PJM. I have two questions. The first one, I just want to confirm, can or does California ISO have the capability to optimize the SOC for the resource owner, or this is still done by the owner level?
Right, thank you for your question. So yes, we do track it and optimize it in a way, both in the current LESR model and in the new ESR model. We do have that capability. There's certain resources as well that they manage their own state of charge, and there's like a parameter that is set on the market. But for the ones that opt in for the optimization of their state of charge, the software does that for them. Just mind you, in the current implementation of the LESR is based on the megawatt value, and then in the new model would be based on the megawatt hour value. But we do observe and keep the state of charge within the limits, and it's optimized.
Okay, thank you. My second question is more for market rule. What is there a requirement for the participant to provide their SOC to the market, or this number is, can be optimized by California ISO, as you mentioned?
So I'm going to try to answer the question based on what I understood. So yes, the way the market feeds back or receives the kind of the state of charge value in the real-time market is via telemetry. So in our 5-minute market, we receive telemetry data, and then we're able to see the state of charge of the resource. And then based on that is used as an initial condition. And then based on the megawatt dispatch decisions that the software is doing, is able to track and keep track of that state of charge to keep it within the limits. So I don't know if that answers your question for the batteries that we optimize the state of charge.
So is there a requirement for California ISO to ask each ESR owner to submit their SOC into day-ahead or real-time market?
Okay, so for the day-ahead market, their initial SOC, for the ones that we are optimizing the state of charge, it comes as part of the bid. of the bid that they submit into the day-ahead market, there's a parameter that they can beat, and that would be the initial SOC that is used in the day-ahead market optimization. So the requirement is there in case they're asked to submit it. In case that number isn't there, the day-ahead market goes with the initial SOC based on the previous solution of the last hour of the previous day-ahead market. So that's for day-ahead. And in the case of real-time, we receive the state of charge via telemetry.
Okay, thank you.
Some more questions in the room?
And would the reserve bits still be in megawatt? And so you would have the energy bits in megawatt hour and the energy in the reserve bits in megawatt?
Correct. So the new ESR model would be in megawatt hour and price or dollar amount. So would be those individual segments that will cover from the min SOC to the max SOC. So that would be in the new ESR model, that would be the bid and offer for the energy, for the megawatt hour they're offering.
We're going to do one more question in the room and then turn to our online question.
Russ Forward, Polaris. I wanted to understand the computational impacts of what you were describing a little bit. Are you applying this to day ahead as well as real time, or is it just for real time market first?
It would have to be to keep to keep a consistent implementation. If these were to move forward, it would have to be in both markets, day ahead market and real time market.
Okay, and you mentioned that you're introducing integer variables for each segment of the bid curves for the storage participants. And if you have any reasonable number of storage participants, that could be a very large number of integer variables you're introducing into the market. Have you evaluated the computational impacts? I would guess it may be a real hill to climb.
Right. We haven't done testing yet. This is kind of the conceptual basis or really the start, and this has to still go through our stakeholder process. However, we feel confident that it might be implementable, might be possible. We do have currently in the market several integer variables, even in the modeling of our multi-stage generators. So we believe it's something that is implementable, but we haven't yet done testing on software since this is just kind of the inception and the start of this new ESR model.
Great. So we have one more question online from Zhao. I just granted talk permissions. If you would like to go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, this is Jiwan again from Yinghua. So please confirm you can hear me clearly.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, no technical difficulty this time. So yes, I have basically I have a similar question about this performance impact, because before you have this power megawatt based curve, right? Then you change to energy based curve. Then, based on the old curve, right? You don't, kind of based on nonlinear curve, and also you allow you be the segment have to land at 0 megawatt, right? So you can avoid the integer variable. Now, because you have curve, you have to introduce the integer variable. In that sense, the performance impact is really interesting. I will definitely gonna keep watching you guys, see what's, that any breakthrough on that area. Probably another question regarding, since we changed the curve, right? The curve part of, why have this probably help for participant on science willingness, right? Because they don't want to operate outside, 20% to 80%, right? A lot of the willingness cost, right? So in that sense, term of in the power mitigation, whatever, you have to have the reference curve, you try to see whether the offer makes sense, right? Do you have any thinking about how this one be justified? Their curve, it makes sense based on the willingness and based on the energy part. And just some thinking. I was really interesting on this because if inside the limits, right, I think it's probably not much difference. Really, try to outside, close that limits, right? That's be an issue, right? Majority gonna facing that issue. So basically, do you think about other things? For example, we have other different thoughts like willing to pay limits, and so sorry, the preferred limits and also penalty outside limits, right? That one's basically kind of simplify this one, but also give the flexibility to say, that's area I don't want to go there. If I go there, I want to pay, I want to get to pay more. So that type, is different direction, address some problem, some common problem. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. That's very, very interesting. And for sure, this is type of the engagement that we are expecting from our stakeholders and see how we can, add more constraints or even make it more like a more sophisticated model for sure. But thank you for your input.
So unfortunately, we are out of time. So thank you again. Really appreciate you answering all those questions. Next up, we have Mort Webster from Pennsylvania State University. And Mort will be presenting on flexibility, reserve products, and structural changes to unit commitment and real-time markets and operations.
Thanks. Actually, oh,
yes. So let me make sure this is off. Okay, yep, we're good.
Great. Thank you. Thanks to everybody at FERC for running the conference and for inviting me. Just waiting for the slides to come up. There they come. So I want to tell you today about a little bit of work we've been doing together with PJM in collaboration on looking at potential flexibility reserves in PJM, how that might work. This is work that's been done by two of our graduate students, Aravind Retna Kumar and Shailesh Wasti. So all the good work is due to them and to Anthony, and any mistakes are mine, of course. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to quickly go through motivation, but I don't think I have to with this group after we've been at this all day. Tell you a little bit about our study design and walk through some of the impacts of some simulated RAM capability products. Next slide, please. So again, I think we've been talking about this all day today. So with all the changes that are happening, there's a lot more net load variability and possibly increased forecast error. Not everyone necessarily agree with this, but you might say, well, at a minimum, you should be doing multi-interval dispatch with longer look ahead to deal with all this variability in the storage. That isn't necessarily going to be quickly implementable by some of the RTOs. There's issues with the vendors, there's issues with the stakeholders developing new market products. So one thing that could be done in some of the markets where they have single interval real-time dispatch would be to add more of these flexibility ramp reserve products, right? So now, of course, you could add multiple products. You could have a 10-minute product, a 30-minute product, a 60-minute product, a 2-hour product. So one of the questions out there is, what kind of product do you want? How much do you need of each? How do they interact? We're not going to get to all of that today. That's kind of where the study is going. But the third thing, and this varies, of course, by the particular market, is there are also changes you could do to the real-time unit commitment that aren't necessarily, those are software changes, right? And there isn't necessarily a new market product. And one of the questions, for example, the PJM is how much mileage would they get from improving their real-time unit commitment as compared to having a longer duration flexibility product? So that's what I'm going to talk to you about today. Next slide, please. So we've heard about a bunch of the products already today on the different time scales, excuse me, to deal with the uncertainty. So there's MISO, CAISO, we heard about the RAM capability, but then the energy imbalance product. So there's shorter term and there's longer term products. What we're going to look at specifically are two things. One, what would be the benefit, hypothetically, if you had a 60-minute ramp capability product in PJM? And what is the incremental benefit of that to actually just increasing the look ahead and improving the real-time unit commitment, which is a prerequisite for having a long duration ramp capability product. Currently, their real-time unit commitment is a 2-hour look ahead, run 30 minutes prior to the target time. I think Anthony spoke about it earlier. So if you're going to do a 60-minute delivery and you want to start thinking about resources that have a longer startup time, they need more notification time to be online, then you need a longer look ahead in your real-time unit commitment as a prerequisite to actually implementing one of these reserve products. Next slide, please. So the case study I'm going to show you today is based on our model of the PJM. Again, currently today their market, their real-time unit commitment, IT SCED has a 2-hour look ahead, and in real time they commit primarily what you would call fast start resources, so combustion turbines, internal combustion, not steam units or combined cycle units. One of the potential changes is to go to 4, 6, 8 hours ahead real-time unit commitment, right? And then you can start to consider things with longer startup times like combined cycle units that were not committed in the day ahead, but are potentially available. They could be bidding in, again, to be considered in the real-time market. So that's the question. We're going to look at it in two versions. One is the 2023. So we have last year's representation of the PJM energy mix. We use that mainly for validation, so we can show you some results from that. And then we have sort of, I would call it a near-term future case, a 2030 case, which is based on their planning, their current planning case. Next slide, please. Just a quick word about our model. I think we did present this last year for those of you who are here, but so our simulation model of the PJM markets tries to emulate the way these real-time markets and the operators face in terms of the rolling horizon and the uncertainty. So we solve a day ahead, which determines the commitment states for the slow start units, the SEAM units. Then throughout that simulation of the operating day, we're solving the real-time unit commitment. And then with one short-term forecast, then within that, you solve the next 3 real-time economic dispatch, each of which is 5 minutes. This is a single period in the current market. And each of those, the forecast, the short-term forecast can change as it does in real systems. And then you get another run of the real-time unit commitment looking ahead that has an updated forecast. So we're simulating both the variability and the forecast error, and the fact that operators are always getting another forecast, projecting ahead, but 15 minutes later, it's changed again. So we simulate the rolling horizon and the uncertainty to capture. Then in that context, we can look at what the improvements are from each of these changes. Next slide, please. So in this particular experiment, I'm going to show you, we picked 48 representative days, roughly 4 from each month, representing different degrees of how far off was the day ahead from the ultimate real-time realization, to try to get a range of conditions that you tend to see. And again, we'll show the 2 capacity mixes. So present days based on last year and the 2030 RCHAP case. And then in each of these days, of the 48 days, we're going to run 3 versions. One is today's markets as they exist in PJM, as they're defined. One is, what if you enhance their real-time unit commitment? It now has an 8-hour look ahead and has the ability to commit combined cycles and begin their, hour-and-a-half startup sequence. And then the third is you take the enhanced real-time unit commitment and you add a 60-minute reserve product to it. Next slide, please. So going right to the results, first I'm going to show you how these things would compare in the current capacity mix, the current resource mix, 2023. So of the 48 days we run, the box and whisker plot are showing you the range of the daily outcomes. There was no unserved energy in the simulations, just as there wasn't any, I believe, last year in PJM. But if you looked at the synchronized reserve shortages, the real-time unit commitment change where you are looking 8 hours ahead, on average reduces the reserve shortage by about 14%. If you were to also do the 60-minute reserves, you'd get a total of 30%, 29% reduction. We also, in our model, we simulate manual commitments that are made by operators when what's committed by the system is not quite enough. And so this reduces, you get 37% reduction from just the real-time unit commitment improvements. And then you get a little more if you were to do the ramp product. Next slide, please. If you now look at the system, so the additional wind, the additional solar, changes in load that are forecast, retirements, expected retirements of a lot of the thermal units, and then you again run that comparison. In general, what you see in terms of reliability is that the improvements from the unit commitment are a little bit smaller, and the gains from doing the 60-minute ramp are now much more significant. The incremental benefit is much larger. It is most clear in terms of unserved energy. The reduction of unserved energy total under the revised real-time unit commitment was only about a 1% reduction, but the ramp product dropped it by 21%. I should say that the ramp we're simulating is not a dynamically optimized perfect amount of allocation. This was just a first cut to test. We picked sort of a standard, 85 percentile of the historical error. So it's not at all optimized. You could likely do better. And you do get a bid production cost reduction from both from the improvement in the unit commitment and then a little bit more if you do the ramp product. Next slide, please. So just to walk through one example day to show you kind of how these results are coming out. First, if you take the current case, the historical case, and you pick one of the days, on the left, you see the generation mix in terms of the steam is primarily coal, combined cycle, and combustion turbine. And then if you were to do the enhanced real-time unit commitment, you would be replacing some of that with additional combined cycle that had not been committed in the day ahead that could have been brought online to provide some of it. I'm not showing you the mix from the ramp product because the changes are very small. Next slide, please. If you were to then try to procure this ramp capability up and down, this shows you the mix of what units are providing it. It's a combination of a little bit of steam, mainly combined cycle. Most of the combined cycle was committed in the day ahead, but you do get in the later part of the day, the ramp capability up is provided by some of this newly committed, like real-time committed combined cycle. Next slide, please. And the changes that it induces, if you were to compare today's market to just improving this look ahead in the real-time unit commitment, essentially the big change is you're bringing on all this flexible combined cycle that would have sat unused. That under the current process, current operations, they can't really call them up. On the right, you see the incremental changes in generation from then adding a ramp product. And if you note the difference in the y-axis scales, you realize that it's very small changes, small adjustments that happen. It's enough that it improves some of the outcomes, but it's relatively small. Next slide, please. So now if we look at the same example day, but kind of scaled into this hypothetical 2030, then, and on the left is the original one from 2023, the right is the 2030 version that you would get. Next slide, please. If you were to try to procure the ramp capability, I'm just showing up. The amount we're procuring is doubled in the future case compared to the present day case on the left. And there you see it's mainly combined cycle. It was all committed in the day ahead now. And there's a lot more shortages later in the day. It gets tight and it has to run short of this ramp product. Next slide, please. And then if you look at the changes in generation it induces, now the reverse is true. If you compare the y-axis scale, it's sort of very, very small, minimal changes if you just have an 8-hour look ahead, but nothing else. But you get much larger shifts if you then have this flexibility product. Essentially what it's doing is it's bringing more combustion turbines, getting them committed in the real time and bringing them on. And so that reduces, for this day, unserved energy, gets rid of it, half of the synchronized reserve shortages, a third of the manual committed generation. Again, this was a non-optimized procurement amount. Next slide, please. I know we're getting late in the day, so I'm close to the end. Just a word on prices. I'll show you just for this example day. So on average in our simulation, prices decrease. The energy prices decrease when you put in this ramp capability product. So what's happening in this case is here the formulation is the price is the dual on the constraint of how much the system is procuring. And when you do that, what happens is having this extra ramp reserved reduces the incidence of these sort of temporary scarcity events that you tend to get when the system gets tight and you get a spike in the 5-minute price and then it gets resolved. Those go down, and the way you get it down is you take a lot of the units that are online and you say, I need you to dispatch down. So I'm selling less energy now at a lower price. And the compensating revenue from the way this dual is formulated does not offset that. It does not equal that amount. So if you did it in this way, I'm not saying you should, and this is not necessarily what PGM would do, this is just a simulation, but it would not compensate for the loss. And we've looked at which units are providing the most flexibility, and they're not necessarily better off in these simulations. But again, we're kind of early on in how we're designing this. Next slide. So the takeaways from this initial study, in the near term, at least for PJM, there's a lot to be gained simply by extending the look ahead on their real-time unit commitment, taking advantage of a lot of resources that are there that are not being used because of essentially the software constraints. So that's good news for them, right? As soon as you look out a few years with the changes that are coming, that won't be enough anymore. And that's when you start to see the benefit. So it could be, within 5 years, plus or minus, that it would be good to have some of these other ramp capability products in place. But you have to revise the clearing engine first before you can do that. And then this raises lots of questions, which we've been talking about all day. So with that, let me conclude the presentation part and we can have a discussion.
All right. Do we have any questions in the room?
Felix from Great Insights. I want to clarify a little bit how you reproduce the 2023 case. Because essentially the difference between real time and day ahead is because of the difference in the load forecast. So
Yeah, thank you. I should have clarified. So what we do in the simulation model is we take what actually happened historically, and then in our model, that's the day ahead forecast. And then we have a noise process we simulate, which is calibrated to the historical variability and forecast error. And we reproduce, for any given day, we produce a new actual realization, which is not what happened. So if that makes any sense. So it'd be hard, you probably could reverse engineer a wrong day ahead from what happened, but we just do it forward, and we do lots of them to try and capture, what's the average improvement. So you're right, the ultimate realization of each of these days is not what happened last year. We take the day ahead forecast, but we take what actually happened and say, that's your day ahead. But then there's like noise around that along the way.
I see. So do you have a number of the mean error of the forecast?
I mean, I could give you the statistic. We build an ARIMA model that's trained on the historical data, and then we just kind of simulate that out.
I see, but that's sort of consistent with whatever, typical forecast error.
It's trained on the forecast error from like a 3-year history that we have.
I see.
Yeah.
So and then in the 2030 case, you kind of do the similar process.
No, well, so then what you do is you can take the forecast error that was historically for wind, for solar, for load, for interchange. And then if you scale things, it is an assumption, but then you get a higher level of error when you add it all back together, but each of them are varying more because you have more wind, more solar.
I see. And for the SCAD part, you use the 2023 topology, and you run a full SCAD, something like that?
Yeah, essentially.
All right, thank you.
Have any more questions in the room? And any online questions? Going once, going twice?
I have a question. This is Daniel Wagner at FERC. I just had a quick clarifying question.
Yeah.
When you're looking at the enhanced look ahead and the ramp process, are those two separate scenarios, or is that you have the improved look ahead and then the hour ramp added on top of it?
Yeah, so the ramp case includes the enhanced look ahead. Because if you're gonna have a 60-minute delivery time product, you need a longer look ahead. So you're gonna have to do a longer look ahead in the real-time unit commitment either way. So do we just change the unit commitment, or do you then on top of that add this new reserve product? Yeah.
All right, any last questions? All right, thank you, Mort. Another round of applause. Okay, so our last presentation for today is a virtual presentation with 2 different folks presenting. So now we have Yonghong Chin and Jose Daniel Lara, both from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. And so to get started, if we could do a quick mic check with y'all, just to make sure we can hear you in the conference room.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. It is quite loud though. If you don't mind moving your mic a little bit further away from your face, that might help a little bit.
Okay, is it better?
Yeah.
Good.
Alrighty, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. It's a little bit quiet.
All right, we are ready. We have the slides up.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. So our topic for today's presentation is on interregional transmission operational coordination. It's probably slightly different from what has been discussed today. Next slide, please. So I still see okay. Good, thank you. So first, I will introduce the motivation, the scope, and the methodology for this project. And then Jose will discuss the software development on the Sienna tool at Unreal. So this project is sponsored by the DOE Grid Deployment Office, GDO. GDO has been sponsoring the National Transmission Planning Study, and several of our colleagues at Unreal are key contributors to this NTP study. And this study indicated a great benefit for interregional transmission expansion, building new extra high voltage AC or HVDC lines to connect, the regions across the country. And then, so the question is, if we build these interregional transmission lines, how should we operate them? So we do see significant opportunities for improvement across themes. So today we have some themes coordination, for example, the coordinated transaction scheduling or market-to-market congestion management, developed across different RTOs. But in general, this coordination happens in real time with the big improvement opportunities. And then there's a very limited coordination in the operational forward process, like day ahead or intraday. And then our colleagues in Europe, they went on a different approach. They have the day ahead and intraday market coupling across very large area, but it's on a very aggregated zonal clearing model. And then, so the motivation for our project, ITalk, it's really currently focusing on the interregional congestion management, but it can also be, open to other areas of coordination. So we're trying to investigate the improvement opportunity in real-time congestion management, coordination on the congestion management, and also look at the value and the needs for coordination in the operational forward process, like day ahead or intraday. And then as part of it, we'll also investigate the intra and the interregional HVDC optimization and the inter and the intra-regional reserve deliverability. Next slide, please. So the fundamental question is, how to improve existing coordination process for the reliability and economic efficiency, and how to coordinate across multiple regions after building the interregional transmission lines to achieve the full benefit. Recently, we conducted a workshop, and the recording and the presentation materials are posted on the GDO website. And as part of the workshop, we invited grid operators from North America and Europe, basically to share the experience, under the different market design and the operational process. And then we also gave an introduction, a more detailed introduction of our project. Next slide, please. So before we get into the interregional coordination, we can first, review the single RTO co-optimization. So within this single RTO framework, we essentially co-optimize the like 4 sets of system-wide constraints, like a power balance, and then the transmission constraint on energy flow, and then reserve requirements, and then finally, some RTO also introduce the constraint considering the reserve deployment, and then this will try to really push the reserve to be procured at the right location. And then for both MISO, PGM, they posted the benefit from this single RTO optimization. It's really, billions of dollars of benefit to the market, for each of these RTOs. Next slide, please. However, if you look at the themes across different RTUs or between RTU and the non-RTU areas, it can be very complicated. So essentially, it's 4 sets of constraints, break into 2 continuum function. One is on the balancing authority for power balance, and then the other is on the reliability coordination, for the congestion management. And each of the components, if we want to coordinate with your neighbor, you have to develop a specific agreement process and also implement, software, specific software for that coordination. So, for example, New York ISO New England developed the coordinated transaction, and later on MISO PGM also, implement that similar kind of coordinated transaction. And then between MISO PGM and MISO SPP, they implemented this market-to-market coordination under the joint operating agreement. It's mainly focused on the congestion management. And then in general, there's a NERC transmission loading relief, to address this real-time transmission violation. And then there's some kind of a reserve sharing group also formed, in different regions, really trying to improve the reserve procurement. And next slide, please. So if you look at these, just 4 sets of constraints, in the end, you can have a lot of different combinations. And some of these actually happened, during the electricity market development. For example, like C1 is really on the power balance, the coordination across different regions on power balance is basically the coordinate transaction, or, there's also interchange optimization being proposed. And then the C2 is the M2M joint agreement on the congestion management, between MISO PGM and MISO SPP. And the third one is more on the power balance and transmission constraints. When MISO first started, the energy only market is really, market clearing, consider these 2 sets of constraints, and then each local balancing authority will procure, responsible for their own reserve procurement. And then eventually, MISO consolidated all these LBA into one single balancing authority. And then, if you go towards the end, it's basically C11. It's kind of like a single market. Currently, there's a recent development in the energy imbalance market. Basically, different entity can still work together to kind of clear market with a single unit commitment economic dispatch. You can potentially incorporate all these constraints. And in the European model, they have a single, like a large market coupling, but they just use a zonal simplified model to clear the market. Next slide, please. So this is a very simple kind of summary of different configuration in terms of the coordination. It's just using 2 RTU and without losses. And to the left is kind of single market coordination. Basically, if 2 market or 2 multiple entity work together like an energy imbalance market, you can put all these optimize the constraint to clear the market together. And to the very right is a no coordination. Basically, each entity clear their own market, and then with this transaction, like a schedule, the net schedule interchange determined outside of the market, or maybe in terms of congestion, there's a loop flow from external entity, but you really don't have a good control. It's you can estimate and incorporate, but really you don't have any control of that. And then in between, like today, some coordination mechanism are enforced, but it's not, it's still a big gap compared to the fully optimized model. Next slide, please. So the key issues we're trying to address under the project is the first of all, the impact from different coordination configurations. So we know ideally we can go with the single global optimization, but if you think like if we build a inter-regional transmission and then across the entire country, and to optimize the entire country together, that can be very technically very computational challenging, and also need a lot of business development, to bring people together. But before we get there, what kind of the structure would give us the most benefit, right? So that all these different configuration we discussed early. So we're first of all aiming to build a benchmark kind of framework, kind of run this multi-stage market simulation, also with the flexibility to simulate different coordination mechanism at different stage. And then in the end, we have some kind of like emulation kind of a framework to consistently measure the economic and reliability impact. And then the second part is how to balance the complexity and simplification. Like if we don't want to kind of develop new business process, each entity or RTO just still clearing the market individually, then we need to figure out how to kind of coordinate in a distributed fashion, trying to achieve convergence, across this multiple market, and then to be able to fully leverage the interregional transfer benefit. And now if we want to go with like a European style global coupling, definitely there's significant challenging to just run single, nodal global market clearing. And then so we have to do some kind of a simplification. And so what's the right balance, between the simplification and the economic efficiency? Next slides, please. So as I mentioned earlier, the ITOC project currently focuses on the congestion management. So there's three, large areas we're investigating. The first of all is the market-to-market coordination on the congestion management with this AC system. The first area is how to enhance the existing real-time coordination to improve the flow and the price convergence. So as I mentioned, the multiple RTOs implement the M2M congestion management. It has brought significant benefits, but there are times it can run into some price or flow convergence issues. So we're investigating, how to improve the algorithm or performance. And then secondly, current coordination is mainly just across two RTO regions, and then we're investigating, how to extend that to maybe multiple RTOs. And then lastly is on the evaluate the forward process, what's the value and benefit for day-ahead and intraday coordination, and how should we get there? And then the second area is mainly focused on the HVDC, and then the third area is on the ancillary service deliverability. Next slide, please. Yeah, here just next few slides is really some preliminary results and our kind of the framework we're building. So we're about 8 months into the project. It's a total like 2-year project. So in a 1L and 1B areas, it's just a focus on the real-time coordination. So here's just have a kind of like example of how we're trying to frame the problem, the overall framework of addressing the problem. So first of all, we think that under all these kind of C0 to C11 different configuration, we need to build a systematic and mathematical benchmark model. Like if it's only for the congestion management, then basically two RTO have their own power balance. But the eventual goal they're trying to achieve is to jointly optimize to address the congestion management. So you have this benchmark model basically assume that the RTO can share all the information and then that can formulate this problem. Then it gives us the ultimate benchmark on, the flow price and the production cost. And of course, in reality, today they don't share the information. They have some limited exchange, like shadow price on the coordinated flow gate. So they essentially solve this problem in a distributed fashion. So then we develop this different algorithm to solve this distributed, optimization. Then we, eventually we need to compare with the benchmark model, see, what's the gap. And then next slide, please. So there are two kind of distributed algorithm we, are developing and evaluating. So the first one is close to what has been implemented between MISO PGM and MISO SPP. Essentially, these, two entities exchange the shadow price. They don't really know how much relief the other side can provide. So there's some kind of probing between the two sides, and then so there's some improvement opportunity on existing implementation. So we have, developed some kind of improvement to the existing methodology. So this just show like eventually it can achieve flow and price convergence, but because the each side is kind of trying to probe how much, you can further receive, from the other side on relieving on the congestion relief. You can see, it's at the bottom, this generator, there's some kind of step trying to achieve the convergence. Sometimes it can be a little bit slow if you don't really know how much the other side can provide. And then the other method is basically it's called the marginal equivalent method developed by ISO New England for the interchange optimization. And then we kind of apply that for this congestion management problem. Essentially, both sides will exchange marginal units, and then to incorporate the marginal unit into your clearing. And then that can, in this small example, show a better convergence. But the challenge with that is, if you have energy reserve optimization, then the marginal unit will tie to both energy and reserve, and then both sides can, many times have different reserve product definition. So you basically have some more complexity, in terms of incorporating marginal unit, and then so these are some kind of preliminary results we kind of achieved, on some small example, and we're in the process to extending this to like a national transmission planning type of model. It's a very large scale models. Next slides, please. And then the next thing is about the multi-stage operations, right? So we talked, between Europe and the US. They're very the grid operators developed a very different method. Like Europe, the market couplings mainly happen day ahead and intraday, but it's a zonal aggregated clearing model. But our European colleagues mentioned like this, they can achieve over 900 gigawatt of coupling market clearing, and then essentially, the European colleagues basically claim it can actually bring significant social welfare. And then, but of course, it's a zonal model, and then there's a very limited coupling in real time. And each individual RTO or ISO may run into some congestion management issues. But in the US, within each nodal market, it has a very nice optimized market clearing on a nodal basis. But each RTO, is up to maybe 180 gigawatt. And then there's a very limited coordination in the forward process, like day ahead intraday, between different RTOs. And then in real time, there's some some level of coordination, but still, huge room for improvement. So from both sides, there's some challenges in terms of the market efficiency, as well as leverage maximize the inter-regional transfer capability. Next slide, please. So we're kind of building this capability, using the Unreal Sienna software, basically to develop the flexibility to evaluate different configuration, the coordination mechanism, across different stage. And then eventually, we're also building this called some kind of emulation framework. Basically, you can fit it into the commitment dispatch, and then to see what actually will happen in real time. It will give you kind of consistent measure of the production cost from commitment dispatch, and then also violation cost from like reserve shortage, pre-contingency flow violation, and post-contingency flow violation. And Jose will discuss more about that. Next slide, please. So here is just like one example. Like in Dayhead, you can have different, structure, the benchmark model, or like a current model is more like only one monitoring RTO will manage the congestion and with some estimation of the loop flow. And then the third one is like we'll kind of evaluate maybe some kind of a European style. You have a simplified multi-region coupling, and then figure out, for example, the HVDC schedule, or how to allocate the capacity for the the AC lines, and then fit that into the individual, more granular, individual RTO Dayhead clearing. And then that's in the Dayhead, but then in real time, we also can have different mechanism, like the benchmark model is used for the benchmark, but then today in most of the case, real time is also only a monitoring RTO, manage the congestion based on the state estimation flow. And then there's also the different coordination, distributed coordination method that we discussed early. Next slide, please. And of course, you can see we have a lot of different combinations between Dayhead and real time. So this is, some kind of a preliminary result from this 96 bus RTS system developed at Unreal. So this was eventually, compare the production cost, flow violation, and finally the combined production cost plus violation cost from all these different combinations. So the preliminary observations, like the Dayhead coordination can definitely bring significant benefit. It can reduce the production cost and reduce the real-time flow violation. And even this simplified coupling can achieve a lot of the benefit. And then the real-time coordination can certainly bring benefit, but it's, for this small example, it's probably not as much as the Dayhead coordination. We're going to basically extend this kind of framework to the NTP type of model, to have a kind of better generate some better insight on large scale models. Next slide, please.
Sorry to interrupt, but just wanted to let you know that we have about 10 more minutes, including time for Q&A.
Yeah, so I think that's all of my my parts. So next, hand it to Jose.
Yeah, thank you. We move to the next slide. I'll try to go fast over this portion. So as Yinghua mentioned, that they're trying to run this kind of model to assess like what is effectively this multiple market-to-market operation for NTP, especially around the Eastern interconnection. So we're gonna this massive software challenge because we have to model there are several portions of this big network. So if we start from the top, we can have two subsystems that define the two areas that we want to, or the two, what we generally consider the two big balancing areas. For example, all of a portion of PGM and or a portion of HPP or a portion of MISO. And we want to coordinate these interchanges. So we need to develop a simulation platform that can actually coordinate the different aggregations that happen simultaneously in a real grid as it operates when we try to do the market simulation. So we'll go to the next slide. So inside of these subsystems, we can have different areas, different balancing areas, or areas for control of reserves. So these areas themselves can be connected through AC or HVDC lines, and they also can have internal interfaces derived from reliability problems, so as reliability concerns. So we need to model this interchange, which could be in AC or in DC, while each one of these subsystems is self-balanced, and internally the subsystems themselves have other balancing constraints internal to the local areas that they have and respecting their own internal interfaces. So we go to the next slide. Now, one of the realities of this interconnection, when we actually look into the whole model, is that we have the notion of the subsystems have the areas, but also there are different synchronous regions connected by HVDC. So an example of this is, for example, Manitoba Hydro has two asynchronous regions, one of them connected to MISO. And there are several like this in the Eastern interconnection. So we need to be able to balance the flows, and we need to be able to balance the power across these systems and these areas, simultaneously keeping in mind that we need to calculate the flows and the PTDF of each one of these synchronous regions correctly, maintaining an adequate representation of the slack buses such that the calculation of the flows is as reliable as we can within the assumptions of the PTDF. And this creates a kind of relatively complex software problem, because we have to keep track of the membership of the different components, generators and loads and HVDC point-to-point that exist, in a way that we can estimate the one interchange that we want to coordinate while keeping the rest of the flows within the required operational constraints. So this combination of balancing areas, synchronous regions, and coordinated subsystems makes the problem relatively complex to simulate and build. We go to the next slide. So we can formulate this problem in a particular way where we have to have multiple sets, right? We have a system buses, all of the buses of the system. We have the synchronous regions, the balancing areas, the AC lines, the two-terminal HVDC. At the moment, given the current status of deployment of technology, we're focusing only on two-terminal HVDC lines. We're not doing multi-terminal at the moment. We also have to figure out these area interchanges, which are how much are the flows allowed between areas inside of the system. There are several reasons why some area interchanges are limited for administrative reasons or reliability reasons. We also have, on top of the exchanges, we also have the transmission interfaces that can be inside of a subsystem or shared across an exchange. Several of the models, several of the operators will actually impose interface constraints, again, mostly reliability reasons. We have our generators and feasibility set and time steps. So we go ahead to the next slide. Right, and then this is the part of the model that gets very tricky, especially when building the problem or when actually having the notation even to express it, and is what is the indexing, right? Because we have to determine what are the from-to locations of each one of these different edges types that we have in the system, right? So we need to determine if a two-terminal HVDC is between two buses, and if those two buses are actually in different synchronous regions. We have to determine if the two-terminal HVDC are also within two areas, but inside of the same synchronous region. We also have, of course, like lines can only be inside of the same area to make an interchange, or they can also be part of a particular synchronous region. So we have to determine all of the from-tos and the two-froms for each one of these combinations of edges that we have that create this kind of network of networks. And finally, we need to know where these area interchanges exist that limit the flow between the exchanges. Especially these exchanges are an important object because if we don't want to model, because of the scale of the problem we want to solve, we don't need to model all of the lines in the system, but we want to keep a certain amount of reliability about where the flows are going in the exchanges that we want to calculate. Then we need to be able to still track the total flow of multiple lines going in and out of a particular balancing area. So we go next to the next slide. And then finally, we have some parameters. We have our PTDF for every subnetwork, for every synchronous region. We have the demands, the generator maximums, and the flows maximums from each one of the different objects. And of course, in the case of the exchanges, we have a maximum to fro and from to, since these exchanges sometimes have directionality constraints in which direction they can have. So we have those two values. Go to the next slide. So, and then finally, what we do is that we develop we employ expressions so that we can actually keep track of different objects. And one of them is the net injection in a bus. So as you see here, again, in any bus, we have the demand, the total generation of the bus, but we also keep track of those HVDC from to and to from buses connected to a particular point, taking into account if those buses are like the extraction or subtraction from the different HVDC systems. And then, of course, we have for every one of the synchronous regions, we have a PTDF for that synchronous regions to calculate the flow in each one of the lines using the injections from the buses in that synchronous region. Go to the next slide. So finally, we can put, this is just like a simplified representation of the model where I essentially just created a feasibility set for the generator values. You know, here's where, depending on what we're solving, whether it's a day-ahead problem with commitment decisions or an economic dispatch with continuous decisions, the generators just have to be within a feasible region. We keep track of the line flows, the flows in the HVDC lines, the flows of the exchanges. And then we have to have multiple power balances, as I was mentioning, as we need to have every synchronous region has to be self-balanced. So all the generation plus all of the load has to be equal to all of those HVDC lines that are not embedded inside of the same synchronous region, but are connecting synchronous regions. We have to have an area power balance where each one of the areas has its local generation and demand, plus the exchanges between areas. And again, these exchanges between areas could be across synchronous regions or inside of a synchronous region. This is why we use the exchange object. And then the area exchanges are the total flows between areas accounting for both HVDC and AC lines. So again, it's all of the lines, all of the flows in AC coming in, all of the lines in AC coming out, all of the HVDC in flows coming in, and all the HVDC flows going out. As you might imagine, if two areas have an exchange, but they're connected in two synchronous regions, there is no AC flow, right? So we have to bound the flows of the exchanges in both directions according to what type of edges they're using to connect to each other. And then finally, we have to define the interfaces, which have a different type of definition because as a line can participate in multiple interfaces, or an interface can be made of multiple lines. So because again, those are mostly defined for reliability reasons, but we have to capture both line limits, which is capturing the highlighted block in the top, but also interface limits. So that we know when we want to compare the flows in the system coming out of this optimization problem, we're as close as possible as the type of flows that are observed.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to make sure if we can get to one question, if you could wrap it up in the next
slide. Like, that was my last slide. So
okay.
This is it. We can just leave it at that. This is essentially all of the different edges we have to model and all the different constraints to be able to estimate adequately the amount of flow coming through the interfaces and the exchanges and the lines.
All right. Well, thank you both so much. Round of applause. I think we have time for one more question.
Hey, Yinghua from PJM. So as we know that most energy is centered in day-ahead market. I wonder if the day-ahead implementation of your proposal would be sufficient enough.
Well, I think that what we want to do in this model is to say, do the day ahead, but then kind of model this, especially in the large scale system. We want to be able to run this coordination also in the real time to figure out how can we keep close to what the schedule was in the day ahead, how it was determined, and how to keep that coordination going. At least that's on the modeling side, in the last bit perspective.
Yeah, I just want to add, as we discussed in the early part, the day ahead you can have different coordination mechanism. Today is essentially very limited coordination, and then so each RT will just clear their own market, maybe with some kind of estimation of the loop flow, right? But in the interchange, it's essentially just look at the schedule, the transactions mostly are fixed transaction, maybe some kind of dispatchable transaction, and but the framework will basically allow us to say maybe if we coupling multiple RTOs, how much benefit we can achieve. And so mathematically, you can have form this large optimization problem and then solve the day-ahead market clearing. That will give us a benchmark of how much benefit this can bring. But in reality, you may not be able to do that immediately, right? So there are different ways you may be able to achieve. One possibility is, each RTO clear their own market and then exchange information and try to achieve convergence. But that may also be very computationally intense, because like their model is pretty big to begin with. Then exchanging information and trying to achieve convergence, that may not be a very easy problem to solve. So essentially, the software will give us the framework to evaluate the benefits, and that we can try to figure out, how can we kind of achieve this benefit, by kind of maybe some kind of phased-in approach. For example, some simplified day-ahead coupling. You don't solve the full unit commitment mixed integer program problem. Maybe some kind of integer realization type of model, or with limited transmission constraints, mostly interregional constraints. That's just our kind of initial thoughts.
Great, thank you so much. Let's say thank you again to Yonghang and Jose. And also wanted to pass along a heartfelt thank you from FERC staff. This has been an incredible first day. It's not lost on us just how much time goes into these presentations, as well as all the folks that have joined us virtually. So thank you. 2 announcements. The first one, this is not an official commission event, but the FERC staff team plans to gather for a happy hour to get drinks at Red Bear starting at 6 p.m. and invites all panelists and attendees to join us. So that's on M Street. Again, it's Red Bear. Would love to have folks join for a happy hour. The second announcement is that we're going to be starting back up tomorrow morning at 9:15 with a presentation starting at 9:30. We're going to be in this room as well as the other room just right down the hallway. So please look at the agenda and see which room you want to start out in, because we're going to have concurrent sessions. So thank you all again, and see you tomorrow.